I'm Phyllis Jackson. Thanks for joining us for Stay at Home Connect.
Coronavirus cases up now in 37 states. Medical experts calling it a public health crisis. Over 200 scientists from more than 30 countries saying the World Health Organization should acknowledge proof that COVID-19 is an airborne virus and that it remains airborne for longer than originally thought. The 4th of July holiday saw plenty of cookouts, gatherings, and many not wearing masks. Here in Georgia, the Cobb, and Douglas County authorities activated FEMA's warning system to let residents know about the threat associated with increased cases of COVID-19. Those notifications were distributed through text, emails, and voicemail messages. In our neighboring state of Florida, there's been an 88% increase in hospitalizations within just the past 2 weeks. Jackson Health is the largest healthcare system in the Sunshine State. Due to the pandemic, officials recently made the decision to limit inpatient surgeries and procedures to emergency and urgent cases only. We travel now to Miami, where I caught up with internist, pediatrician, and program director of the Internal Medicine Residency Program, Dr. Stephanie Brown. Are you surprised at all to see what you're seeing right now in terms of cases?
Yes and no. So we knew there would be a spike after we opened, but we had started to shut down our COVID wards. And over the month of May, we shut them down kind of one at a time, and now all of them are open again.
Are you seeing what we're seeing here in Georgia with a greater number, an increased number of young people coming in to be hospitalized?
Yes, we're definitely seeing younger people this time around, including children. And it's not just the young, it's not just that it's affecting younger people. Each of those younger people who's infected has probably infected several other people.
Is it a comorbidity issue, or a kid could be perfectly healthy and still?
The kid can be perfectly healthy and still get COVID. We all heard about the person at Northwestern University who was 20-year-old with no comorbidities who now has a double lung transplant because of COVID. You do not have to be someone with chronic medical illness to get really, really sick from COVID.
MARTA receives 50 electrostatic sprayers from Delta Airlines. The equipment will be used to clean and disinfect buses, rail cars, and its facilities much faster than traditional wipe downs. Now, a 6-car train can be cleaned in under 20 minutes. The disinfectant mist dries instantaneously, allowing customers to board soon after a cleaning. MARTA will also begin distributing free masks to customers at its transit stations from between 7 a.m. and 11 a.m. on weekdays for right now. That could be expanded to weeknights and weekends, depending on ridership.
How are you? I'm doing fine.
Atlanta City Council member Marcy Collier Overstreet takes some time out on the 4th of July to distribute food to residents in District 11. The event was held at Cascade United Methodist Church. Atlanta City Council member JOYCE SHEPERD teams up with the Fulton County Board of Health and National Church Residences in Atlanta for free COVID-19 testing in the parking lot of Lakewood Christian Manor. Atlanta City Council members Andrea Boone and Michael Bond join with several local partners to host a drive-through grocery store at the C.T. Martin Recreation Center. Over 1,300 families were served.
That's a wrap on Stay at Home Connect. Have a great night.
Good morning, everyone.
Atlanta City Council. At the meeting of the Atlanta City Council on July 6, 2020, the council voted that the meeting would enter into recess at the close of public comments, which recess would continue until today, July 7, 2020 at 10 o'clock a.m. It is now 10 o'clock a.m., July 7, 2020. The recess has expired, and I call the meeting of the Atlanta City Council to order. Mr. Clerk, the roll call, please.
Council President Felicia A. Moore.
Present.
Council members, Post 1 at Large, Michael Julian Bond.
Here.
Post 2 at Large, Matt Westmoreland. Post 3 at Large, Andre Dickens.
Here.
Council District 1, Carla Smith.
Here.
Council District 2, Amir Faroki.
Here.
Council District 3, Antonio Brown. Council District 4, Cleta Winslow.
Present.
Council District 5, Madeline Mosby Archibald.
Here.
Council District 6, Jennifer N. Ide.
Here.
Council District 7, Howard Shook.
Aye.
Council District 8, J.P. Matsakite.
Here.
Council District 9, Dustin Hillis.
Here.
Council District 10, Andrea L. Boone.
Present.
Council District 11, Marcy Collier Overstreet.
Present.
Council District 12, Joyce M. Shepard. Quorum present, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Are there any members who have joined since the roll call?
Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Any other members since the roll call?
I'm not sure if they got Andrea Boone.
Yeah, we did not get you. Thank you, Ms. Boone. Any other members? Okay, before we get started, I'm going to explain where we are to members and also take a point of personal privilege. So first of all, we recessed to hear the 1005 public comments that we had starting yesterday for a total of 13 hours, 31 minutes, 8 seconds. That ended around 4:30 a.m. this morning. And so I just want to, my personal privilege will explain why we are in the situation we're in today. Yesterday was pretty challenging, yesterday and this morning. So it started with yesterday on one side of the issue that is the subject of much of the public comment, was not happy and felt unfairly treated because the comments were on the other side and the ones that were going to be on the opposite side of the issue were not going to be heard until late or into the morning. And I had to assure them that, you know, the best that we can do is to play the committee as well as the council meeting comments. And for the public, we receive comments from the public for the full council meeting. But because we did committee of the whole for zoning and committee on council, they also people were also able to leave comments for those. All of those are what we were playing. And so then in the early morning, I got some complaints from the other side of the issue about the fact that some comments were not played. And working with our IT department was able to identify the problem in that the public comment that we started on, when it was supposed to be cut off 1 hour before the meeting, the replays were only for 2 hours before the meeting. So there were an hour of public comment that was given that time for full council, zoning, and committee on council that had not been played or included. So this morning, we are going to start with those comments, and that's going to be approximately 3 hours worth of comments. As president of the city council, are limited, but one of them that is not limited is taking full responsibility for the conduct and conducting this meeting and presiding this meeting. And so I will take full responsibility for any actions that have taken place. I hope people understand and know in my service on council that I am about integrity and fairness to everybody, and that I would in no way allow staff or anyone to infringe on anybody's ability to give public comment or to do anything that would violate that. I also hold in high esteem our staff, who was also up with us at 4:30 in the morning, making sure comments were played, making sure it was up on social media, that it was, that everything was going on. So they have no dog in the fight either way. So I just want to make sure you know that the staff is totally neutral on this. We've done our best. I'm not a ball dropper, but, if it does get dropped, it's only because of human error. So I fully apologize. I want to thank the member of the public who I was going back and forth with this morning to try to figure out why a comment was not played. Thank you very much for your diligence, because without that and my inquiring and figuring out what happened, we would not know that we had missed an hour of comment that should be played today. So I just want to say that if there's any failing, it was not on purpose. It was not intentional. There's no conspiracy. No one is trying to be unfair. I'm taking full responsibility for it, and I would like to say to you all, I am sorry. I am very sorry if, in fact, we did not meet the mark. We are learning as we grow, and I am working to make sure that when we conduct these meetings, it's conducted in the fairest manner, and there is nothing that I would ever do to impugn integrity of the city council or hearing from the public. So we do have 3 hours of public comment. Before we go into that, is there any other readiness or questions from the colleagues before we start in terms of where we are?
President Moore, this is Councilmember Brown.
Yes, sir.
I just want to say that, I know we've had an exchange in regards to public comment moving forward, and what I can speak on specifically is that you have been completely unbiased in this process, and you have gone out your way to ensure that this process was fair and that everybody was heard. In addition to the support staff, the council staff, Theo's team, Damon's team, they have all worked tirelessly through this process to ensure that this was a fair, equitable process for everyone involved. So I just want you to know we appreciate you, the community appreciates you, and the entire team for ensuring that this process was done correctly. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, if not, I will just again apologize, particularly to the member of the public that I thanked who brought up the issue that made me find out that we had missed comments, and I really hope and pray that the comment that was missed will be played today, and if not, I will take full responsibility for any omissions or any mistakes that happen as we move forward. So, Mr. Clerk, if we could...
President Moore. President
yes, ma'am.
This is Story Shepherd. Just want to let you know I was present.
Thank you. Any other members joined us? Mr. Clerk, do we have all members? Mr. Clerk, you may need to unmute. Yes, sir.
I do not have Councilman Westmoreland.
Okay, Councilmember Westmoreland, could we make sure that the lines are unmuted in the event that he's here? I'm sure he will join us.
14 members present, Madam President.
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
I hear you,
Hello.
Mr. Bond.
Yeah, I said here when I was called upon.
We have you. No, we have you. We were looking for Mr. Westmoreland, but I'm sure okay. I'm sure he will join us as we move forward. So, Mr. Clerk, we're ready for the public comment.
Miss Moore, it's Smith.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Westmoreland he's going to be here in just a minute. I'm texting with him now.
Okay, that's fine. And just let him know as you're texting with him that we're going into public comment. And so we will hear from him on the other side. I will do a roll call as soon as we finish with public comment.
Yeah, he's dialing in right now.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I have my fingers crossed that we get every comment that was received before noon on Monday, which was yesterday. Those will be the calls. If you called after 12 noon at 12:01, your comment will not be played, but it is saved, and we do archive all comments that come in. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Massenberg, if you could please proceed with the voicemail.
Yes, this is Carol Scott, and I've lived in Atlanta, in the city, all my life, and I want to register that I do not want the police defunded. This weekend is a good reason for that, and I think it's very important to keep our police funded, and I'm sure that people all over the city feel that way. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is James Ward. I work in the city of Atlanta, and I'm calling to register my very strong support for the Atlanta City Council's proposed ordinances on public safety and legal administration. Specific numbers 20-0-1434, 20-0-1445, and 20-0-1449. Each of these points are necessary for Atlanta to move forward, and I wish to register my very strong support. Thank you.
Hello, this is Sarah Kingsley. I'm a lifelong Atlanta resident, and I just wanted to give the City Council a call and let them know how strongly I support the Rayshard-Brooks bill, and how it's time to get serious about really taking a stand and reimagining public safety. So I also want to explain that I support withholding APD funding until we actually take some actions to make the city safe for all of its residents. So thank you so much for your service. I hope you have a great day.
Hi, this is Jordan Reingrover. I'm a resident of Old Fourth Ward here in Atlanta, and I wanted to call and say that I strongly support the Rayshard-Brooks bill. And in general, I would really appreciate reimagining public safety. I think that we should withhold about $73 million of the Atlanta Police Department's funding until the city can properly reimagine what public safety looks like. I expect that the council members should listen to the community first and not just their political interests. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Hi, my name is Darby Moeller, and I'm an Atlanta resident and constituent of District 1. I'm calling in to say that I strongly support the Rayshard-Brooks bill and reimagining public safety. And I was really disappointed during the last city council meeting when it was voted down, and it felt as though those politicians and those city council members that voted it down were not doing so because of what the public wanted. They were doing so because they thought it was the right political move for them. And that's not okay, and that's not why we elect people. So I support withholding $73 million of the APD's funding I would like to see the city reimagine public safety. I would like to see city council members reflect what the people in their city want them to do. So please put the community's voice first, not your personal or your political interests. We all want a better world. So please, for your meeting in 20 minutes, think about it.
Hi, my name is Judy Jane, and I am a physician at Emory University and Atlanta resident. And I am calling to urge you to please support the Rashard Brooks bill today. As a physician working in Atlanta, I frequently see the impact of police brutality and institutional racism on my patients. There are many issues that require social work and mental health interventions as opposed to the police, and so even dealing with issues of depression, suicide, mental health breakdowns, and homelessness. Atlanta has a huge problem with the way our police force protects and serves this community. We need more than platitudes about changing our police force culture and policies. The Rashard Brooks bill is so important because by withholding the Atlanta Police Department funding until a comprehensive reform plan is established, it will force us to move beyond words to action. Our city is hurting, and we need our elected representatives to hear us and make substantive changes. Thank you so much.
Good morning. My name is Melissa Arnow. I am an Atlanta citizen of District 9, Atlanta resident. I am demanding that the committee vote yes to the Rashard Brooks bill and 20R4068 as set forth by Jennifer Ime and Antonio Brown. I'm also demanding that they vote to withhold the $73 million from the APD while we work towards a new system of public safety. I want the committee to understand that we aren't asking for anything strenuous. While police departments received pay raises, our healthcare workers, teachers, and pretty much everyone else is suffering from layoffs and furloughs. As an organization built on systemic oppression, and that also repeatedly mistreats Black and brown citizens, this is the least that the police department can do for the community that funds them. I also want to remind my city council leader, DUSTIN HILLIS, that his seat is up next year. So this might be the time to start listening to your constituents. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Hackett, and I'm an Atlanta City resident, and I'm calling to let you know that I support withholding $73 million from the Atlanta Police Department's funding until the city can better reimagine public safety. I also strongly support the Rashard Brooks bill, and I think that we need to just reimagine what public safety looks like in general for our city. I expect that our council members can put this community's voices first, and that you won't let your personal interests or your political interests guide your decisions. Thank you so much for the hard work you do. We can make this a better city.
Hi, my name is Charlie Wood. I am a Georgia Tech student who lives in Midtown, and I would like to express my support for voting yes to the Rashard Brooks bill in Resolution 20R4068, as spearheaded by Councilpersons Jennifer Ide and Antonio Brown. I'd also like to ask that they withhold the $73 million from the APD while the community works towards a new system of public safety. I firmly believe we can reimagine how police are structured and how public safety is also enforced. I also would like to remind that this is not a major task. We can vote to withhold this and continue to work on new policies. I would like to say that the seat is up for next year, and a lot of people are caring about this. So please, please, please consider voting yes to the Rashard Brooks bill. Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Nick Johnson. I am a resident of the city of Atlanta, and I wanted to call in to express my support for the Rashard Brooks bill and its provisions to reimagine public safety. I also support transferring $73 million of the funding for Atlanta Police Department to other things that help address the root causes of poverty and the gap and opportunity for people of color. I expect that the council members will listen to the community on this and offer their support for this bill. Thank you very much, and thanks for the opportunity to comment.
Hi, my name is Erin Kirshner. I'm someone who was recently a victim of gun violence in fall 2019 in the Atlanta Midtown area. And a big part of me wonders what could be done or what could have been done or set up in place so that the individual who assaulted me didn't feel the need to do so. And I think a big part of that is seeing how trying to rework how the city reimagines public safety and seeing what we can put in place to uplift the most marginalized among us. I think part of doing this includes supporting or withholding $73 million of the APD's funding until a plan is laid out by the council that reimagines public safety that could include community policing as well as more restraints on a policeman's ability to commit violence. I think it also includes passing the Ray Sharp Brooks bill as well as using that bill as a framework for reimagining public safety in general. And I think it means figuring out how we can further invest in mental health services and economic programs that usually force people to turn to crime so that they don't have to be in the situations they currently are in. And I want to end what I'm saying by telling you all that I expect our council members to put the community's voice first and to think about what they can be doing right now to uplift the Black community that makes Atlanta so relevant to the United States as well as the world. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Natalie Dean, and I'm calling because I strongly support the Ray Sharp Brooks bill and reimagining the public safety in general, and that I support withholding the $73 million of APD's funding until the city reimagines public safety. And I would also hope that all of the council members put the community's voice first and not your own personal or political interest. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is John Simmons. I'm calling to ask for your support and to voice my support for the reintroduced Ray Sharp Brooks bill that's being discussed. I think we need to, especially with the incidents over the past year with the APD, we need to work on de-escalation tactics. I think we need to rethink the whole training that we're giving our officers. I've been listening to the scanners over the past weeks, and it doesn't sound like they're taking this moment seriously at all. And the disparaging tone and comments from them, it's very worrisome. And I don't think that they're helping the community in the way that we would want them to. And I think it's time for a serious reckoning on that. And I think pulling the purse strings is the way to start to have a serious conversation. Thank you.
Hello, this is Marbury Rayner, along with my wife, Kathy Rayner. We reside at 956 Peachtree Battle Circle in Atlanta and have been residents of Atlanta since 1975. We are supporters of our police. We have been longtime supporters of the Atlanta Police Foundation and admire them for all they do for the city and all they do for all of us. And the great majority, as I'm sure you know, are dedicated, very, very good people. At this time, our city needs our police more than ever. We're adamantly opposed to any cuts in their funding. In fact, think they need more funding so that we can have better training and better qualified officers. So we are strongly opposed to any efforts to decrease funding for our much needed, and we appreciate them very much, our police force. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Corey Murray, and I'm calling because I strongly support the Ray Sharp Brooks bill and reimagining public safety in general. I support withholding $73 million of APD's funding until the city reimagines public safety. I expect the council members to put the community voice first and not in their personal or political interest. Thank you. Goodbye.
Good morning. My name is Marilyn Wynn, Executive Director of Women on the Rise, and one of the co-chairs of the Reimagine ACDC Task Force. In light of the murder of the little girl near the site of Rayshard Brooks the other day, I strongly support the withholding of $73 million of APD's funding until the city reimagines its public safety. These funds should be going to the families of all the victims who has been murdered by APD, with families to fend for themselves and their children left behind. I urge you to close ACDC and reallocate those funds into community safety and services for our communities who desperately needs them. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Corinne Burstein. I am an Atlanta City resident. I wanted to make sure to make you aware that I support withholding $73 million of the APD's funding until the city reimagines public safety and puts some other pieces of that into effect. I strongly support the Rayshard Brooks bill and reimagining public safety in general. We expect our council members to put the community's voice first and not their personal or political interest. Thank you and have a great day.
Good morning. My name is David Cloud. I am with Emory University School of Public Health and the Atlanta Harm Reduction Coalition. I'm submitting a comment today to urge city council members to vote yes on the Rayshard Brooks bill. Now is a time and a moment in history where we must resist the temptation to continue to invest resources in policing and incarceration when what we know the city needs is a public health-centered approach to violence. Violence is a public health problem, and there are public health solutions to dealing with this. By withholding $73 million until the city can reimagine what public safety looks like for Atlanta, that puts accountability on our city leaders, on our community members, and everyone in the city to get together and think about restorative justice programs, investing in mental health, investing in job training, all the things we call in public health the social determinants of health, the things that can make our city thrive, give people autonomy, give people stability. These are the key tickets to preventing violence for the long term. A tragic death such as Sequoia Turner's is tragic, no doubt. But in these events, we have to resist the temptation that has been happening in this country for decades, which is to have a reactionary policy that continues to double down on policing and incarceration to solve problems that are better served by social support systems and the public health system. Another great part about this bill is that it won't affect the pensions and the pay of officers until we can figure out where we go forward as a city. Obviously, in a public health pandemic, we need to keep people economically secure. The last thing that I'll say is that there are answers out there. There is a way forward. And as someone who studies violence from a public health perspective and the effects of incarceration and policing on human behavior, I would just implore City Council to find answers in the resilience and the knowledge of people who've been directly impacted by these policies for decades. And lastly, I'll just say that the public health community here at Emory, at Morehouse, at the Atlanta Harm Reduction Coalition, there's a wealth of public health knowledge and expertise, and hopefully we can be of service to help move this vision forward. Thank you for your time, and once again, please vote yes on the Rayshard Brooks bill.
Good morning, Atlanta City Council. I am calling to just make a comment that I am in total and complete support of the Rayshard Brooks bill for 2020. My name is Ronald Jonigan, and again, I am just calling in reference to the Rayshard Brooks bill. I am in complete support of that bill. Thank you. Have a great day.
Defund?
No, do not defund the police.
Please do not defund the police. This is Sumner Bradshaw, 404-683-0497. I live in the city. Thank you.
Yes, this is Brenda Copeland, and I'm calling for Brenda and Buddy Copeland. We are just asking that they do not defund the police, that they do investigation into reform and training, but that we need the police to keep our city safe. And I'm reading in the paper the statistics of all the shootings that have gone on in the last few weeks. It is very disturbing, and we certainly need the police morale to be built up and to be encouraged to have responsible policing our city. Thank you.
George McAllister, just leaving a message for the City Council that I am definitely against defunding our police officers and police in Atlanta. If anything, the Atlanta police need more help. They need more understanding also in the stressful times they're under, and also could use with increased improvement in their training. Again, I am definitely against defunding the Atlanta Police Department. Thank you.
This is Mary who's calling, and I'm calling in regards to the Rayshard Brooks bill and the defunding of police. We saw a few weeks ago that you all opted into not having the political will to set this city in a different trajectory. And in light of, the cloud that's looming regarding the murder of Sequoia, this gives us even a greater demand and a greater and compelling reason why we need resources invested in our communities that could actually address prevention measures that are actually useful. And to not do that and to continue to rely on the police, which when we know they come to our communities, they come armed and ready to shoot to kill. Instead of relying on that as a reactionary way to address the issues that have been plaguing our communities for decades, we have to be radical and get to the root of the problem. And we need resources to be able to do that. And we need to defund the institutions that does not promote wellness, that continues to kill our people, that continues to house and cage our people and put them through the vicious cycle of the courts. And when we talk about these funds, I believe you all must be in a study around it, because it's not just there off the budget tomorrow. We're talking about a 1 year, 5 year, 10 year, 20 year ongoing plan. But we have to be headed in the right direction in order for that to do it. This is a day where you all can make a left turn and try something different, go a different way. And if you all lack the desire and will to do that, and then just be honest about that, and just be honest that you don't believe that other solutions might work. But if we have not tried them, and you all are just relying on what is comfortable, aka the police, to some, that for many they are very afraid of the police, to name that as well. But complacency and trying to do, what is normal and what has been the status quo is not working for our community, and they have not been for a long time. And this is an opportunity, again, to set this city on a different course of action. And we need a divestment from police. And we need an investment in real-life community models that invest in housing, and invest in wellness, that invest in healing, that invest in violence prevention, addressing domestic violence, addressing the violence that has, and we need the type of solutions that's going to address violence that is caused because of poverty, because of capitalism, because we have the highest income gap in the country. Today is the day to make a left turn for a different future.
Hi, my name is Sarah McRae, and I'm just calling to say that y'all need to vote yes on the Rayshard Brooks bill. We need to defund the Atlanta Police Department. They've done nothing to protect us despite what y'all are trying to make the public believe, and they need to be defunded. We've had enough, and it's time to reimagine public safety. It's time to put Black people's thoughts first. Vote yes on the Rayshard Brooks bill.
This is Dr. Joseph Craver calling to express my opinion to Mayor Bottoms and the Atlanta City Council regarding my deep disfavor of any efforts to default the Atlanta Police defund. The Atlanta Police effort. I am in favor of more comprehensive training at all levels of police activities. These efforts around being to fund or restrict funds from the Atlanta Police Department would be counterproductive for safety of the citizens of our community. In contrast.
Good morning, council members. My name is Destiny Collins, and I'm calling on behalf of Georgia Stand Up. I'm calling to let you all know that I support you all withholding $73 million from the Atlanta Police Department's funding until the city reimagines public safety. I support the Rayshard Brooks bill and the reimagining of public safety in general, and I expect you as our elected council members to put the community's voices first and not your own personal or political interest. You all know what to do so that it's correct, and we expect that you all will put our needs before you all. Thank you so much, and I hope that you have a great day.
Hello, my name is Rosemary Kimball, and I'm calling from Atlanta. Myself and many others in my district are urging you and all city council members to please reverse the action you took on June 20th, ensuring meaningful police reform happens by passing the Rayshard Brooks bill. We need a new system of public safety in Atlanta. Don't be fooled by claims that this is an illegal bill. You represent the people, not private or personal interests. Please vote yes on the Rayshard Brooks bill to keep all Atlantans safe. Thank you. Hello, my name is Rosemary Kimball, and I'm calling from Atlanta. Myself and many others in my district are urging you and all city council members to please reverse the action.
Hello, my name is Albina Nidell, and I'm calling in to let you know that I think that you need to vote yes at the bare minimum on the Rayshard Brooks bill and Resolution 20R 4068 as spearheaded by councilpersons Jennifer Ide and Antonio Brown. I also think that you all need to vote to withhold $73 million from the Atlanta Police Department while the community works towards a new system of public safety. The one that we have had is clearly not working, and the public for which it is serving is a very select few, and it is absolutely neglecting and abusing the Black Atlantans and Georgians, as well as the Black folks and Indigenous around the entire country. I don't believe that this is a major ask. This is quite literally the least that many of you could do while our police department receives pay raises during a global pandemic. And on the other side, our healthcare system, healthcare workers, teachers, and many, many others suffer layoffs and furloughs. This is the least you can do as you continue to protect the police department that has been mistreating, harassing, and killing Black people in Atlanta for years. And there is no reason for you to cite illegality on this. City of Atlanta Department of Law has deemed this action in this ordinance to be perfectly legal. Also, just a reminder, seats are up next year. So listen to the people. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Andrew Short. I'm calling today to encourage you to vote yes on Rayshard Brooks' bill and Resolution 20R 4068. Withhold the $73 million from the APD while the community works towards a new system of public safety. We don't need police responding to calls that would be better handled by social workers or addiction medicine specialists or a crisis counselor. The City of Atlanta Department of Law has deemed this action and ordinance legal. As an elected official, it's your duty to enact the will of the citizens that you represent. Calls for positive changes like those represented by Rayshard Brooks' bill have been made loud and clear by the people that elected you. Thanks.
This is Judy West. We need our good, functioning, level-headed, well-trained Atlanta police. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Alex Thibodeau. I'm 31 years old. I've been a lifelong Atlanta resident, and I'm calling today to ask you all to please vote yes on Rayshard Brooks' bill. In light of the shooting over the weekend where we lost the life of a child, we now more than ever need to allocate funding to long-term solutions that support public safety. So I'm asking each of you to stop acting out of fear and start acting as leaders of positive change. Vote yes on Rayshard Brooks' bill. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Elizabeth Mills, and I would like to voice my opinion and show support for our police department. Retraining, yes, if needed, but please do not defund. Again, please do not defund. Elizabeth Mills on Old Ivy. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Annie Stocklin. I live in District 2 and a council member for Abuse District. I'm adding once again to the plethora of voices that are asking for you to defund the police department. I think right now we need to rework our entire budget, considering the age of COVID and the mass evictions we are about to face. I volunteer for a housing hotline, and once our courts reopen, we're going to have an eviction crisis, and it just feels particularly unjust to be putting so much money in the police department, especially in an age in which we're realizing some equity concerns in the city, and especially the racism with which the city is built off of, to be putting so much money into community policing. Some things I would like to see in the budget instead is for a lot of that police department funding to be pivoted to social workers for mental health crises. I think that's a group that's much more capable of handling those situations than police are. They are trained in those situations. A few other things. I would like to see that money diverge into affordable housing and into preserving naturally occurring affordable housing. So be it under the planning department or under the Office of Grants. For example, Seattle has allocated $8 million in their operating budget to homeless services. This is outside of just their housing authority money, and I think that would be a great example for Atlanta to look at and start with. As it is right now, I don't think our budget is at all reflective of one Atlanta's stated goals. And in the age of a massive public health pandemic and evictions, it kind of feels like a slap in the face, especially considering the larger civil rights movement going on. So with all that, I really urge you to rethink the budget and make it more aligned with the equity goals this city has stated that it is trying to push forward. Thank you so much.
Hey, my name is Alec Kahn. I am a Fulton County resident in Grant Park, and I'm just calling to support the Richard Brooks bill and the withholding of $73 million from the APT budget. I just hope the city council members are doing everything they can to make sure that our community is one of neighbors and not factions. And the militarization of the police seems like it has enabled that antagonism, not mitigated. Thank you. Bye.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Meidinger, and I'm from NPUN. I would like to voice my concern that Atlanta City Council is not doing enough to protect Black lives in Atlanta, is focusing on empty lip service, such as the Black Lives murals presented in Resolution 20R4064 and 20R4061. Honestly, these murals are probably going to end up being painted by a white man, too. But I digress. Because we're also simultaneously potentially increasing funding to the Department of Corrections via Resolution 20R4073, Amendment Number 9. This is absolutely disgusting. We need to focus on Black futures and protecting all of Atlanta's citizens, and we have to defund the police now.
Hello, Atlanta City Council. My name is Hannah Benson, and I live here in downtown Atlanta on Jackson Street. I wanted to tell you that I am in full support of the Richard Brooks bill. I support withholding $73 million of the APD's funding so that we can reimagine public safety for our city. I expect council members to put our community's safety and voice first. Please consider that this resolution and the following bill has already been deemed legal by the Atlanta Department of Law. I hope that you will vote yes on this bill. Thank you for your time. Goodbye.
Hello, my name is Bridget Simpson, and I'm calling because in light of the tragic death of 8-year-old Florencia Turner now more than ever, Atlanta needs to reimagine community safety. Our children, Black children, have been dying from gun violence in this city for years because of the inequities and failed public safety system. We must resist the reactionary call for the same failed solutions. A bloated police department has never reduced violence in our communities. We have kept us safe traditionally. Through proven community-based programs, it's very, very shameful to use this child's death as a political ploy to resist any forward momentum. Stop funding a failed system. Start funding proven solutions. Vote yes on the Rayshard Brooks bills today.
Hello, my name is Justina Dixon. I am a 35-year, my husband and I actually are 35-year residents of Summerhill community in Atlanta. We also have run and are still running a nonprofit for inner city youth. Summerhill Community Ministries is the name. We've been doing this for almost 19 years now. We live in Atlanta. We've raised our 6 children here. We know the importance of the police. We are asking that you vote against defunding the police. We want the police here active. We believe that funds need to go towards the reconstruction or retraining police officers, and there's just no way that we feel that it would be a good idea for the police, Atlanta Police Department, to be defunded, and for morale to be good, and for officers to want to stay and protect our city. We need the protection. We are raising children and teens in this community, and we know that protection is needed for them, for our families, and for the rest of the city. So please choose not to, go forward with defunding the police. We love our community, and we need this protection. In a light of everything that happened this past weekend with the 8-year-old baby girl passing away, being shot and killed right here down the street and around the corner from where I live, I am just, enraged at what's going on right now. We need the police enforced. We need to allow them to do their job. Definitely deal with the ones who are not doing a good job, and keep our police force intact. Thank you so much for allowing me to share my thoughts, and I actually share many of the thoughts for our surrounding communities after talking with many parents and concerned citizens. Thank you again. This is Justina Dix, and we are against defunding the police. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Sterling. I live in the Upper West Side in Atlanta, and I was calling City Council today to let y'all know that I support the Rayshard Brooks bill withholding $73 million of APD funding until the city reimagines public safety. Honestly, it's a good start, but I think that the city needs to defund even more of APD's funding. $270 million is insane. And withholding isn't fully defunding. Nonetheless, very good start. So I strongly support the Rayshard Brooks bill and reimagining public safety and defunding the APD in general. And we expect our council members to put the community's voice first and not your personal or political interest. I don't care what police unions and the Atlanta Police Foundation are saying. What's more important is what the people are saying, and the people who elect you are saying, and we're saying defund APD and support Rayshard Brooks bill. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Evan Kenenak. I am a concerned resident of Fulton County and voter. I'm just calling to express my strong support for the Rayshard Brooks bill and just in general reimagining public safety. That means I support withholding $73 million of the APD's funding until the city reimagines public safety, and I expect my council members to put the community's voice first, not their personal or political interests. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Carla Lewis, and I'm calling because you should support withholding the $73 million of the APD's funding until the city reimagines public safety.
We also are strongly asking you to strongly support the Rayshard Brooks bill and reimagine public safety in general. Also, we expect our council members to put the community, the voice of the community, and not their personal or political interests above public safety. It's really important that you all take the time to truly review the issues that are going on in our community, where it's based on not the safety of all, but only the safety of few, and oftentimes that equates blue. We want to make sure that everyone feels safe walking their dog, taking a job, going to the store, just whatever they may need to do in their daily lives, regardless of their ethnicity, their race, color, or creed. So could you please take a moment to make sure that you take an opportunity to review these issues and make educated decisions based on what you know are facts in the community and not the fiction that there is. And so once again, please, we behoove you to support withholding the $73 million of APD's funding until the city is reimagining how public safety could be revitalized, can be what's needed that will be a support to those in our community. Also, please, we're asking you to strongly support the Rayshard Brooks bill to, again, reimagine public safety in general. And we expect our council members, those who we voted for and put in place, those who we are looking to make decisions for the better and the greater good of our society, to put their personal and political interests aside and look at what is best for our community. We appreciate you for serving, but we really want you to serve the better interests of the community at large. Thank you so much.
My name is Susan Bach. I am calling to register my opposition to defunding the police department of Atlanta. As a taxpayer, I expect police protection, and I expect also that the council fulfill its obligation to protect the citizens of Atlanta.
Hello, Atlanta City Council. My name is Shannon Hill. Thank you for your service to our city. I am calling today to beg you to support our police. While reforms might be important, I beg you to please do nothing to reduce their funding. Do not defund the police. They need our full support at this time. Their morale is extremely low. They feel defeated, and they are good people trying to serve and protect us. We beg you, on behalf of our family, on behalf of the family who lost an 8-year-old girl this weekend, please stand up for protection of our city and do not defund the police. Thank you.
My name is Bryce Jones, and I'd like to say, in light of the tragic death of 8-year-old Decoria Turner, now more than ever, Atlanta needs to reimagine community safety. Black children have been dying from gun violence in the city for years because of inequities and a failed public safety system. We must resist the reactionary call for the same failed solutions. A bloated police department has never reduced violence in black communities. We have kept us safe through proven community-based programs. Stop funding a failed system to start funding proven solutions. Please vote for the Rayshard Brooks bill. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Xochitl Bervera. I'm the director of the Racial Justice Action Center, an Atlanta-based social justice organization that has been coming before you for the last 7 years with many coalitions and many community members to offer concrete solutions and implore you to change the way this city addresses public safety and wellness. We are deeply saddened as we find ourselves in a tragic moment right now in the city, death after death. And it is because, in truth, as we've been saying, that we have a failed public safety system. We as a city can do better, and you must do better as a council. Today, the Rayshard Brooks bill is before you, and we urge you to vote yes, because it is that bill that is a commitment to reimagining a public safety system that works. We need a council who has vision of a public safety system that keeps everyone safe, that does not trade some people's lives for other people's safety and comfort. We need you to say no to funding failures. Black children have lost their lives to violence in this city for years because of a failed public safety system. People have been shot and killed by APD for years because of a failed public safety system. We have a bloated police force who has been given the wrong mandate and the wrong trainings. And we have not invested in the kind of community-based programs that actually keep our communities safe, reduce gun violence, increase wellness. I implore this council to resist the calls for the reactionary, same old, failed solutions in the face of these tragedies. I implore this council to take a stand, to be courageous. The voters and the world are watching the city. We believe this city can be a leader envisioning a true transformation of our public safety system, and we hope that you all will be leaders in that. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Brock Hansen. I'm a resident of DeKalb County here in Atlanta, Georgia. I was calling to express my support for the Rayshard Brooks Bill 20-R-4068 to reimagine policing in Atlanta. I think the message is clear. The people are speaking that we need things done differently, that certain communities feel over-policed, that police brutality is a serious issue that is just coming to light in the last 20 years because of video cameras and these issues being caught on tape. I am a very big supporter of sending out social workers with police officers to calls, especially those dealing with mental illness and with other issues that the police might not be fully equipped to handle. I think it's time to reimagine how we police. I think it's extremely important, and I think everybody in Atlanta and across the country are feeling this way. And I think it's very important that as our public representatives, you act in the best interest of the public, of the people that represent you, including myself. Again, my name is Brock Hansen. I'm a resident in DeKalb County here in Atlanta, Georgia, and I hope that you take this message and all the other messages you receive very seriously. We need to reimagine policing, and we need to shift those valuable resources to other parts of the community that will help everybody and not just, these unfortunate cases that we keep seeing. So have a good day. Thanks for hearing my thoughts. Please, please, please act. We're all calling for it. Thank you for your time. Bye.
This is Celeste and Bob Johnston, BOBJOHNSTON. Bob is traveling, but I have talked to him, and he asked me to please call for him. He may be able to call him, but he does not think so. But we do agree with that the police should not be defunded. The police department of Atlanta, Georgia, we feel is wonderful. It is not perfect, but neither is anybody or anything in life. We do think and have thought about and wondered why there cannot be a section of the police department that is trained, very, very well trained to deal with mentally ill people. They can be called on when needed. This is, we feel, a drastic need in our community or in any community, but that from either within the police department or working with the police department to be available to see and help people that are mentally ill or having problems that most of us can't handle unless we're trained. So I wanted to just mention that. And thank you for all you do. We think that the training is so important of all the police department, and the resources need to be given to them, and higher pay. They definitely need to be paid more officially for their safety and for their family to live. Thank you very much for all you do and for hearing our voices. We appreciate it so much. Goodbye.
Hi there. Excuse me. My name is Rebecca Streepy, and I'm calling to ask that you amend the budget and fund Resolution 20-R-4068 and reallocate $73 million of police funds in order to reimagine public safety. We need mental health services here in Atlanta. We need addiction recovery services here in Atlanta. Those are the problems that I'm seeing on my street. It's not violent crime. That's just not what police is for. And I just hope that you'll make the decision that helps keep me and my family safe. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ian Kara. I'm a District 12 constituent, and I'm calling to ask for the council's support in passing Rayshard Brooks' bill. I was disappointed to see Councilwoman Ide's amendment to the budget fail to pass, and I feel that there's been completely insufficient accountability for APD beyond holding this individual officer accountable. There needs to be system-wide accountability for APD, and that includes withholding the $73 million from their budget until they show that they have reimagined public safety. So again, I'm calling to support Rayshard Brooks' bill, and I appreciate your swift and strong support for this immediately. Thank you.
My name is Marcia Mora. I am very concerned about the looting and rioting and shootings in Atlanta. I am 75 years old, and I have never thought that I would see this day come. Please do not defund the police. There are only a few that are not good policemen, just like in every other situation. We need the peace. We need the law and order that these policemen give us. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sheila Shuffle, longtime resident of Atlanta. I am an active voter. I follow all the issues, and especially what the council is doing, and I implore you, do not defund the police. Please vote no on this resolution. It's very important that we support our police, that we remain safe. Defunding the police would only support anarchists. We need to give them more money. We need to fund a new training. We need to give them more equipment. We need to make sure that they are safely protected as well as they protect us. My main concern is that we keep this city beautiful and safe and healthy and viable. And we need your support. We depend on you. That's why we vote you in. And we do expect you to keep us safe and support our police. Thank you.
My name is Bruce Noel. I'm in zip code 30327. And I'm calling to request that the City Council consider refunding or adding additional funding to the police rather than defunding them. They are critical. They are devoted. And we can see when there are no policemen and women close by, damage and violence can occur. So I ask you to strongly consider keeping the budget for the police department as it is, and also increasing that. I understand from knowing some of the officers that there were salary adjustments that were anticipated by the police officers, but they have been postponed. So would really like to see those reinstated as well. Again, my name is Bruce Noel, and I strongly urge you to keep the police budget as it is. Do not defund the police, and even add to it to give them back the raises that were anticipated. Thank you very much. My phone number, 404-434-4052. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jack Brown. I live in the city of Atlanta, and I am appalled that they would think of defunding the police. I would definitely vote against any nonsense. So please, where are we going to get police protection if we don't have police?
Good morning. My name is Roberta Myers Douglas, and I'm calling because I and others in this community want the city council members to reverse the action from June 20th and ensure meaningful police reform happens by passing the Rayshard Brooks bill. We need a new system of public safety in Atlanta. Please, please do not be fooled by claims that this bill is illegal. You represent the people, not private or personal interests. Police have become managers of inequality, and their abuse and harm to communities must stop, and we must reform, redo, rethink the way that we install public safety in our communities. Vote yes on the Rayshard Brooks bill and keep all Atlantans safe. I pray that you will do the right thing and say yes to the Rayshard Brooks bill. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Michelle Lambert. In light of the tragic death of 8-year-old Sequoia Turner, now more than ever, Atlanta needs to reimagine community safety. Black children have been dying from gun violence in this city for years because of its inequities and a failed public safety system. We must resist the reactionary call for that same failed solution. A bloated police department has never reduced violence in Black communities. We have kept us safe through proven community-based programs. Programs like what was being set up and is now being torn down at the Rayshard Brooks Peace Center or the Wendy's where Rayshard Brooks was shot and killed. It is shameful to use this child's death as a political ploy to resist any forward momentum. Stop funding a failed system. Start funding proven solutions. Vote yes on the Rayshard Brooks bill today.
Jean Bird. I am calling to say that I strongly disagree with defunding the police. In fact, they probably need even more funding at this time. And just wanted to voice my opinion as a City of Atlanta resident. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Bob Buck, B-U-C-K, calling in reference to the idea that we should defund or reduce funding for the police department. I am wholeheartedly against that for some very good reasons. I think safety in a city is vital. It's vital to being a healthy city. Examples where crime is and safety is a problem is Detroit, Baltimore, Memphis, and many other cities, and all of those cities are struggling. They're suffering population declines, they're suffering bad schools, and a root cause is public safety and high crime. So I encourage you and implore that you not do something like defunding the police department. I think it would be in the bad interest of everyone who lives in Atlanta and even the surrounding communities. Thanks for the opportunity to express my opinion. The name is Bob Buck, B-U-C-K. Thank you.
Greetings to you, Committee on Council members and staff, and special greetings to you citizens of Atlanta who are watching and are listening to your government in action. Ben Howard, Senior Advocate, Public Policy Analyst. At your last meeting, without consent and under consent agenda, you passed legislation to maintain the millage rate despite increased expenses due to the cost of living and due to the coronavirus and due to the need for improved conditions all around the city of Atlanta. This matter should have been placed on agendas of the various neighborhood planning units. I ask that you now do so retroactively so that all may be aware of what will be happening to them when you make the necessary cuts to compensate for your millage rate actions. Be advised, however, that should you choose to comply with this simple request to place this matter on NPU agendas, you will be met with fierce resistance by those who protect the NPUR agenda, namely the NPUR 9, Antonita Robinson, Corliss Clare, Ricardo Jacobs, Renette L. Scott, Alfred White, Ellison Hathaway, and the NPUR 9 cohorts. Thank you.
My name is Ann Zeman, and I am absolutely against defunding the police force in Atlanta. Absolutely against it.
Hey, this is a message to say that I absolutely do not support defunding the police. I think they need increased funding and increased pay because our security and safety is paramount. I have 5 voters in my family, and they all agree. Do not defund the police.
Hey, this is Brian Bird here in Atlanta, Georgia, and my wife shared with me that there's a vote happening here to withhold police funding, and of course, any person with any common sense knows this is absolute total lunacy. You cannot fund it. I mean, I can't even believe I have to explain why in a voicemail to our city council. But as soon as the police are defunded, as soon as police pull back, there will be an incredible rise in crime. It's just completely obvious.
Hi, my name is Thomas Sabazak. I live in District 6, and I just want to urge the council members to support the Rayshard Brooks bill. I think we need to be investing resources in finding better ways to end gun violence, and we need it desperately, and we need to be creative and courageous in looking for those better solutions. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Steve. Last name is Love. I'm a lifelong raised here in Atlanta resident. I'm over 50 years old, and my comment is for Keisha Bottoms. Her conduct is horrible. She is not handling things appropriately, and she has got to go. Please resign. Do our city a favor. Step aside. We need to get the police back on. We need to get a better DA in here. We're looking like Chicago, New York, LA, all the cities that are having major problems, Seattle. I mean, the list goes on. Now we're part of that. This goes back to leadership or lack of. Keisha Bottoms needs to go. Her conduct, her legality of blaming people before they've hit trial, firing officers, without cause. It's got to go. My message is Keisha Bottoms, go. Resign. Atlanta Council, fire her. Put her up. Just get her out of there. She needs to be put up on charges. This has got to go. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Stephen Godey, and I am a resident of the city of Atlanta. I wanted to give a call and comment on any action against or in support of defunding the police. I do not support defunding the police. I want to be clear on that. Again, I do not support defunding the police. Helping communities is what the police is all about, and when there are a couple bad eggs in there that do things that are inappropriate or that are racially motivated, that is not a statement against the entire police force, nor is it a statement against all the people that are leading it. It's more important to focus on individuals than an entire group, and I think that's what defunding the police would inadvertently do, is hurt a huge group of people rather than focusing in on individuals that are abusing their power. That is all my comment. Again, my name is Steve Godey, and I do not support defunding the police for the city of Atlanta.
My name is Martin Becker. I live at 46 Paces West Drive, which is in the city limits of Atlanta. And I want to call and say that I am opposed to defunding the police department. I am, however, in favor of comprehensive training techniques that enhances what is already a very good police department, but enhances their abilities. But I am unequivocally opposed to defunding the police department. And I wanted this known before the city council meeting today. This is currently 11:57 on July the 6th. Thank you. Goodbye.
Hi, Dave Holder here, Public Safety Chair of the Mechanicsville Civic Association in downtown Atlanta in the Mechanicsville community. Just want to call in and say that I fully support the Rashawn Brooks funding bill, which sets the $73 million aside in a general fund to help other programs that's listed out there for most of the communities that are disserviced or need help. But I do understand that, we still want to keep our current police in force. And I know there's some things that needs to be worked behind the scenes to keep. So I do understand that this will not impact any salaries or any pay due to our police officers, which I totally support. Again, like I said, I fully support, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Mechanicsville community as well. Public safety chair for the neighborhood, fully support the Rashawn Brooks setting aside the $73 million. That's not included with the current police budget. Thank you, and have a fantastic week.
Hi, my name is Brooks Emanuel. I live in Grant Park. I'm calling today to ask you to please still vote yes on the Rayshard Brooks bill. I'm very grateful to the council members who voted yes a couple weeks ago on defunding the police and putting some of those funds elsewhere. I think this kind of move is really critical at this time. I know it is a really hard decision. I know it's counterintuitive for a lot of people. I imagine there will be a lot of pressure with this horrifying death of Sequoia Turner, the 8-year-old, this weekend. People are going to use that as a reason that we need more police. But what I would say is, even with the police we have, it's not stopping that violence. We have a lot of inequities in our city. We need more resources put into mental health. We need more resources put into schools. We need more resources put into poverty response. Imagine what's going to happen this fall if kids can't go back to school, and you have some kids without internet at their house, and kids whose parents won't be home because they're going to be working. Police aren't going to be able to do anything about that. It's going to harm those kids, and it's going to harm their safety. They're a part of public safety, and ultimately it's going to lead to other problems with public safety. I urge you to really think about the moment we're in, and to stop thinking about public safety in this one-dimensional way of throwing police with guns on it at the back end. Please think about instead funding the front end. Fund public education, fund public parks programs, recreation programs for kids, fund mental health resources, fund programs to put unhoused people in housing, fund programs to get people who can't afford food. We know with the pandemic, there's no telling how much money we're going to have to put into, hopefully, making sure people's utilities don't get cut off. These are all critical public safety pieces that would be much more effective than throwing more money at the police. I urge you to vote yes on the Rayshard Brooks bill. I know it will be a hard decision for many people. Please really think about the future of our city. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lillian Hughes.
I am calling to express my support for withholding $73 million of the APD's funding. I also support the Rayshard Brooks bill and reimagining public safety. And I expect the council members to put the community first and stop supporting basically empty gestures like painting Black Lives Matter murals instead of supporting policy change that really does affect our communities instead of wasting money and time and energy on empty gestures. Once again, I hope that the council members will enact some meaningful change for our community and for Black lives. And thank you very much for listening.
This is Mary Sue Curry, and I'm calling in support of our City of Atlanta Police Department. They need all the support that we can give them. They put their lives on the line every day, and I want to honor what they do by calling in today to pledge my full support for the Atlanta City Police Department.
Hello, this is Donnie King Reinhardt. I live on Peachtree Road in Buckhead, and I'm very sad to even think about making this call. The last thing the city should ever do is defund our police. We need them now more than ever. Very, very concerned about the direction the city is going. We need help, and we need it now. Thank you, Donnie.
My name is Jeffrey Law. I'm an Atlanta resident of Cabochon. I'm calling today in opposition of Resolution 20R4073 and any bill that increases funding to the Department of Corrections and is not focused towards rehabilitation. This money will be significantly more useful if allocated towards education and outreach programs. Let's use our tax dollars to reduce crime instead of perpetuating it.
Hi, my name is Alex Windling. I am a resident in Midtown Atlanta. I just wanted to call and sort of voice my support in support of the City Council reducing the Atlanta Police Department's budget. That's it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jared Burke. I'm a resident of District 9. Just saying I support the Rayshard Brooks bill. We do not need to keep giving money to the police when policing that they're doing is not serving our communities, and that money can be better allocated. And I also want to stress the fact that in these conversations about reimagining public safety, we really need to be centering community. Thank you for the time. Once again, District 9 resident.
My name is Casey Bierman. I support withholding $73 million of the APD's funding until the city reimagines public safety. I strongly support the Rayshard Brooks bill in reimagining public safety in general. We expect our council members to put the community's voice first and not their personal or political interest. This means a lot to me in the community, and I hope that you will consider this.
My name is Carrie Steckbauer. I want to know what happened up at Stone Mountain this weekend with the Black Lives Matter carrying machine guns and threatening people who wanted to go up to the mountain. I want to know what Black Lives Matter wants. I am a property owner in Atlanta. I want to know how you're going to protect our city from the thugs with the machine guns. There had to be over 100 of them there. I saw the videos on Facebook, and I'm concerned as to what's happening to Atlanta. Is it going to turn into another Seattle, or is it going to turn into another LA with riots? And I mean, I know you've had some riots. I want to know what you're doing to protect us from the group Black Lives Matter. Because they're thugs and they're criminals. They just haven't been caught yet. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Monica Johnson. I'm calling from District 5. In light of the tragic death of 8-year-old Sequoia Turner, now more than ever, Atlanta needs to reimagine community safety. Black children have been dying from gun violence in the city for years because of inequities in a failed public safety system. We've thus resist the reactionary call for the same failed solutions. A bloated police department has never reduced violence in Black communities. We have kept us safe through proven community-based programs. It is shameful to use this child death as a political ploy to resist any forward momentum. Stop funding the failed system, start funding proven solutions. So yes, I'm going to share Brooks bill today.
Good afternoon. Good morning. My name is Nedra Deadweiler. I am a resident of Atlanta. I live in the neighborhood of Kirkwood, and I'm calling to request that the City Council be in support of withholding the $73 million of the APD's budget until the city reimagines public safety. I also urge that you strongly support, stand with the Ray Sharp Brooks bill, and just changing the way APD works and operates, and that it is in agreement and in alignment with communities and those who are most vulnerable to being policed and criminalized. We expect that our community council members will put forth the community's voice first. And to continue to stand with us in terms of housing and also rent abatement and withholding having to pay for utilities for those that have loss of job and income during this time of the pandemic. I just ask that you continue to work with us and to strategize how we can create Atlanta that is safe for Black people to live and to thrive. Thank you, and have a great day.
Hello, council members. This is Harrison Mann. I'm just calling to encourage all of you to vote yes on Councilman Brown's Ray Sharp Brooks bill today. I hope you all reflect and take this opportunity to go on the record and to take a concrete step towards affecting meaningful change in Atlanta. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Patricia Causey, and I am calling to express my terror at the thought that the Atlanta police will be defunded, and I am pleading that this not happen. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Hi, good morning. My name is Jack Butler. I am a resident in District 5, and I'm calling to address Ms. Archibong as well as the entire council and make clear that I support the Ray Sharp Brooks bill, that I wish to withhold $73 million of APD's funding in pursuit of reimagining how the police department might better serve the community by withdrawing its military force from its citizens and by routing those monies where they can be much better utilized through social workers, through housing, through feeding the populations that the police department now terrorize. Please support the Ray Sharp Brooks bill, and please go further in defunding the police department. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Zach Lowell. I'm an Atlanta resident. I'm calling in support of Ray Sharp Brooks bill, the withholding of $73 million from the Atlanta police budget as we reimagine public safety in Atlanta. These issues are not new. They've been going on for a long time. And so clearly what we have been doing is not working. Furthermore, the police are doing things that they are not equipped inherently to do. And so it's essential that we fundamentally reimagining what policing is, what public safety is in this city today. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Natalie Schulhofer, and I was born in Atlanta, and I live here now. And I support the Ray Sharp Brooks bill, and I hope that the City Council adopts it. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tejas Kotak. I live in District 3 of Atlanta. I am asking you to consider and vote yes on the Ray Sharp Brooks bill that will be submitted today. It is a transformative piece of legislation that will help the public restore its trust with the police department and for the police to have time to transform itself and reconsider its role within the community. I urge you to vote yes on this bill. Thank you.
This is Amelia Craver, And I am calling to beg and plead the council not to defund the police. It would be a terrible mistake. More training, perhaps, etc. But do not defund the police, please.
Yes, my name is James Cotton. I'm on East Pine Valley Road in Buckhead, and I'm just calling to express my support against the measure coming up to defund the police. I think it's just a horrible idea. And with all the crime going on right now, the last thing we need to do is defund the police. Thank you so much. If you want to call me back, 404-308-0895. Thank you.
My name is Elise Cohen, and I'm calling to express some views to the Atlanta City Council that I fully support and want the council to support withholding $73 million of the Atlanta Police Department's funding until the city reimagines public safety. And I strongly support the Rayshard Brooks bill and reimagining public safety in general. And again, encourage the Atlanta City Council to do so. And that I expect our council members to put the community's voice first and not their personal or political interest. Thank you so much, and look forward to seeing that withholding of $73 million of the Atlanta Police Department funding and a reimagination of public safety and supporting the Rayshard Brooks bill and putting the community first.
Hi, my name is Leslie Wheeler. I'm calling to first of all say thank you for your service. I greatly appreciate, along with my family, the service that you provide for our city and every individual member in it. I just have some concerns about the consideration of defunding the police department in Atlanta. I am not in support of that kind of policy. I am in support of a serious discussion, conversation over however long it takes to get our community back where it needs to be, where we're supporting one another in safety. But I absolutely do not believe it would be in the best interest of the city and our individuals to defund the police department at this time. Thank you for considering my opinion. And again, thank you so much for your service to our city. Bye.
My name is Josh Lynch. In light of the tragic death of 8-year-old Sakarina Turner, now more than ever, Atlanta needs to reimagine community safety. Black children have been dying from gun violence in the city for years because of inequities and a failed public safety system. We must resist a reactionary call for the same failed solutions. A bloated police department has never reduced violence in Black communities. We have kept us safe through proven community-based programs. Stop funding a failed system in the Atlanta Police Department and start funding proven solutions. So anything that would be helpful to the community that could use the money that would be appropriated to the APD would be preferable. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Madeline Ball, and I'm calling from District 6. I and others in my district urge all of the City Council to reverse your action from June 20th and ensure meaningful police reform happens by passing the Rayshard Brooks bill. We need a new system of public safety in Atlanta. We represent the people, not private or personal interests. Please vote yes on the Rayshard Brooks bill to keep all Atlantans safe. Thank you for your time.
My name is Julia Quinn. I live in Cabbagetown, zip code 30312. I'm calling to voice my support for the Rayshard Brooks bill. I think it's important that council members prioritize the desires of the community, which are clearly to reimagine public safety and incentivize the Atlanta Police Department to do so by withholding the $73 million of their funding until we've taken a step back to reimagine what public safety will look like. This would be a complicated process, but it's not going to happen unless we put some teeth into the measure that's been proposed. I'm a longtime Atlanta resident. I lived here since I was an infant, and I would really like to see public safety reimagined in this city so that I can continue to be proud of where I'm from. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Nichols, and I'm calling today in regard to the budget, and specifically the Rayshard Brooks bill, in light of the tragic death of the 8-year-old child, Sequoia Turner. Now more than ever, Atlanta needs to reimagine community safety. Black children have been dying from gun violence in this city for years because of inequities, socially, economically, in terms of health care, access to groceries, etc., essentially a failed public safety system. We must resist the reactionary call for the same failed solutions offered time and time again. A bloated police department has never reduced violence in Black communities. Black communities keep themselves safe. They keep us safe through proven community-based programs. Stop funding a failed system and start funding proven solutions. I ask of this as a citizen, as a neighbor, as a resident, and I believe that it is high time that we address the issues that are being called upon by protesters in the streets who are agitating for change and who are asking council members to please consider the Rayshard Brooks bill and to understand that the plight of these communities is not alleviated by over-policing and targeted policing and increased funding for policing. We need to shift these funds again to proven community-based programs. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Kevin Brown, and I'm a resident of Buckhead. I'm calling on City Council today to pass Resolution 20R4068, also named the Rayshard Brooks Bill, in honor of the 27-year-old father killed by APD a little over 3 weeks ago. In the time since then, we have seen hundreds of Atlantans continue to take the streets in protest every day, and the calls for nationwide defunding of the police remain at a fever pitch. Meanwhile, here in Atlanta, APD continues to prove their ineffectiveness at both preventing and handling crime, and the people of Atlanta deserve a better approach. We deserve a city that prioritizes social services and community-led programs over a couple of squad cars showing up to a crime scene only to take some notes and never follow through with solving the case. We deserve to be free from over-policed neighborhoods and morale-deprived officers taking out their frustrations with their sidearms. We deserve a more humane approach than what exists, and we deserve better than some of the people sitting on city council. It's beginning to become clear that some of you are simply ignoring your duties as representatives of the people in favor of keeping APD happy. Now, I won't get into why that might be out of interest of time, but quick Google searches make it clear that council people Bond, Winslow, Massagite, and Shook all have personal interests at stake when it comes to making sure that APD is taken care of. While the corruption of those seats runs deep, council people Hillis, Overstreet, Boone, and Shepard must reconsider their stance, or else the people of this city will make sure they aren't reelected come next year. Until then, we are demanding at the very least the passage of Resolution 20R4068. Be on the right side of this issue or be voted out.
Good morning. This is Mr. White. I live in Atlanta, and I understand that the City Council is considering a bill today or tomorrow or this week about defunding the Atlanta police. And I would like to speak very much in favor of supporting the Atlanta police, not defunding them. I'm in favor of addressing any issues that need attention around how the police treat people, whether it's blacks or whites. But to defund them would not be appropriate because all our citizenry needs their protection, and they do a good job. And I know there are issues that need addressing, but defunding would not be the solution to the problem. So I'm strongly in favor of supporting them and not defunding. Thank you.
Hello, this is Felicia Moore, President of the Atlanta City Council. If everyone would please hold. We are going to the next set of public comments. Thank you so much. Please hold. I will try this again. I hope that I am coming online. Okay, I think that I am. I would ask all members to please hold. I see that you are not hearing anything. This is Felicia Moore, Atlanta City Council President. I'm asking the public as well as council members to please hold. We are moving to the next set of announcements. So just hold on, please. Thank you.
My name is Thomas M. Caudell, Caudell. I reside at 3707 Peachtree Road, Unit 2. I am an Atlanta native and have lived in Atlanta for 72 years. I am extremely opposed to defunding or reducing the budget of the Atlanta Police Department. I think that would make us move in the direction of New York, Chicago, and these Portland and these Seattle and these other cities who have tried to allow rioters and looters to take over. Our city has always been exceptional on race relations, and I think we need to keep law and order in order to continue that reputation. I respect people's rights to peacefully protest. I'm opposed to rioters, looters, and shootings like have recently occurred in this city. Thank you very much for your consideration. Have a good day. Bye.
Good morning. My name is Virginia White, and I'm calling to respectfully submit my feeling and comments regarding defunding our Atlanta police. I do not feel that our city should do this. We have so many aspects of protection that come to all of our citizens through the hard work that they do. And I do not feel that we should defund them. I think that they do a great work for our city, and we need all of their help. Thank you very much. Bye.
This is Celeste Johnston, JOHNSTON, and I'm calling, over something that I feel is an urgent matter, and that is our police department. A group of us are very concerned about the crime in Atlanta, especially this past weekend on July the 4th, with several shootings and a small girl child killed. And we are upset over also the area around Wendy's, the University and Pryor Street being contained and overtaken and ruled over by these people who are not allowing people to do what they would like to do, go in and use the area. We strongly feel that the police department should not be defunded, but should be supported and provided with training and supplies or resources that are badly needed for all of us. And we love our city, and I just thank you for being able to voice this opinion. And we pray for you all every day, and we know that you're doing the best you can do. But let's have a police department continuing to be with what we think is the best the police department there is. And thank you for your service. And I appreciate your concerns and for considering what I'm saying. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Alejandro Rios. I'm one of your constituents, the state of Georgia. I'm just here to speak my voice and just let you know that I prefer that you would support withholding about at least $73 million of the APD's funding until the city reimagines public safety. Also, we'd appreciate it if you would support the Rayshard Brooks bill and reimagine public safety in general, in order for black and people of color communities can live in peace. And I also expect that our council members to put the community's voice first and not their personal and political interests, hopefully. I appreciate everything. Taking it into account. Please remember that we are your constituents and we do vote for you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Chris Rodenbaugh, and I live in Southeast Atlanta, and I am a teacher in Atlanta Public Schools. First and foremost, I hope the council today and going forward realizes that our state is watching, our nation is watching, and the world is watching, as Atlanta has been on the news across our world. They're watching to see how we will respond, both to instances of police brutality, but also to challenges of violence within our communities and our city. Our state is pushing the city to double down on the same police solutions, increasing force, and citing violence as evidence for their case. I hope that today the Atlanta City Council begins to become a model of a different pathway, that in the South, a major city can step up and say that an increase in violence doesn't need to mean more of the same policing tactics. Police deserve to be respected. Police deserve to be paid well for their jobs. Police deserve the training necessary to do their jobs in a way that is equitable. And I believe that you can hold those values and also support the 8 Can't Wait reforms, which are urgently needed in the city of Atlanta, and the Rayshard Brooks bill, which does not defund the police, but actually pushes the police to come up with new ideas, new approaches, and new solutions to make sure that policing is about the well-being of every person in Atlanta. Policing needs to be about the well-being of our city. And I appreciate very much the work the council members are doing to make sure that happens. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
This is Sally Phillips. I live in Atlanta, in the city limits, and I am calling in regards to this voting on defunding the police. I am pleading that this would not pass, that they would not defund the police. Our city is such a wonderful city, and we have enough crime as it is, and to defund the police, the crime would be so horrible. We already know that the policemen are having to stand down. We know the little 8-year-old girl was killed, and we know of all the shootings that have been going on, that it's escalating, and we are just desperate and beg that this vote will not go through. We know that it didn't pass last time, but now it's back on the table. So thank you for listening, and please pass this on.
Hello, my name is Becca Edwards. I live in Zone 3. I am calling in support of the Rayshard Brooks bill. Last month, we had the opportunity to withhold $73 million from the APD budget while we reimagine public safety. And despite mass public interest in doing so and mass public comment in favor of it, our city councilors failed to act on it. Now it's being introduced again, as you know, and I want to call and restate my support for that. If anything, it doesn't go far enough. So I think we really need to see it. Everybody in my community says that we need to see it. And frankly, we had a meeting with our city councilor, JOYCE SHEPERD, scheduled for Friday, and she canceled it at the last minute and said she would reschedule it for sometime this week, which would be after the vote. And that's just really disappointing because the city councilors need to hear what their constituents have to say on these matters. So we're over here kind of feeling betrayed and feeling ignored, and we really need to see y'all step up to the plate and listen to the people that live in these communities when we say that we need to defund the police. Thank you.
Hello, this is Margaret Lentz, Lientz. I'd just like to be on the record as saying I'm totally against defunding the police department. It would just increase crime in our city, our wonderful city, and it would just increase the chaotic atmosphere that we're experiencing right now and the violence. So I would say, please keep funding our police force. Thank you very much.
My name is Denise Rubin. I'm calling to vote yes on the Rayshard Brooks bill today. In light of the death of the 8-year-old girl that was killed this weekend, Atlanta needs to reimagine community safety. Black children have been dying from gun violence in this city for years because of inequities in the failed public safety system. We must resist the reactionary call for the same failed solutions. A bloated police department has never reduced violence in black communities. We have to keep us safe through proven community-based programs. It is shameful to use this child's death as a political ploy to resist any forward momentum. Stop funding a failed system. Start funding proven solutions. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Claire Pope, and I'm an Atlanta resident and voter, and I am calling to express my support for the Rayshard Brooks bill. I think it sounds like a great idea to withhold the $73 million of the APD's funding until the city can reimagine public safety and fully audit the current police department's practices and historical practices and budget spending over the last several years. So I generally support reimagining public safety, and I would expect council members to put the community's voices first and not their personal or political interests. Thank you, and good luck.
This is Susan Lindsay. Just asking you please not to defund the police.
They are so important to our city, to our state. They are working in our best interest. Please do not defund the police department. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. This is Deborah Scott calling from Georgia Stand Up. And I just want to encourage you to support the Rayshard Brooks legislation today. We know that this senseless violence has got to stop. And although resources were attempted to be put aside to support real police reform and a real reimagining of the police department, we know that that failed by one vote. We are asking the City Council to reconsider the way in which this is being done in the city of Atlanta. We are supporting the Rayshard Brooks amendment ordinance today. If you stand with the citizens of the community, please stand with us now in support of the Rayshard Brooks amendment. Thank you.
My name is Trey Brooks. In light of the tragic death of 8-year-old Sequoia Turner, now more than ever, Atlanta needs to reimagine community safety. Black children have been dying from gun violence in the city for years because of inequalities and failed public safety system. We must resist the reactionary call for the same failed solutions. A bloated police department has never reduced the violence in Black communities. The safest communities in this country don't have more police officers. They have more resources, more schools without police officers in them, and more access to things that make their lives better. A bloated police department has never reduced violence in Black communities that we know. We have to keep us safe through proven community-based programs. Stop funding a failed system and start funding proven solutions. We know what works, and you all are not doing what works. Cutting the police department is the best thing for public safety.
Hi, my name is Grayson Harper, and I'm calling to voice my support for the Rayshard Brooks bill. I support withholding $73 million of APD's funding until the city reimagines public safety. I strongly support the Rayshard Brooks bill and reimagining public safety in general. And we expect our council members to put community's voice first, not their personal interest or political interest. Thank you.
Hi, this is Audra Danso. I work in the city of Atlanta, and I'd like to call in with my support for withholding $73 million of APD's funding until the city reimagines public safety. I'd also like to express my support for the Rayshard Brooks bill and the reimagining of public safety in general. We expect our council members of the city of Atlanta to put the community's voice first and to listen to our recommendations, our demands, and anything else that we have issue with as they're our elected officials. Thank you for listening.
Hi, my name is Dylan Shapiro. I'm a lifelong Atlanta resident, and I'm calling in support of the Rayshard Brooks bill that's being introduced today to withhold $73 million from the Atlanta Police Department's budget until the city reimagines public safety. I'm calling because our community has demanded that this council hold our police department accountable for the death of Rayshard Brooks and other Black men and women at the hands of our police officers. And I strongly encourage this council to follow through on its commitment to reimagine public safety and hold itself accountable to that by withholding these $73 million. I expect our council members to listen to the voices of the public and hold themselves and our police department accountable, as opposed to taking the easy way out by just passing a resolution without actually providing the enforcement mechanism that's contained in this bill. I hope the council members who voted no will reconsider, and I thank the council members who voted yes the first time around, and hope they will continue to support reimagining public safety and holding themselves and our police department accountable to citizens. Thank you.
My name is Sandra Strickland, Strickland. I am 77 years old. I have lived in the city of Atlanta my entire life. My husband and I are very dismayed at what appears to what's been happening in our country and certainly in our city. The mayor and all of y'all
need to step up and get a handle on this. We cannot have people running around our town armed and dangerous. It's just not the way to do it. Thank you very much for taking my call.
Hi, my name is Victoria Wagner, a resident of Fulton County. I just want to let you guys know that we strongly support the Rashard Brooks bill and reimagining public safety in general. I also want to let you guys know that we expect our council members to put the community's voice first and not their personal or political interests, especially with the withholding of $73 million of the APD's funding until the city reimagines public safety. This is very important. I have lived here all my life, and it is upsetting to see my city go down because the council members are putting their political interest or their personal interest in front of the community's voice. It starts with us.
Yes, hello, my name is Perry Francis. I'm a registered and active voter. I live in Capitol View Manor. I am calling in support of the passing of the Rashard Brooks bill and request that the City Council strongly consider passing this bill or any bill that would withhold funding from the Atlanta Police Department as we continue to look and reimagine public safety. I feel that the community is not in support of the continued pattern of overfunding our police. There are more creative ways to provide for public safety for people besides what we have now. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Haley Robertson. I am calling to let you know and just be in support of the withholding of the $73 million of the APD's funding until the city reimagines public safety. I strongly support the Rashard Brooks bill and reimagining public safety in general. And I expect our council members to put the community's voice first and not their personal or political interest. Thank you so much for doing what you do. Please continue to fight for the city of Atlanta and its safety. Lots of love and light.
I'm calling to ask you to vote no to Councilman Brown and Councilwoman I's proposal to hold back APD's budget. If you want businesses to leave the city, if you want taxpayers to leave the city, this is the quickest way to make that happen, because as of last weekend or this whole past month, it's clear that when you don't support public safety, there is no safety. So I'm asking all of you to vote no on that and keep Atlanta safe. Thank you.
This is Mary Beth Williams. I want to express that I am horrified at the thought that you could defund the police department. I think it is a terrible, terrible idea. I beg you to reconsider. Thank you.
Yes, hi, I'm Kelly Gambrell. I live in the city of Atlanta in District 8, and I left a comment earlier, but just wanted to add on to that I now see the information on the proposed resolution 20-R-4068 that I believe is up for vote today, the Rashard Brooks bill. And I just wanted to specify that to me, this is still defunding the police, which I said in my previous comment that I'm definitely against. I don't think that's the correct answer. So even though this is withholding a portion of their budget, I think that that's not going to fix the underlying problem. If anything, the police needs more resources so that they can be more properly trained on the best tactics and carry out police reform that everyone thinks is needed. So I do not support this resolution. I do not support withholding $73 million of APD's funding until the city reimagines public safety. I do not support this bill. I do agree that some reform is needed, but I do not believe this is the way to do it. and thank you for listening to my comments.
My name is Marilyn Wynn. I am the Executive Director of Women on the Rise and one of the co-chairs of the ACDC Reimagining.
Hello, my name is Whitney Skowronski, and I am calling to support the withholding of $73 million from APD's funding until the city reimagines public safety. I am in strong support of the Rayshard Brooks bill and reimagining public safety in general. And I expect our council members to put the community voices heard first above their own political and personal interests. This is a crucial bill and a crucial issue for our community. And I urge you to withhold the funding from APD and to pass the Rayshard Brooks bill. Thank you, and I look forward to your action.
My name is James Lentz, Lientz. I am a resident and a voter in the city of Atlanta. My address is 770 Oregon Close, Atlanta 30327. I'm calling about the notion of defunding the police. I think that is really a bad idea. The reason being, first of all, I pay taxes, significant taxes, and as part of that, the most important thing the city can do is to provide police protection for me and for my family. So the idea of defunding just doesn't make any sense. If you defund it, what would happen would be that some neighborhoods would have enough money to go hire private police, and that would force all the criminals into the inner city areas where there probably would be no private police. So it's just a dumb idea, and it doesn't make any sense. If you want to bring discipline to the police in some ways, I agree with that. But I would also tell you they have a very difficult job and need to consider that. The reason they sometimes act as they do is because if they don't, they're putting themselves and others in personal danger. So I think all that needs to be talked about, and I think the rhetoric that's around all this needs to be lowered substantially as quickly as possible. What happened in the weekend, this past weekend in the city of Atlanta, is something we should be ashamed of, something that hurts our city tremendously, and something that no one should want to be identified with. Thank you for listening.
This is Roseanne McAllister, and I'm an Atlanta resident. And I am appealing to the City Council today to support our police department. Please do not defund our police. They are essential to our public safety and our public health. Thank you very much.
This is Karen M. Kassouf, Kassous, Atlanta City resident living in area zip code 30305. Do not defund the police department. It is having a negative effect on Black lives with all the killings. It will have a negative effect on businesses, which will hurt the poorest in the community the most. Others will leave. Businesses will pull out. Do not defund the police department. Reform, maybe, but do not defund. Thank you.
Yes, this is Kathy Groom. Please consider not defunding the police. We are very much in support of the Atlanta police. Thank you.
This is Dallas Caudell, Caubell, Atlanta, Georgia. I live on Peachtree Road. I am opposed to defunding the Atlanta Police Department. Totally opposed to defunding the police department. Thank you so much. Bye.
My name is Holly Mashonga. I live in Atlanta, Georgia, and I've been here my entire life. I was calling to express my support for the Rayshard Brooks bill and reimagining the public safety in general. I support withholding half of the APD's budget until we find a new way to keep our city safe, keep us supported, to keep us happy and whole citizens. I expect our council members to give us
to put our voice first and not their personal or political interests, because we need better. We've seen that we need better. We've seen the unrest. We've seen the fires. We've seen the protests. We've seen people crying, people yelling to be heard, and police aren't answering that call. They're just not. They're not. And we need for our council members to be our voice as the reason why you were elected. So the fact that you would fix your lips to vote no, knowing that most, if not all of Atlanta is behind this, because we are tired. As a unit, we are tired. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Frank Lindsay. I understand that the council is considering defunding the police. And with everything that's going on, I can't of anything that would be more destructive to the safety of the public than to defund the police, especially at this time. I believe it to be a political statement only, and not one that is in the best interest of the citizens of this city. Thank you.
This is Carol Covington, and I would like to voice my concern. I would like to very much, I'm in favor of not defunding the police. So I just wanted to say that I wanted to be a vote for not defunding the police. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Maya Swift. I live here in Atlanta. I wanted to call in support of withholding $73 million from the Atlanta Police Department's funding this year until the city can reimagine public safety. And by reimagine, I do not mean taking the police out of uniform and putting them into poor neighborhoods or neighborhoods in general without their uniforms. I think that's completely horrific, given the state that the Atlanta Police Department is in right now. I strongly support the Richard Brooks bill when it comes to reimagining public safety. And I expect our council members to put the community's voices first and not their own political interests. Money, lobbying, whatever kind of fuels that. I think we really need to listen to the community members, because this is not going to go away. Thank you.
Hello and good morning. My name is Michelle, and I'm calling on behalf of Georgia Stand Up. Basically giving a call because in light of the tragic death of 8-year-old Sequoia Turner, we need more than ever for Atlanta to reimagine community safety. Black children have been dying from gun violence in the city for years because of the iniquities in the failed public safety system. Now, we must resist the reactionary call for the same failed solutions. A bloated police department has never reduced violence in Black communities. We should have kept us safe, improving community-based programs. It's very shameful to use this child's death as a political ploy to resist any forward momentum, but by stop funding a failed system and start funding a proven solution. And that's why yes should have been on the Richard bill as of today. Now with the Richard bill, this bill withholds like $73 million from the APD's budget, and it doesn't impact the police pension or pay raises. And these funds will be reallocated to a trust fund to account while the whole community and the city council and police will reimagine the police safety. Now, how can we say that whenever the community calls and they listen to this voicemail to call in, and then they're saying, and your voicemail is actually saying you're wanting to serve us. By serving us is an agreement with us to make sure that this bill is passed. To ensure that your community is safe, and to make sure all children are safe. But the Black community is still being targeted. All we're asking is for the council members to remember your children as well and how you would like your children to be safe. And that's all the community is asking. So please pass the Richard bill. Please make a difference. everything that your community see you do, they do remember during the voting times. So again, please help to make a change and say yes to the Rashard Brooks bill. Have a wonderful day.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Quinn. I'm an educator here in Atlanta. I'm calling to ask all of the council members to support the Rashard Brooks bill. In my opinion, as a teacher who's just seen $1 billion cut from the state budget for education, the very least that we can do in Atlanta is to withhold police funding until we see meaningful change. We've just seen time and time again across our country that small reforms are made, promises are made, and promises are broken. Rashard Brooks was killed in the middle of worldwide protests over police violence with everybody watching. So if they'll kill someone with everybody watching, what else has been happening behind the scenes that we don't even know about? We need transparency. We need complete restructuring of what policing is in this city. We need to invest in our Black communities, our Latinx communities, and our immigrant communities here in Atlanta, and in people who don't have access to wealth for poor people. In our education system as a teacher, I just see underfunded schools, breaking children's dreams, breaking communities. We need to take money that is going into policing and militarization of our police force in Atlanta, the tanks that we've all seen rolling all across this city towards peaceful protesters here. We need to put that money into our education system, into healthcare, into housing, into the things that are going to help people grow and thrive instead of putting them into prison and into cages. I appreciate your time and your listening to what I have to say, and I beg the council members to listen to your constituents instead of following the money, following special interests. This is a democracy, and the people are speaking to you, and I know that you know that it's your job to listen. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Caitlin Brinkley. I live in District 12, and I'm calling to urge the council to pass the budget amendment that is brought forward today, 20R4068, spearheaded by Councilperson Jennifer Ide and Anthony Brown. I encourage you to vote to withhold $73 million from the APB while the community works for the increasing of public safety. And I will be voting in the council election this year. And my vote will heavily hinge on this decision. Thank you.
James Balcom, B-A-L-K-C-O-M, 78 Lindbergh Drive, Northeast, Unit 50. Please do not defund the police. Our police need our support. They need no more money, not less money. They need to know that we're behind them. There are a few bad apples in every organization. We just need to weed them out. But let's don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, please. I run into policemen every day. They're the finest you can find. Our Atlanta folks are sincere in their duties. Please do not defund. Absolutely the wrong thing to do. And a sign of extremely poor leadership. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Judy Jane, and I am calling in regard to the Rashard Brooks bill and full support of that. I highly recommend that we withhold $23 million from the Atlanta Police Department so we can rethink public safety and interventions for the public for issues such as mental health and substance abuse. If you guys would please strongly consider supporting this bill and rethinking public safety, we really strongly encourage you to do what's right for the public and for your constituents. Thank you so much. Bye.
Hi, my name is Miranda Cragen, a resident in Atlanta. I wanted to express my support for the Rashard Brooks bill. I support withholding $73 million of APD's funding until the city reimagines public safety. I strongly support the Rashard Brooks bill and reimagining public safety in general. The Atlanta police force does not need as much money as it has, and I fully believe that those resources could be put towards other things that could actually help our community and people who don't have high income. We expect our council members to put the community's voice first and not their personal or political interests. So please pass the Rayshard Brooks bill because that is what the people of Atlanta want. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Joe Brunner, and I'm calling from Fulton County. Thank you for taking my public comment. I fully support the Rayshard Brooks bill that's being voted on today. Atlanta Police Department absolutely needs to reimagine what public safety looks like, and withholding budget is an excellent way to hold them accountable to that change. It really breaks my heart that any council member voted no when this was originally proposed in June. Just like the police department, the city council members need to reimagine what it means to put the community's voice first. The time for change is right now, and Atlanta needs to be a leader. To those who voted no in June, you have another opportunity to be better representatives today. Thank you.
Hi, this is Lindsay Wheeler, resident at 825 Drury Street, Atlanta, Georgia 30306. Just calling to voice my concern about the bill being passed today around defunding the police. I just want to let you know that I am not in support of that. I think we need to have police, and I think that they need to be properly funded. I do, however, think we can reallocate funds to educate and bring in more social workers, but I am not in support of defunding the police. Let my voice be heard. It is 11:34. I believe your meeting takes place at noon today. It is July 6th. Again, Lindsay Wheeler.
Hello, this is Blake Kennedy, and I'm calling from Atlanta in light of the tragic death of 8-year-old Sequoia Turner. Now more than ever, Atlanta needs to reimagine community safety. Black children have been dying from gun violence in the city for years because of inequities and a failed public safety system. We must resist the reactionary call for the same failed solution. A bloated police department has never reduced violence in Black communities. They've been kept safe through proven community-based programs. It's shameful to use this child's death as a political ploy to resist putting forward momentum. Stop funding a failed system. Start funding proven solutions. Vote yes on the Rayshard Brooks bill today. Thank you. Hello, this is Blake Kennedy, and I'm calling from Atlanta in light of the tragic death of 8-year-old Sequoia Turner. Now more than ever, Atlanta needs to reimagine community safety. Black children have been dying from gun violence in the city for years because of inequities and a failed public safety system. We must resist the reactionary call for the same failed solution. A bloated police department has never reduced violence in Black communities. They've been kept safe through proven community-based programs. It's shameful to use this child's death as a political ploy to resist putting forward momentum. Stop funding a failed system. Start funding proven solutions. Vote yes on the Rayshard Brooks bill today. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kelly Morgan. I'm calling to demand that District 10 Council Member Andrea Boone vote yes on the Rayshard Brooks bill, which will hold some of the police budget in reserve to ensure the city does its job to reimagine our police department. I and others urge you and the council as a whole to reserve their action from the June 19th full council meeting and ensure a meaningful police reform happens. Thank you. Hi, my name is Kelly Morgan. I'm calling to demand that Council Member Marcy Collier Overstreet of District 11 vote yes on the Rayshard Brooks bill, which will hold some of the police budget in reserve to ensure the city does its job to reimagine our police department. I and others urge you and the council as a whole to reserve their action from June 19th full council meeting and ensure a meaningful police reform happens. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Michelle Lawrence. I live in 30318. First, I'd like to express my opposition of the defunding of police that was voted on, I guess, a week or so ago. I understand it's tabled, but I'm very concerned about that particular bill and the lack of time and thought put into it. Do we need to be reimagined? Absolutely. But freezing funds and that amount that's going to affect the payroll, I don't believe is the answer. And I don't know how you freeze that much money without affecting the payroll, a payroll which was promised to our officers, and holding on to our officers right now is extremely important. I think their morale is down. They're getting kicked while they're down, and that huge change without some serious thought and input from the Citizen Review Board concerns me. The other thing that concerns me extremely is all that happened over the weekend. And I urge council, I urge mayor, all the constituents to really put time and thought into supporting our police. Obviously, we need them. The lawlessness over the weekend, the number of incidents, it's just tragic and very concerning. And I'm afraid if it continues as such, it's going to just get worse. All of this is putting all of our community at risk and demoralizing and not supporting the police officers is extremely concerning. Also, I know APD does a lot of great things for the community, so I'd love to see that continue. But primarily my concern is this past weekend and how we're going to address it. And
hi, my name is Ruby Littles, and I'm a member of the South River Guards community in southeast Atlanta. I'm calling and begging, urging the city council to vote for the funding of the police department, and also for them to also recommend reforming the police department, but definitely support the funding of the police department. We need the police. Yes, there are errors being made, but they're all a human. They need to be retrained. I'm for that. But I am not for any other issues regarding them, not in a negative way. We need to let them know and be held accountable when they're wrong, but we need to support them. We need them to have high morale and not leave the department. If there are any policemen that they see that cannot cooperate and work according to what is being requested or required of them, then yes, by all means, get rid of them. But don't just throw the police department to the curb. We need to have them wanting to take care and protect us. So please, please, please support the funding of the police department, and yes, advocate that there needs to be some training, more extensive training. Also, let them know as well that we still support the police.
Hi, my name is Kelly Morgan. I'm calling to demand that District 12 Councilmember Joyce Shepard vote yes on the Rashard Brooks bill, which will hold some of the police budget in reserve to ensure the city does its job to re-image our police department. I and others urge you and the council as a whole to reserve their action from the June 19th full council meeting and ensure a meaningful police reform happens. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sam Holmes. I'm calling as a resident of Atlanta. I was born in the city and was raised there as well. Went to college at the University of Georgia and have since moved back to Atlanta. I was calling today just to kind of plead my case for not defunding the police. I know there has been some bad cases recently, and there's been a lot of civil unrest. But I just urge those on the city council to really think through what is going on instead of making kind of a knee-jerk reaction. I'm sure there has been immense pressure to do something really extreme like that. And I just hope that there is more analysis and thoughtful discussion about reform that can be done without totally abolishing the police. I think we've seen here recently some of the potential for real harm without police presence in certain areas of Atlanta. And I just would hate to see a continuance of that without police or police that are severely restricted in what they're able to do. So just concerned citizens calling to voice that, and I thank you for all that you're doing for the city. Appreciate your time. Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
Thanks for this opportunity
to express my concerns at full council. My name is Ron Shakir. I'm very concerned that we are not looking at systemic racism and how to roll it back into to eliminate racism in all its forms. If we do not look at every piece of legislation and policy that we create as cities as elected officials, and some of it is just straight out criminal. And I would hope that all eyes are on that when we have citizens and children, and all lives are valued, being shot and killed. It's about serving and protecting. What do you want us to do? We're ordinary people. What do you want us to do? We travel up and down the highways and the streets of Atlanta, trying to provide and secure our own lives and be neighborly. And we can't get no organized government support from our elected officials other than a development project, which has proven wrong, building stadiums and other shiny things. Like, let's set our sights in action on meaningful, real issues of human survival and human services that's needed. Look forward to that kind of action coming out.
Hello, my name is Mike Russell, and I'm a resident of Atlanta. And I'm calling about the violence that has plagued our streets in the last few days. It's not often that I agree with Dr. Cornel West, but in this instance, he is absolutely correct. Black faces and high places have failed us. And those of you there and the mayor are guilty of this. By your actions and inactions, you bear responsibility for what is happening in our streets. Some of you, through your silence, have given consent. Others, by your pandering and pontificating and appeasing the mob, you've exacerbated the situation. The virtue signaling that occurred when police officers were fired in this city without due process, and in one case, charged with the crime before the investigation was finished, sent a clear signal as to where you stood and stand on this issue. I cannot understand why you would support and condone a movement or an organization that calls for the defunding and demonization of our police. The very people who put their lives on the line day and night to prevent this type of violence from occurring in our streets. And now you've lost control of the mob. You can no longer separate Black Lives Matter, the organization, from the movement. That may have been true in the past, but not after all this violence has occurred in the streets of Atlanta and across our nation. You can no longer separate the two any more than you can separate a swastika from a Nazi or a white pointed hood from a Klansman. While those two symbols existed long before the Nazis and the Klan, today no one in their right mind would use them as a positive, no one would use them as a positive symbol in America today based on their historic past. And the same is true with Black Lives Matter. We need to support our police. We need to stop pontificating and pandering to the crowd.
Hi, my name is Kelly Morgan. I'm calling to demand that Councilmember at Large Michael Julian Bond vote yes on the Rashard Brooks bill, which will hold some of the police budget in reserve to ensure the city does its job in reimagining our police department. I and others urge you and the council as a whole to reserve their action from the June 19th full council meeting and ensure meaningful police reform happens. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Amy Dial. I'm very concerned about the defunding of the Atlanta police. I don't think it's a good idea. I don't think it's going to help anybody. I just wanted to state my opinion and hope y'all have a good day. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kelly Morgan. I'm calling to demand that Council Member at Large Andre Dickens vote yes on the Rashard Brooks bill, which will hold some of the police budget in reserve to ensure the city does its job to reimagine our police department. I and others urge you and the council as a whole to reserve their action from June 19th full council meeting and ensure a meaningful police reform happens. Thank you.
Hi, this is Kara Hicks, 678-467-7297. I live at 290 West Wesley Road in District 8. And I just want to strongly say that I support the 8 council members who stood in support of law enforcement. And I think that defunding the police will decrease public safety, property value, chase businesses out of the city, and dramatically decrease the much needed tax base of District 8. So I just want to say I'm strongly against this, and especially after the occurrence over the weekend. Thank you.
Hi, yes, my name is Timothy Edwards, and I'm calling to the Atlanta City Council today to suggest that the bill to defund the police should go first. The endowment for the Atlanta Police Department could definitely be used for something to build up our city's infrastructure. For a number of reasons, we still have plenty of potholes in roads where money seems to be no object, and we still have schools that need funding, and it seems that every time there's a new bill to increase the endowment for the APD, it goes through and passes with flying colors. So I do believe that it is time to finally do the right thing and defund the police. Thank you for your time.
Hey, my name is Beth Boswell, and I live in Atlanta on Peachtree Road. And I wanted to call and give my support to the 8 council members who are backing law enforcement. I do not believe that defunding the police is the appropriate way to handle the situation. I think there might need more training for the police, but we need more police than we do ever before. So please, 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 hopefully we have enough people that are calling to listen to the citizens of Atlanta. I've been there for 30-something years. I've never seen Atlanta like this before, and it's scary. But whatever we need to do to help support law enforcement, we will be glad. I will be glad to do it. My phone number is 404-788-6298. Thank you. I appreciate your ability to make a right decision on police in our community. Bye-bye.
How can she possibly say that she has all the police officers back if she's trying to defund them? That's the reason so many are waiting on calls, not going to them. They know that if they do anything, she will have them put in jail.
My name is Brandon Young. I grew up in Atlanta, Georgia, and I've lived here all my life. I just wanted to voice my opinion that I'm against defunding the police, as I do think it will decrease public safety, decrease property values. It will obviously change businesses coming to the city, and it will dramatically increase the tax base. I support the 8 members of the city council that also are against defunding the police. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Good morning. My name is Dottie Penn, and I live in Southeast Atlanta, and I'm calling to ask the council member to support the funding of the police department. I would like to see that money go toward additional training and discontinue the buying of military hardware. And they need to get social workers involved in domestic situations. We do need our police, so I'm calling to ask the council member to support the funding of the police department. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Is that okay?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Kristen Rodriguez. I live in District 6. I was calling again to express my disappointment with the
city's handling of all the violence going on in the city right now. I also wanted to express how changing how the police are funded and their budget would affect the more violence and more safety issues for the residents of Atlanta. I also understand that that professionals with expertise need to be involved with public safety issues, and it can't be because of a cry of the masses and people who want things to change immediately. I also think that currently right now Atlanta's City Council is not appealing to what's actually best for the public as far as safety goes, and they're just appealing to the masses. I hope that y'all vote to not defund the police, and I hope that y'all come up with a plan that ends the violent protests and all the massive shootings that have happened over the weekend, the lack of guidance for people who are doing these protests and acting unlawfully is really discouraging. And I think that, and I know that people are looking to try to move out of Atlanta because of it. And also people, why would anybody want to own a business in this city when there's why would anybody want to own a business or start a business in this city that's complete lawless and nobody serves any consequences? Thank you.
I'm located in District 8 and stand against defunding the police for reasons following. It will decrease public safety, decrease property values, chase businesses out of the city, lead to chaos, and dramatically decrease the tax base. Thank you for your consideration.
My name is Julie Morton, and I work in the city of Atlanta. I stand with our police department. I stand with the 8 council members who are fighting to keep our city safe. Crime will not end if we defund the police. Crime doesn't end just because there is no police force to defend us against it. Jacqueline B. Helfgott, a professor and director of the Seattle University Department of Criminal Justice, Crime and Justice Research Center, and who also serves on the Seattle Police Department's Crisis Intervention Committee, said it best. If the police are defunded, there will be a delayed response when people call 911, fewer police on the street in neighborhoods and communities, and lack of police capacity to respond to serious crimes that present significant threats to public safety. If we defund the police, those most affected will be the poor and the marginalized. Wealthy neighborhoods will hire private security, as they are already doing, and poorer neighborhoods will have to fend for themselves even more than they already have to. Now is not the time to defund the police, but to do the opposite. To invest in our police agencies to build on local and national police reforms. Council members, now is the time to do the right thing for the people of this city. Don't vote today to defund the Atlanta Police Department. Thank you.
Hello, this is Barbara Joy. I am a constituent, and I am calling to support the Rayshard-Brooks bill. Our police, our public safety in general, needs to be completely rethought through, and services that really help people, that don't just intimidate or bully people or brutalize or even shoot and kill people, need to be substituted for some of the police department's activities. I am in support of withholding $73 million of the Atlanta Police Department's funding until serious and meaningful changes in how public safety is addressed can be made. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Julia Gehring, and I was calling to say that I want the council members to support the funding of the Rayshard-Brooks bill. Atlanta has one of the highest costs of police spending per capita, and I was disgusted that some of the council members opposed funding the bill because they were afraid it would show a lack of support for police officers. However, the resolution protects pay increases for the police, even while teachers and other public servants are facing COVID-related pay cuts. Any officer that chooses to walk out on us doesn't deserve to be on our force anyways. Thank you for your time.
Hello, this is Mary A. I am calling in absolute 100% pleading to not pass the amendment to defund the police. We have seen mayhem and chaos and deaths of children in our streets, and we are begging every law-abiding person in the entire city, in every district, is begging for the police to protect them from these children being gunned down in our streets. We are not safe. We can find other funding to source the amenities needed for mental health services and homeless, and willing to help with all of that. But do not take that from the police budget. Do not reallocate anything from the police budget. If anything, they need more money for better training for chaotic situations and de-escalation. We have a wonderful police force and if we need to retrain and even make our police force so much better, then let's do it. But do not defund the police. I'm in favor of 8 council people who have so bravely voted to keep chaos from our cities by not defunding the police. I'm begging, including you, along with many thousands along with me, to please continue to protect our city. Do not let this amendment pass to defund the police. Thank you.
Yes, hello. This is Margaret Herndon. I live in District 8 and am served by the APD Zone 2. I am calling to request that the police be fully funded and not defunded. Thank you so much for your service. We greatly appreciate what the council does, and hope that, like it was a few weeks ago, this bid to defund will be defeated. Again, please keep the police funded. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Torres, and I live in District 5, Deering Road and Peachtree, and I'm going to ask the council to please not defund the Atlanta Police Department. We have been eaten alive with slighter crimes, home invasions, carjackings, of course, the infamous street racers who have been terrorizing us up and down 75 and up and down Peachtree, North Side, Howell Mill for years. So I'm asking respectfully, do not defund the Atlanta Police Department, and thank you for your time. Goodbye.
Hi, I am calling to oppose defunding the police. I think that this would be a complete tragedy if this happens. And as a realtor in the city, I think it would bring down home values and have a lot of negative impact on the city. I think that funds that go to the police in Atlanta is very important for our safety and for the city. Thanks so much.
My name is Jennifer Brooks. Thank you all for your service, especially in these difficult times. Thank you for appointing Ms. Karen Culligan Hudson to serve on the Reproductive Justice Commission. May I respectfully ask that she initiate programs that obligate men to prevent 100% of unwanted pregnancies. To that end, I'd like to offer a slogan, zip it or snip it. And I'd like to offer you each a T-shirt with that slogan so that we can all be part of the solution that's been going on to this problem for generations. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Robin Joyce Edwards, and I live in Jennifer Ives District in Atlanta, zip code 30306. I and my family and my small business in your district are urging you and the council as a whole to reverse your action from July 19th from the June 19th full council meeting and ensure that meaningful police reform happens. Please help create a new system of public safety. Defund the police, and let's figure out how to use this important and large budgets for things that actually support rehabilitation and not just police brutality. Please vote yes on the Richard Brooks bill and show that you as a council are committed to transforming our city's policing so that all Atlantans are safe.
Hi, my name is Alma Bates, and I live in Atlanta, Georgia, and I am calling to make a comment regarding defunding the police. I believe that they should be defunded so that more financial assistance can be put towards schools and healthcare and alleviating poverty and homelessness. The city's already shut down lots of our forms of assistance for the homeless, and more money towards cops is not going to solve these problems. They're not going to get people off the street. They're not going to make people safe or smart. We need schools that are well funded. We need hospitals and healthcare staff that have PPE, especially as coronavirus gets more serious. And this is just ridiculous. So defund the police, please. Thank you.
My name is Sarah Preston. Pleased to be defunded. I would like everyone to witness what happened this weekend. A little girl, 8-year-old girl, was killed. Had we had more police available, she probably would still be alive. Thank you so much. Goodbye.
Hello, my name is Rachel Barron. I'm a resident of the city of Atlanta on West Wesley Road. I recommend that you do not defund the police, but rather increase funding for them to increase training, racial sensitivity, and protecting all of our citizens. They are already operating on a very thin budget, and given the recent uptick in violence, property destruction, and racial tensions, everyone deserves to be safe in the community throughout Atlanta. So please increase funding for our police to keep all of our citizens safe. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kaylee Folks, and I am in Netherland Archbong's district. Thank you for listening today. I'm calling to urge everyone to support the Richard Brooks bill, including the $73 million package that comes with it. Do not take the money away from it. You need to withhold that money from the APD in order to reimagine public safety. The system of policing in this country is built upon racist ideas, enforcing racist structures, and continuing that into modern day society is inappropriate and obviously causing mass violence. We need to heal, we need to rebuild, and to do this, we need to come together with funding to actually make real structural change. We have qualified professionals who can come and respond to emergencies without violence, and that is what we need to be doing. Additionally, I hope that you do choose to support the expansion of the Atlanta Citizen Review Board today. Thank you. Have a good one.
Good afternoon. This is Deborah Scott calling from Georgia Stand Up. I'm just calling to remind you that next year is an election year, and that's the time that we really look at who is voting in the best interest of the community. We understand that this is a difficult time for the city of Atlanta. However, the residents have spoken, and they are in support of the Rashad Brooks bill. Please vote yes on the Rashad Brooks ordinance today. Please vote yes on the Rashad Brooks ordinance today. This is Deborah Scott from Georgia Stand Up, reminding you that your constituents have an opinion and they want you to vote yes for the Rashad Brooks bill today. Please do the right thing and vote yes on the Rashad Brooks bill today. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Greetings to you, members of council, and greetings to staff, and special greetings to citizens of Atlanta watching the government in action. Ben Howard, Senior Advocate, Public Policy Analyst. I ask the simple question of you. How is it that the Atlanta Planning Advisory Board and other similar boards, commissions, and authorities are not able to officially meet when the neighborhood planning units, such as neighborhood planning unit are able to meet, although guardedly, and continue their antics in the name of citizen participation. So the question is, why are not neighborhood planning units also banned, as are banned boards and authorities such as the Atlanta Planning Advisory Board?
Hi, I live in Zone 5, and I just want to voice my support for the Atlanta Police Department. I think it's important for the safety of our city that we keep them well funded, so I hope that you continue to fund the Atlanta Police Department instead of stripping them of their funds. Thanks. Bye.
My name is Chase Connor. I'm actually a resident of Fulton County. I live off of Donnelly Hollowell and Hollywood Road, right near Zone 1 Police Precinct. I'm calling in regards to the police and not defunding and also not taking any resources away from the police and putting it in a holding, because I'm sure once that happens, then there will be something that money goes towards besides what it really needs to go towards. And everything that is being requested of the police, these things, the police officers and the department itself actually do as far as giving back to the community and working with the community. And I do believe our practices have been something that have been the leading practices nationwide, that other police departments look to us as being the ones who set precedent as far as how to handle crimes. So again, I am a Fulton County resident. I'm not for taking any money away from the police department. We're in fact short police. I don't believe they've gotten all their raises that were promised, kind of as a contingency for the Gulch to go through. The people in my neighborhood do not want the police to go away. We have shootings, drive-bys. We still have gang issues we're dealing with. I have kids that are in the neighborhood that complain about being bombarded by gang members daily to join. And that's a very difficult thing to put up with, the peer pressure from other kids on a daily basis from these kids. In fact, we've already lost a few through the system because they were bombarded every day, and these were kids that did not want it. So again, do not defund, do not take away any money from the APD. In fact, they need more money, and we need to give them raises. Thank you. Have a blessed day.
My name is Shannon Stickler Francois. My dad is a retired state trooper. I have the utmost respect for the police, and just like any industry, there are bad seeds everywhere. We should not defund the police because we need them to protect our city and keep us safe. I support the police 100%. We need to get some help. They are not mental health professionals. We need to fund mental health and intervene where necessary to get mental health guidance for the officers. But please do not defund the police. My number is 404-509-3429 if you would like to talk with me further. And I live 2 houses down from the governor's mansion, and we have witnessed protesters at 1 a.m. throwing things at our house, at our gate. I felt safe when the police were here, but knowing that I could not have the police around, I would not feel safe.
My name is Jason Warshaw, and I'm a resident in Atlanta, District 8. I support the 8 council members who stood in support of our law enforcement and stood against defunding the police during the last vote. I'm extremely concerned about the course that Atlanta is headed down, especially considering the events over 4th of July weekend. Any changes that are made to the way that law enforcement operates need to be done after extensive studies and thoughtful discussion have taken place, not knee-jerk reactions based on a single incident. I think we're seeing the consequences of deriding the police and our law enforcement professionals. I'm concerned about decreased public safety, decreased property value, losing businesses out of the city, and also dramatically decreasing our tax base. I hope these are considered carefully when voting for or against the defunding of the police. But I would encourage council members to reconsider any actions that would be taken against law enforcement, especially considering what we just witnessed over the 4th of July weekend and some of the deaths that occurred and the shootings that occurred, not to mention the specific death of an 8-year-old girl, innocent 8-year-old girl, because lawlessness has been allowed to continue under the current course. Thank you.
David Leonard, voicing my opinion on the defunding of police. I wish to vote in agreement of defunding the police department. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Giovanni Serrano. I am a member of the Georgia Latino Alliance for Human Rights, CLAR. Today I'm calling to demand that Council Member Andrea Boone to vote yes on the Rachel Brooks bill, which will hold some of the police budget in reserve to ensure that the city does its job to remind our police department. So we are just calling to make sure that council members take a positive decision and vote yes on the Rachel Brooks bill, which our community members for so many days we have been demanding these changes in the street, and we want to make sure that by voting yes, we know that you are listening to our demands. Thanks so much and have a good day.
Hi, my name is Kristen Devoto. I'm calling to leave a message for the Atlanta City Council and Public Safety Committee. In light of all the extreme violence that our city has seen over the past weekend, I hope that our council will support our police department. I think that the loss of control this weekend is largely due to the mayor and city council's lack of action, and see it as further evidence to not move forward with any legislation that would change the ability or authority to address the crime plague in the city. I think it's a problem that people who have no idea how to police are making the decisions leading to these failures. And I hope that professionals with the expertise in policing will become involved so that the public can better understand the unintended consequences of changes to the use of force rules. Now more than ever, it's important to support our police department to bring safety back to our streets. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kevin Joaquin. I'm calling to demand that Council Member Dustin R. Hillis vote yes on the Rayshard Brooks bill, which will hold some of the police budget in reserve to ensure the city does its job to reimagine our police department. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Alondra Barrera Garcia. I'm with the Georgia Latino Alliance for Human Rights. I'm calling to demand that Council Member Boone and the council as a whole vote yes on the Rayshard Brooks bill, which will hold some of the police budget in reserve to ensure the city does its job to reimagine our police department. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Veronica Instance, and I'm calling to demand that Council Member Joyce Shepard vote yes on the Rayshard Brooks bill, which will hold some of the police budget in reserve to ensure the city does its job to reimagine our police department. Thank you.
Good morning. This is Barbara DeButts in District 8. Under no circumstances do we want the City Council to remove or move funds from the police. There is complete lawlessness right now, and the City Council and the mayor are allowing it. Under no circumstances should you divert or set aside any police funds for you to figure out how best to do policing. Please give the police chief the ability to police the community. Otherwise, we will be in harm's way. Additionally, this is not helping our community. Black on black crime is escalating it, and it's because of a lack of leadership. Thank you for your consideration. Again, please do not divert any funds that are designated for the police for you to set aside for you to think about how better to police our community. The Atlanta Police Foundation and citizens of this community have put millions and millions of dollars at work for the At Promise Center and for cameras in the city. Let's continue to do the good work that Dave Wilkinson and the Atlanta Police Foundation have been doing in partnership with our police. Thank you for your consideration.
Hello, my name is Kevin Joaquin. I'm calling to demand that Council Member Andrea L. Boone vote yes on the Rayshard Brooks bill, which will hold some of the police budget in reserve to ensure the city does its job to reimagine our police department. Thanks.
Good morning. My name is Giovanni Serrano. I am a member of the Georgia Latino Alliance for Human Rights, GLAD, and today I am calling to demand that Council Member Marcy Collier to vote yes on the Rayshard Brooks bill, which will hold some of the policy budget in reserve to ensure the city does its job to reimagine our police department. So we're just calling just to demand that Council Member vote yes on this bill, Rayshard Brooks bill, to make sure that we make change here in the state of Georgia and listen to our demands that for many days we have been demanding on the streets. Thank you so much and have a good day.
Hello, my name is Carol Shaw, and I'm a member of the Georgia Latino Alliance for Human Rights. According to the that Council Member Dustin Hillis from District 9 vote yes on the Rayshard Brooks bill, which will hold some of the college budget in reserve to ensure the city does its job for reimagining our police department. We can read your support. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alondra Barrera Garcia. I'm with the Georgia Latino Alliance for Human Rights. I'm calling to demand that Council Member Overstreet and the Council as a whole vote yes on the Rayshard Brooks bill, which will hold some of the police budget in reserve to ensure the city does its job to reimagine our police department. Once again, I urge you and the others on the Council to reverse your action from the June 19th full Council meeting to ensure that there is a meaningful police reform. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. My name is Veronica Islas, and I'm calling to demand that Council Member Mercy Collier Overstreet vote yes on the Rayshard Brooks bill, which will hold some of the police budget in reserve to ensure the city does its job to reimagine our police department. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Willie Bennett. And I was calling because on the behalf of Civil anyway, I was calling because I was stating that we do not need to disfund the police department because we do need the police and we need the funding of the police. And we might need to do some adjustments with the police and stuff, but we do not need to defund the police department. So I just want to leave my comments, and that's the way I feel. I'll see you later, and if there are any questions or any concerns, my number is area code 404-363. 363. See, 404-363-0104. I'll see you later. Bye.
Hi, my name is Davelyn White. I live in Zone 3. I am here near South River Gardens. According to the police and what we're trying to determine, one thing I know I don't want is the defunding of the police officers. What I do want is training for them, training in the sense of how to be more kind and more invested in the community themselves. So basically, I would like for them to take time out to walk the beat more. Let's go old school more, learn the neighborhood, learn the people around, let others see that the police is around, let them know that they are good people, especially the children. And let's try to figure out how we can work together and also have them, because I feel like if they're more invested into the community some way, somehow, they would come quicker or not say, oh, they always do that over there. Work together with us so we can work with them, help us with policies and stuff and show us how we can help them so they can help us. But they really do need to go back to the drawing board, and they need to go back with some training and some and how to work on these issues, whether it's race, whether it's like being human and being nice and kind about situations. But we need to change this thing around, along with a few other things that we need to have done. We need to just sit down and talk with them and just ask questions and see what we can do to come up to help make things better. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kimberly Boyo-Lote. I am calling with the Georgia Latino Alliance for Human Rights to demand that council member, I apologize if I mispronounced your name, JP Matsugate, vote yes on the Ray Ishard Brooks bill, which will hold some of the police budget in reserve to ensure the city does its job to reimagine our police department. Once again, I urge you and the council as a whole to ensure a meaningful police reform. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kevin Joaquin. I'm calling to demand that Council Member Marcy Collier Overstreet vote yes on the Ray Shard Brooks bill, which will hold some of the police budget in reserve to ensure the city does its job to reimagine our police department. Thank you.
My name is Henry Jordan. But Peter said unto him, thy money perish with thee, because thou hast thought that the gift of God may be purchased with money. Acts 38:20. Simon the sorcerer made an outward profession of faith, but his response demonstrates his lack of spiritual life. And behold, at eventide trouble, and before the morning he is not. This is the portion of them that spoil us, and the lot of them that rob us. Isaiah 17:14. When a person who spoil and rob me or anyone, they draw themselves to death. Yea, Montgomery, when you practice these deeds, will lead to death, because God's word said it. Thou turnest man to destruction, and says, return you children of men. Psalm 90:3. When you choose evil, it leads to God's punishment. Therefore, seek God's righteous way. If you do not honor what Christ has done in me, then you're subject to China's oppression. A good man out of the good treasure of the heart bringeth forth good things, and an evil man out of the evil treasure bringeth forth evil things. Matthew 12:35. To reject Jesus is to act presumptuously, and thus to blaspheme God. To obey Jesus is the true blessing. I thank Christ for the chance to give him glory and honor that I owe him, that he deserves to have, and that you deserve to give to him. To obey Jesus.
Good morning. My name is Giovanni Serrano, and I and others are calling today to urge you and the council as a whole to reverse the action from the June 19th full council meeting and to ensure a meaningful police reform to take place. We're just calling to demand, like all council members, to vote yes on the Richard Brooks bill, which will hold some of the policy budget in reserve to ensure the city does its job to remind our police department. Thank you so much, and I hope you have a good day.
Hello, my name is Susana Roche. I'm a member of the Georgia Latino Alliance for Human Rights, and I'm calling to demand that the council member, Andrea Boone, vote yes on the Richard Brooks bill, which will hold some of the policy budget in reserve to ensure the city does its job to reimagine our police department. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Veronica Islas, and I'm calling to demand that the council member Dustin HILLIS vote yes on the Richard Brooks bill, which will hold some of the police budget in reserve to ensure the city does its job to reimagine our police department. Thank you. Hi, my name is Alondra Barrera Garcia. I'm at the Georgia Latino Alliance for Human Rights. I'm calling to demand that Council Member Shepard and the Council as a whole vote yes on the Richard Brooks bill, which will hold some of the police budget in reserve to ensure the city does its job to reimagine our police department and a meaningful police reform happens. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kimberly Boyaponte with the Georgia Latino Alliance, calling to demand that Councilmember HILLIS vote yes on the Richard Brooks bill, which will hold some of the police budget in reserve to ensure the city does its job to reimagine our police department. Once again, I urge you and the City Council as a whole to ensure a meaningful police reform happens. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Susana Peralta. I'm a member of the Georgia Latino Alliance for Human Rights. I'm calling to demand that Council Member Mercy Collier Overstreet vote yes on the Richard Brooks bill, which will hold some of the policy budget in reserve to ensure the city does its job to reimagine our police department. I hope you can count with your support on this. Thank you.
This is Rudy Harrell. I live at 2288 Peachtree Road. I'm calling to say we cannot defund the police. We have to have the police in the city of Atlanta and fully fund it. My vote is that we do not defund the police. My number is 404-444-5053. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Veronica, and I'm calling to demand that Council Member J.P. Matsicate vote yes on Richard Brooks bill, which will hold some of the police budget in reserve to ensure the city does its job to reimagine our police department. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kevin Joaquin. I'm calling to demand that Council Member Joyce Shepard vote yes on the Richard Brooks bill, which will hold some of the police budget in reserve to ensure the city does its job to reimagine our police department. Thanks.
Good morning. My name is Giovanni Serrano. I am a member of the Georgia Latino Alliance for Human Rights Club. And today I am calling to demand that Council Member Michael Julian Bond votes yes on the Richard Brooks bill, which will hold some of the police budget in reserve to ensure the safety. The city does its job to remind our police department. Thank you so much, and I hope you have a good day.
Hi, my name is Alondra Barrera Garcia. I'm with the Georgia Latino Alliance for Human Rights. I'm calling to demand that Representative Bond vote yes on the Richard Brooks bill, which will hold some of the police budget in reserve to ensure the city does its job to reimagine our police department and to ensure a meaningful police reform happens. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Susana Peralta. I'm a member of the Georgia Latino Alliance for Human Rights. I'm calling to demand that Council Member JOYCE Shepard for District 12 vote yes on the Richard Brooks bill, which will hold some of the policy budget in reserve to ensure the city does its job to reimagine our police department. Please, we hope you can count with your support.
Hello, my name is Kevin Joaquin. I'm calling to demand that Council Member Michael Julian Bond vote yes on the Richard Brooks bill, which will hold some of the police budget in reserve to ensure the city does its job to reimagine our police department. Thanks.
Good morning. My name is Giovanni Serrano, and today I'm calling to demand that Council Member Andrew Dickens votes yes on the Rachel Brooks bill, which will hold some of the police budget in reserve to ensure the city does its job to remind our police department. We're just calling to urge that you guys vote yes on the Rachel Brooks bill and to ensure that we know that you guys are listening to our demands. Thank you so much, and I hope you have a good day.
My name is Eustace A. Tompkins Jr., and the policemen in Atlanta, Georgia, Sandy Springs, Brookhaven, all metro Atlanta areas should all be paid more money, not defunded. That's asinine. Thank you. Support the blue.
Hi, this is Sarah McDaniel. I am calling to support the 8 council members who stood in support of our law enforcement. I am against defunding the police. It will decrease public safety. It will decrease our property values, decrease the tax base. My zone district number is 2. And thank you very much. So I am against defunding the police and do not want any knee-jerk reactions. I appreciate this. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Alondra Barrero Garcia. I'm with the Georgia Latino Alliance for Human Rights. I'm calling to demand that Representative Dickens vote yes on the Ray Sharp Brooks bill, which will hold some of the police budget in reserve to ensure the city does its job to reimagine our police department and to ensure that meaningful police reform happens. Thank you. Hi, my name is Alondra Barrero Garcia. I'm with the Georgia Latino Alliance for Human Rights. I'm calling to demand that Representative Dickens vote yes on the Ray Sharp Brooks bill, which will hold some of the police budget in reserve to ensure the city does its job to reimagine our police department and to ensure that meaningful police reform happens. Thank you.
My name is Whitney Biner, and I would really hope that y'all would not defund the Atlanta police. Thank y'all. All right.
Hello, my name is Susana Braza. I'm going to demand that Representative Michael Julian Bond vote yes on the Rashford Brooks bill, which will hold some of the policy budget in reserve to ensure the city does its job reimagining our police department. Republicans, with your support. Thank you.
Stephanie McGarity, District 7, calling about the defunding of the police department. I want more police. I want more pay raises so we can attract quality applicants for our police departments. I want the educational bonuses reinstated to their pay. I would like a proclamation for Officer Max Brewer, who was viciously mowed over by an ATV driver at the beginning of the riots. For the councilmen and for women who voted to defund the police department several weeks ago, I would ask that you inform your zone commanders immediately which part of your district you would like to have defunded, so the zone commander can call 911 and have those addresses deleted from the database. I would like all those resources coming to my neighborhood. I hope that you will vote against this resolution. Thank you.
Jesse Clark. I think City Councilman needs to support the funding and reforming of the public police department. We need policing. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kimberly Boyaponte. I am with the Georgia Latino Alliance for Human Rights, calling to demand that Councilmember Boone vote yes on the Rayshard Brooks bill, which will hold some of the police budget in reserve to ensure that the city does its job to reimagine our police department. Once again, I urge you and the council as a whole to reserve their actions from the June 19th full council meeting and ensure a meaningful police reform happens. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kevin Joaquin. I'm calling to demand that Councilmember Andrew Dickens vote yes on the Rayshard Brooks bill, which will hold some of the police budget in reserve to will ensure the city does its job to reimagine our police department. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Susana Peralta, member of the Georgia Latino Alliance for Human Rights. I'm calling to demand that the Representative Andrew Dickens vote yes on the Richard Brooks bill, which will hold some of the police budget in reserve to ensure the city does its job to reimagine our police department. We count with your support on this. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Wendy Burge. I've lived in Atlanta for 51 years. This might be my last year. I've never felt more unsafe of my surroundings. I think about it every time I leave my house, every time I come in my house. To defund the police at this point, when Atlanta is on the brink of complete and utter chaos and destruction, should be criminal on your part. The citizens of Buckhead are paying the most taxes and getting the least services. It is bedlam, chaos on our streets. Do not take away a penny from the police. Please give them more money so that better people are joined. This is my comment. Please do the right thing. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alex Coffey. I live in Midtown, and I've lived in Midtown for years now. My whole family is here, and my question is, what is the mayor and the council doing about all the violence that we've seen in Atlanta over the past few weeks? Because, what's currently being done is obviously not enough. I don't even feel comfortable leaving my home once the sun sets anymore to take my dog out or to run an errand. I mean, I have shootings, rapes, break-ins, all of these things happening less than a block from where I live in what used to be such a safe community. So I want to know what the plan is, because this has to stop immediately.
Hi, my name is Kelly Morgan. I'm calling to demand that Council Member Carla Smith vote yes on the Richard Brooks bill, which will hold some of the police budget in reserve to ensure the city does its job to re-image our police department. I and others urge you and the council as a whole to reserve their action from the June 19th full council meeting and to ensure a meaningful police reform happens. Thank you so much. Hi, my name is Kimberly Boya-Ponte, calling with the Georgia Latino Alliance for Human Rights, calling the meeting. This message for at-large city representative Bond. I'm calling for you to vote yes on the Richard Brooks bill, which will hold some of the police budget in reserve to ensure the city does its job to reimagine our police department. Once again, I urge you and the council as a whole to reverse their action from the June 19th full council meeting and ensure meaningful police reform happens. Thank you.
Hi, this is Sarah McDaniel. I'm in District 8, and I'm calling to support the 8 council members who have stood with our law enforcement. I am against defunding the police. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Hi, this is Gwen Harpenow. As a taxpayer for Fulton City and the Atlanta City, please think hard about defunding our police, as we have so much crime in our area, in our neighborhood, and in our city. We need as much police force as possible. We need to probably give them more money in order for them to keep us safe and stop the looting and ridiculous shooting that is going on. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kelly Morgan. I'm calling to demand that Council President Felicia Moore vote yes on the Richard Brooks bill, which will hold some of the police budget in reserve to ensure the city does its job to re-image our police department. I and others urge you and the council as a whole to reserve their action from the June 19th full council meeting and ensure meaningful police reform happens. Thank you so much, and please consider my demands. Thank you. Hi, my name is Kimberly. I'm calling to demand that at-large City Representative Dickens vote yes on the Richard Brooks bill, which will hold some of the police budget in reserve to ensure that the city does its job to reimagine our police department. Once again, I urge you and the city council as a whole to ensure a meaningful police reform happens. Thank you.
Hi, I'm a resident of Atlanta.
And I strongly agree with defunding the police, but in two conditions. The first condition is the perpetrators must promise they will stop committing crimes. They will stop committing robberies, murders, rapes, and burglaries. Second, when all Atlanta police officers walk out because of this elusive idea, make sure I want to see all the councilors that vote yes to get out there and answer no one call.
Hi, my name is Kelly Morgan. I'm calling to demand that Councilmember Cleta Winslow vote yes on the Rashard Brooks bill, which will hold some of the police budget in reserve to ensure the city does its job to reimagine our police department. I and others urge you and the council as a whole to reserve their action from June 19th full council meeting and to ensure a meaningful police reform happens. Thank you.
My name is Patricia Gaines, and I live in the 12th district in Atlanta. And my council person is Miss Joyce Shepard, and I'm calling to submit my comment on the police funding. I am in total support for funding the Atlanta Police Department, and with some changes, but definitely support the Atlanta Police Department funding. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kelly Morgan. I'm calling to demand that Councilmember Archibong vote yes on the Rashard Brooks bill, which will hold some of the police budget in reserve to ensure the city does its job to reimagine our police department. I and others urge you and the council as a whole to reserve their action from the June 19th full council meeting and ensure meaningful police reform happens. Thank you. Hi, my name is Kelly Morgan. I'm calling to demand that District 7 Council Member Howard Shook vote yes on the Rashard Brooks bill, which will hold some of the police budget in reserve to ensure the city does its job to re-image our police department. I and others urge you and the council as a whole to reserve their action from the June 19th full council meeting and to ensure a meaningful police reform happens. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Sam Holmes. I've been an Atlanta resident for 33 years. I live at 2976 Nancy Creek Road, and I'm calling to beg the council not to defund portions of the police budget. I have great respect for social workers, but I don't think social workers can help what's going on in Atlanta, especially this weekend. We need to support our police and support them with good training and to help protect our citizens. So I would implore the council, please, tonight, to fund any of the police budget. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Shirley Smith. I understand that part of what is on the discussion or one of the topics today is the peer review board for the police or complaints against the police. And if that should happen, I think that you need to do ride-alongs with the police. I think it needs to be an equal voice from every zone instead of it being turning into a biased situation. But more so than addressing a peer review board at this point in time, I think what needs to be addressed is the number of murders, the shootings, the rioting that is going on in the city right now. This whole thing is destroying our city, and there is more black on black violence that is just increasing. And I think that needs to be addressed. I think it needs to be addressed that
The police have been told to back down and to not arrest people. The shootings, the murders, the crime across the board has skyrocketed and will continue to get worse until something's done. And it's your responsibility as the city council to address this and to address it with the mayor and the acting chief of police. It is totally unacceptable. And I, for one, who have been paying taxes in the city for over 40 years without immediately putting my house on the market and moving out of the city of Atlanta because my tax dollars are being wasted watching it just go down the drain. Thank you. Have a good day.
Hello, this is Sheila Shessel. I'm calling to plead with you. Please do not defund the police. I'm a taxpayer in Atlanta, a longtime resident, a voter. I am in love with the city that does not hate. We do not need to defund the police. In fact, we need to give them more funding to do better training and to equip them better. They are the reasons that we sleep at night. I am so appreciative of their help. I beg you, I implore you, do not defund the police. I'm a voter and I will vote. And follow the council and council people and make sure that those who vote to support the police will have my vote. Thank you very much. Bye.
Hi, my name is Camila Boyo-Ponte with the Georgia Latino Alliance. Calling to demand that Council Member Overstreet vote yes on the Rayshard Brooks bill, which will hold some of the police budget in reserve to ensure the city does its job to reimagine our police department. Once again, I urge you and the council as a whole to reverse their action from the June 19th full council meeting, and ensure meaningful police reform happens. Thank you. Hi, my name is Kimberly Boya-Ponte, calling with the Georgia Latino Alliance for Human Rights, calling to demand that Council Member Shepard vote yes on the Rayshard Brooks bill, which will hold some of the police budget in reserve to ensure the city does its job to reimagine our police department. Once again, I urge you and the City Council as a whole to reverse their actions from the June 19th full council meeting and ensure a meaningful police reform happens. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Lara Holmes. I'm a member of District 8 for the last 32 years, and I am in strong opposition to the funding of the police department or withholding any funds for their use from budgeted purposes that have already been budgeted to them. I'm supporting those council members who have voted to oppose this plan, and I strongly want to voice my disagreement. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kelly Morgan. I'm calling to demand that District 8 Council Member J.P. Matt Ziggett vote yes on the Rayshard Brooks bill, which will hold some of the police budget in reserve to ensure the city does its job to re-image our police department. I and others urge you and the council as a whole to reserve their action from the June 19th full council meeting and to ensure a meaningful police reform happens. Thank you. Hi, my name is Kelly Morgan. I'm calling to demand that District 9 Council Member Dustin R. Hills vote yes on the Rayshard Brooks bill, which will hold some of the police budget in reserve to ensure the city does its job to reimagine our police department. I and others urge you and the council as a whole to reserve their action from the June 19th full council meeting and ensure meaningful police reform happens. Thank you.
Hello, this is Felicia Moore, President of the Atlanta City Council. That concludes our public comment. For those of you who may not have been on the line when we first started the meeting, again, I apologize that we were not able to get all of the comments on earlier. And thanks to the diligent citizen who made me aware that there were comments missing, which meant that we went through 3 hours of public comment to make sure and ensure that everyone is heard. I certainly hope that all the comments people were expecting were played. If it were not, again, I will take full responsibility of that. We're trying to do our best. We had approximately 1,251 comments, 1,251 comments for a total of approximately 18 hours. Now we will continue with our agenda that we did not complete from yesterday. I'll ask the clerk to do the roll call.
President Felicia Moore.
Present.
Council members, Post 1 at large, Michael Julian Bond. Post 2 at large, Matt Westmoreland. Here. Post 3 at large, Andre Dickens. Here. Council District 1, Carla Smith.
Here.
Council District 2, Amir R. Faroki. Here. Council District 3, Antonio Brown. Here. Council District 4, Cleta Winslow.
Present.
Council District 5, Natalie Mosby Archibald.
Here.
Council District 6, Jennifer N. Ide.
Here.
Council District 7, Howard Shook. Aye. Council District 8, J.P. Matsakite. Here. Council District 9, Dustin Hillis. Here. Council District 10, Andrea L. Boone.
Present.
Council District 11, Marcy Collier Overstreet.
Present.
Council District 12, Joyce M. Shepard.
Present.
Quorum present, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I'm making sure that there are no other members who did not have an opportunity to state their presence. Okay, hearing none. We will now continue with item 13, report of the standing committees. The two standing committees left to report are Finance Executive Committee, Public Safety and Legal Administration. We will start with Finance Executive Committee, the Honorable Jennifer I. Chair.
Thank you, Council President. I just have the one item that had been removed from consent yesterday, which is 20R4073 in the consent agenda. It had been item number 10 on page 13. And it has, well, let me read the caption. It's, you know what, I need to bring forward the amendment actually changes the caption. So first, I'm going to make a motion to amend the legislation to correct the dollar amount from $311,234 to $314,234.
And who is the seconder?
Shook. Mr. Shook.
Okay, if there is a motion to amend, it comes favorable from the committee. There's a motion to amend by I, second by Shook. Is there any discussion? All right, let's open the vote on the amendment.
Please hold. The vote is now open.
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Mr. Brown? Well, he voted. Mr. Bond? Mr. Bond, how do you vote? Please make sure Mr. Bond is unmuted. Did he indicate he was back on the roll call, Mr. Clerk?
No, Madam President.
Okay, so he may still be away from the phone. So all votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating votes. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The amendment is adopted. Ms. I.
All right, let me read the caption now as amended. A resolution by Finance.
Yeah, this is Shook. Madam President, was I recorded as voting because F boardroom seems to have knocked me out?
Yes, you were recorded. The only one who did not vote was Mr. Bond.
Okay, I guess I was recorded as positive because I made the second, but for the other votes, I've been knocked off.
Okay, you were fine. You were recorded. Thank you, Mr. Shook.
Thank you.
Continue, Ms. I.
All right, a resolution by Finance Executive Committee amended by the Atlanta City Council, a resolution authorizing the mayor or her designee to enter amendment number 9 to add additional funding on behalf of the Department of Corrections for cooperative agreement number FC 8772, CCTV product services and installation with Convergent Technologies, GC and E-Systems, Johnson Controls for the installation, repair, and or replacement of surveillance camera systems and keyless access control devices in a cumulative amount not to exceed $314,234.00. Said funds to be encumbered in fiscal year 2021, contingent upon budget approval and adoption. All contracted work shall be charged to and paid from accounts listed and for other purposes. And I'll make a motion to adopt as amended.
The motion is to adopt. Is there any discussion? Second by Shook. Any discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, let's open the vote.
The vote is now open. Please vote.
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Mr. Bond, how do you vote?
In favor.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating vote. Yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. It's adopted. Ms. I?
That concludes my report. The remainder of my items are on the consent.
Thank you so much. We now go to Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee, the Honorable Joyce M. Shepard, Chair.
Thank you, President Moore. I have one resolution before us today, and that is 20R-4065. A resolution by Councilmember Joyce Shepard authorizing the mayor or her designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta to accept the donations of consulting services from the Boston Consulting Group at no cost to the city. Authorizing the mayor or her designee on behalf of the city to enter into any necessary agreement in connection with the donation of these consulting services and for other purposes. It came before out of committee favorable, 5 yeas and 1 abstention, and that was by Mr. Faruqi, so he may need to state why he abstained.
Okay, Mr. Faruqi.
Yeah, thank you, Council President. This was an abstention out of an abundance of caution. There's no, on the face of it, conflict of interest, but I am a former employee of Boston Consulting Group and just wanted to remove myself from the equation, even though the work they're proposing is pro bono.
Okay. So the motion from the committee is favorable. Any further discussion? Seeing none, let's open the vote.
Please hold. The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Mr. Shook, how do you vote?
Aye.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating votes. Yeas, 0 nays, 1 abstention.
14 yeas, 0 nays, 1 abstention. It is adopted. Madam Chair?
That completes my report, Madam President.
Thank you. We now go to item 14, personal papers for immediate consideration. I have a list in front of me, and I'm going to go by that list. The first is Councilmember Michael Bond. Mr. Bond?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I'm just trying to pull up the resolution.
And please make sure you indicate the ELMS ID numbers as well.
I don't think I've got an ELMS ID number for this one.
Okay. It's 22112. 22112. Okay?
All right. Thank you, Madam President. A resolution by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond and Andrea L. Boone requesting that the mayor or her designee create a process to apply for and to receive temporary alcoholic beverages license during the COVID-19 city emergency and for other purposes, whereas the city of Atlanta has an interest in maintaining the public safety and welfare of citizens of the city of Atlanta and its visitors, and whereas the city of Atlanta has an interest in regulating through the lawful exercise of its police powers the sale of alcoholic beverages within the territorial limits, and whereas the city of Atlanta is authorized to regulate the issuance of alcoholic beverage licenses within the territorial limits of the city of Atlanta, whereas on March 11, 2020, the World Health Organization declared the coronavirus, quote, COVID-19, end quote, outbreak a pandemic, and as a result, other countries around the world, such as the United States, the state of Georgia, the city of Atlanta, are currently responding to stop the spread of the virus. And whereas on March 13, 2020, the President of the United States announced a national emergency in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, and whereas on March 14, 2020, Governor Brian Kemp signed a public health state of emergency to address the COVID-19 pandemic and mandated that citizens stay home to contain the spread of the virus. And whereas on March 15, 2020, Keisha Lance Bottoms declared an emergency in existence with the city of Atlanta pursuant Section 2-181A of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances, and the city of Atlanta was forced to temporarily close its offices and office buildings, including the City Hall building, quote, City Hall, end quote, and the offices of license and permit unit, quote, the unit, end quote, located inside the Atlanta Police Department Public Safety Annex, quote, the annex, end quote, due to the coronavirus pandemic state of emergency, quote, COVID-19 or COVID-19 state of emergency, end quote, and whereas the closing of both the unit and City Hall building have detrimentally impacted businesses in the city of Atlanta which sell alcoholic beverages, whether by drink or on-premises consumption or by the package for off-premises consumption, and whereas there are applications for alcohol licenses which were filed before the pandemic closed the unit and the City Hall, which are either pending or which were issued a temporary alcohol license which has expired or is about to expire. And whereas there are businesses, entities, and individuals are ready to file applications for alcohol licenses, whether for a new location or a change of ownership of an existing location, who have not been able to file such applications due to the unit's temporary closure. And whereas because COVID-19 is still ongoing and there is no definite date upon whether either City Hall or the unit will reopen for business, it's in the best interest of the city of Atlanta to provide a temporary mechanism by which the aforementioned businesses and individuals may be authorized to sell alcohol while City Hall and the unit remain closed during the COVID-19 state of emergency. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the city of Atlanta, that the council of the city of Atlanta, Georgia, requests that the mayor or her designee and the interim police chief create a process that allows for a new business owner and applicants for a change of ownership or existing businesses to immediately apply for and receive temporary alcoholic beverages licenses during the COVID-19 city of emergency. Be it further resolved that the mayor or her designee and the interim police chief allow for the immediate extension of the previously issued temporary alcoholic beverage licenses that are either current or expired. Be it further resolved that the mayor or her designee and the interim police chief extend the 6-month time period set forth in section 10-66B, in which alcohol license applications must obtain required letters of approval from various government offices, and shall further extend that period for an additional period of 3 months following the City of Atlanta's declaration of the termination of the COVID-19 state of emergency. Be it further resolved that all resolutions or parts of resolutions in conflict herewith are hereby waived to the extent of the conflict. Madam President, I move approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
Who's seconding?
Boone.
Okay, there's a motion by Bond, a second by Boone. I would ask council members to please indicate with your speaker button if you'd like to speak. The law department does have Ms. Amber Robinson available if you have legal questions. I will go with those who have signed up to speak, and then I'll ask for any that are not on the system. So the first speaker is Ms. I.
Thank you, Council President. And my question is for the law department, because I know so much of what we are able to do as a city under the alcohol code is controlled by the state law. So I just wanted to ask the law department if all of this is in compliance with state law.
Okay, let's make sure, Ms. Amber Robinson, are you unmuted? If we can make sure Ms. Robinson is unmuted so she can respond.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Amber. Oh, Ms. Robinson, did you hear my question?
Oh, yes, I did. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So all service and sale of alcohol in the state of Georgia must be accompanied by a state as well as a local license. Both licenses are required, and that's the case for temporary licenses as well as annual licenses. Here, the premise of the paper will be to expand the scope of a temporary license beyond what is set forth in the code currently. State law requires that there be a state temporary license issued along with any local license issued. And currently, the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances provisions regarding temporary license and the state provisions match. Most notably, that both be only in duration of 120 days. However, if we were to expand the scope of a temporary license beyond that which is currently in the code, it would place us out of compliance with the state temporary license requirements as set forth in state regulations and in state law, and therefore make it so that any person attempting to operate under the expanded city temporary license would be out of compliance with the state and thus would be not authorized to sell alcohol. So in my opinion, that this resolution, if it were to be implemented, would be in conflict with state law and thus is not legally permissible.
Go ahead, Ms. Ide, if you had a follow-up.
What could be done to make it permissible that would help address this problem of the shutdown during COVID? It just needs to be limited to 120 days at a time?
Right. Currently, the code does limit the temporary licenses to 120 days in compliance with the state law. That's currently what we have. Insofar as there I think the solution, frankly, is not just to review the temporary license situation, but to allow the process of the examination of the license review board through the boards and commissions process, which was approved via ordinance yesterday during this council meeting, so that the license review board could begin to meet and there wouldn't be this problem of there is an issue with the annual licenses not going through, rather than an attempt to expand the scope of the temporary license, which are, as stated, limited by state law and currently by city ordinance. That process is ongoing, I believe, and that would be my legal recommendation to ensure that all of our licenses, be they temporary or annual, would remain in compliance with the state law regulations. All right, thank you.
Thank you. The next is Ms. Carla Smith.
Will the community still engage like we normally do? Will the licenses go, or the applications still go out to the communities?
In the boards and commissions, if the license review board were to begin remote meetings?
Well,
or in accordance with this resolution?
With this resolution, because, we've got legislation that I've done that was passed in committee on council for all boards and commissions for them to start meeting remotely. And
right.
So the way I understand, we're doing this on top of it so that they can start issuing liquor licenses earlier than if the board, the LRB, meets. Am I correct?
Right. The purpose of this resolution that is before you right now would be to allow the issuance of alcohol licenses outside of the process, essentially, by expanding the scope of the temporary license. So if this were to pass, then no, the community would be, I don't mean to say excluded because it would be a temporary license, but it would allow for the issuance of licenses outside of the community engagement that we have built in through the license review board process. If license review board begins to meet remotely pursuant to your legislation, Councilmember Smith, that community engagement would be retained.
Okay, so if someone got a temporary license without any community input, how is the community going to have input when it's time for them? I mean, I guess they would then apply for a permanent license, but they've already opened their restaurant or bar or package store or whatever. And is it going to be harder if the community doesn't have say or doesn't want to approve that application? Do you follow what I'm saying?
I do. Ordinarily, that's not a problem. We have temporary licenses now, and you can get, under certain circumstances, a temporary license that are just that, temporary. They expire. It's a hard expiration at 120 days. And then while the temporary license is in place, the person is going through the community engagement of process necessary to get a permanent license. Here, I think
renewal.
Isn't
that just a change of ownership or renewal?
It's for change of ownership at the same location. Right. But here, I think the problem is the intent of this resolution would be for temporary licenses to last indefinitely. So it could be years, and so in addition to the state law problem, yes, I think eventually you would get into a situation where a person is operating for years, potentially, without any community engagement, whereas currently, because the temporary licenses have a hard expiration at 120 days, we don't have that problem. There's the community engagement piece always moves forward as part of the license review board piece. That's the groceries.
All right, so I mean, I get this, but then if the community's not going to be involved, then the community is going to be upset with us for allowing like this temporary license that could go on for years. I mean, some communities may not have problems with some of their alcohol licenses, but then some communities do have problems with some of their liquor licenses, and we do like to do the good neighbor agreement, and we do, we try to ensure that the package store or whatever it is that's opening is going to, be a good community member along with our communities. So, Michael, have you thought about this?
Actually, yes, I have. And as we all know, and thank you for your concern, this is not an attempt to usurp the community. It is an attempt to respond to the worldwide pandemic that these situated businesses find themselves in. They would not be in this situation if the pandemic had not happened and the city hall and the unit had not closed. So, and also to remind colleagues that this is a resolution which is non-binding and does not alter the law. It is a policy statement would be by the city council as to what we would like to see the administration do as a result of the resolution. So if an amendment is warranted to make sure that the community gets notified, I will certainly make that amendment.
That would make me feel a whole lot more comfortable if we at least put some kind of, because, the NPUs are meeting. I mean, all of us have been going to their remote meetings. Right. And most of my neighborhood associations are also doing the Zoom meetings. So we have an opportunity for them to go to the neighborhood, and at least they could call and talk to the neighborhood president and the NPU chair.
Okay, Mr. Vaughn, before you make your amendment, Ms. Shepard wanted to speak, and then I'll come back to you, Mr. Vaughn. You can fashion the amendment. Ms. Smith, are you done?
I'm done speaking for now, but I might press my speaker button again.
Okay, so I'm going to now go to Ms. Shepard, and we'll go back. We'll ask if anyone else wants to speak, and then we'll go back to Mr. Vaughn.
Well, I have a lot of apprehensions about this. I know that in a lot of our communities, there are issues in terms of liquor stores and applicants and what they do. I know in my district and a lot of other areas also. So for us to give them what I'm hearing from law, they're not saying that this is legal anyway, and then for us to just allow them to continue, and it could happen for years, unless depending on what happens with the COVID-19 virus. So how do we address the issues in terms of what happened at these stores? A lot of things happen there. They're illegal, that are crime-driven. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to support this today. I haven't heard enough evidence yet to say that. So I'm really apprehensive about supporting this. I just have a lot of concerns, and I do not believe that my community people would support this either. So I'm just letting you know that.
Okay, so are there any council members who are not on the system that wanted to speak? Let me know. You all have options. You can always send it to the committee to work out these issues, or Mr. Bond or someone else can introduce amendments that would address the issue. Okay, Mr. Brown, I see you, and then we'll go to Mr. Bond.
Madam President, I was just going to make the recommendation you just made, that there seems like there is some more information that's needed by council in order to weigh in on being able to vote on this piece of legislation. So if Councilmember Bond would consider a motion to refer to committee, I think that would be the best course of action at this point.
So the question for me is, are you making that motion, or are you asking him about the motion?
I'm asking him about the motion, if he's willing to consider a motion to refer to committee.
Mr. Bond?
No, I won't consider that, only because I've prepared an order that would go to committee anyway. As we all know, resolutions cannot amend the code. So this is a attempt to demonstrate the council's intent to accommodate businesses who have been malaffected by closure of City Hall and the unit. So the point of the resolution is just to establish a policy position. So I've got an ordinance prepared to go to already.
Okay, go ahead.
Is it me now?
Yes, proceed with your amendment, Mr. Bond. You have the floor.
Well, I guess I'd make a motion to, and it would need to be written that the community would be notified of any new or renewed temporary license.
Okay, is there a second to that amendment? Mr. Bond, that failed for
I'll second it, but I have some questions. Can I ask a question before I second it?
Sure.
Well, either second it or not, because after you second it, we will discuss it. If you do not second it, there's no discussion.
Oh, I want to ask a question first.
Well, somebody else needs to second it for purposes of discussion. That's how we roll.
Second, Boone.
Okay, so there's a second by Boone on the amendment by Mr. Bond. Okay, Mr. Bond, would you relinquish the floor to Ms. Smith?
Yes, of course.
Okay, thank you. All right, so if we add in that we're going to go to the community and...
everyone else, please mute your phone.
Okay, so if we add this amendment that it's going to go to the community, so then we're sort of making it like the regular process. So, Ms. Robinson, can you administratively develop a process for this new one, or would we be just going back to the old process? How would this work as an amendment to the code?
So, I think that is definitely an important point. The process for alcohol license is set forth in the code. It's legislated. The administration, as is requested in this resolution, is not able to administratively take it and develop a process as what is requested here, or take action that requires amendments to the code. They can't administratively do that. So insofar as the code has not been amended, even if the state law piece was taken care of, the administration is not able to do that. If the code says X, they can't develop an administrative process that says Y. The code has to be amended. And I would state forth that the code would have to be amended in accordance with state law. But it has to be amended. The administration is unable to comply with this resolution as currently states.
Okay, so I'm just trying to think through this. So even if we amend this and we send it to the neighborhood, then the neighborhood still isn't going to have any true say because the LRB isn't meeting yet. I don't know. I don't know. I'm kind of trying to dig into this because we're going to have to. So is this? It's a temporary resolution without any kind of true change to the code. I'm really confusing myself. I'm probably confusing everyone else out there. I may be going back to Mr. Brown's suggestion of sending this to committee so that I can get more straight on this. I'm done.
Are you done? Okay, so now we're going to go to believe Ms. Shepard has not had an opportunity. Let me go to Ms. Shepard. Ms. Shepard?
Well, respond to Ms. Smith before you go to Ms. Shepard.
Ms. Shepard, are you okay with Mr. Bond going?
That's fine.
Go ahead, Mr. Bond.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Ms. Shepard. If there is a provision in the resolution that needs to be struck, I will strike it. As I will remind all colleagues and the public, resolutions are non-binding and cannot amend the code, but they are expressions of intent. And as an expression of intent, what we're saying with this resolution is that this is an action that we would like the administration to take to resolve this issue. There is an ordinance that will be introduced that will be sent to committee for consideration and questions, and from what I'm hearing now, amendments to accommodate this situation that these businesses find themselves in. And so we mentioned state law. Part of the issue that these businesses are facing is that, to get their state license, which is now a completely automated process, they need to have a temporary license in hand. So if they're going to keep their business open, develop their business, develop their restaurant, since the office is closed for several months and there's been no meeting, these businesses have been mal-affected. It has hurt their businesses. So this is only an attempt to establish a policy position prior to the ordinance being introduced, and just saying, hey, we are on board with trying to resolve this issue on behalf of the businesses. So if the esteemed Ms. Robinson at the appropriate time could recommend what section or wording might need to be struck, then I'm okay with striking it. This is written on paper, it's not written in stone. And I'll yield to Ms. Shepard.
Ms. Shepard?
Well, I just need to ask one more question. Now, are we not doing legislation where we're already talking about the fact that we're getting ready to prepare to have boards to meet? And I know we had a discussion about this in the last week or so when we asked the question of how long it would take, or was it yesterday or Monday or whenever we had this discussion in terms of how long it would take the process. And we're waiting for these commissions to open up, including the LRB, and this whole process. So why do we need to expedite this at this point? It's been, here we are in July. I'm just going to say this to you all again. I am not supporting giving carte blanche folks the right to go for a temporary license and let it go forever. I'm just not going to do that. And if we can't go through the same process via the NPU to have NPU input, I can't support this. If we're going to go through the same process again in terms of how these boards are going to open within the next month, why can't we wait? Why do we have to wait? Why can't we just wait on this? I'm not supporting this. I will probably have to vote against this. I'm not ready for this at this point. No.
Well, thank you, Ms. Shepard. Even though you won't be supportive, I'll answer your question. We have to remember that the City Hall and the office that regulates and has this responsibility has now been closed for 4 months. If a temporary license, if we wait another month without a defined remedy, that will take us outside of the limit of a temporary license. So through our own established process, through our own established law, which mirrors state law, because we have not allowed these boards and commissions to meet, we have not allowed some persons who have applied for temporary licenses, arguably not to have taken advantage, not to be able to take advantage of what they actually paid the City of Atlanta for according to its code. So all this is an attempt, again, not to circumvent the community, not to circumvent the process, which by the city's own action was halted and stalled. And as we heard, I believe it was yesterday, when we were in Committee of the Whole, when the staff was asked how long it would take to set up the boards and commissions, they were still not able to give a definitive answer. And the Honorable Ms. Smith, when she was asking questions, I believe it was yesterday, and I stand to be corrected because I was up till 4:30 with a lot of other folks, a little foggy. But as I recall, it was said that they wanted to estimate that it might take a month to get these boards and commissions up, get this board up and running along with others. But it may be longer than a month. And so the city has already, or would be, in violation of what it has promised in its code to provide to people who have actually paid for a temporary license. So we're trying to remedy the problem, not create more problems. And as I have stated, the resolutions do not amend the code. There is an ordinance that will be introduced and sent to committee. And of course, that ordinance may not be acted upon until August, which also doesn't necessarily help people who paid for their temporary licenses in March, that have them in hand, that have gone through the city's process. So this is an attempt to fix it. And so I hope that Ms. Robinson can give me a suggestion of what needs to be struck, and I will make the motion to do so, to remove that language from the resolution.
Okay, so let's go back and let's try to stick with the speakers. Hopefully we don't have outside questions. We have Councilmember I, Councilmember Brown, Councilmember Smith, Councilmember Overstreet. Is there anyone who's not on the system who wants to speak to this issue? Okay, then we will be followed again by Councilmember Bond. So Councilmember I.
I'm just going to make a motion to refer to committee. I think that there's too much complication here, and I share many of the same concerns that Council Member Shepard and Smith do, and I think the better approach is to get this up and running through our boards and commissions. So that's going to be my substitute motion.
And the committee is Public Safety, Legal Administration?
Yes.
Okay.
Second, Brown.
There's a second by Brown, a motion by I to refer this to Public Safety, Legal Administration Committee. Now, is there any discussion on the motion to refer? Those who are speakers, if you're not speaking to the motion to refer, please cancel yourself out. Ms. I, did you have anything to say on the motion to refer? Okay,
I just think there have been a lot of issues raised here between the public community input, the ability to even do this through an executive order, and we can hear from the law department, but I think people who have paid for their temporary license have received them for the legally permissible 120 days. But I just think it's to me, there are too many red flags here to be doing this for immediate consideration.
All right. The next speaker, Mr. Bond.
Yeah, I would speak against that motion. There's already an ordinance drafted that will be referred to committee. There's no reason to take that motion. And of course, this resolution is easily amendable to address those issues that have been raised. So I would speak against that motion.
Okay, seeing no other speakers, Mr. Clerk, let's open the vote on the motion to refer to Public Safety Legal Administration Committee.
The vote is open.
All members, please mute your phones.
Will everyone please vote?
Oh, I'm sorry. I went too fast. Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
This is to refer.
Yes, it is. Referred to Public Safety Legal Administration Committee.
Aye.
Mr. Shook, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Bond, how do you vote?
Nay.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating vote. Yeas, 1 nay.
14 yeas, 1 nay. The motion to refer passes. And so now we will move to the next item for immediate consideration. Mr. J.P. Massacite. ILMS number 22092.
Thank you, Madam President. This is a resolution by Councilmember J.P. Matsukay to establish guidelines for receiving and accepting public comment for all remote meetings with the Atlanta City Council and remote meetings of the standing committees of the City Council and for other purposes. Whereas much of the world, the United States, the state of Georgia, the city of Atlanta are currently responding to an outbreak of respiratory disease caused by the novel coronavirus named SARS-CoV-2, and the disease it causes named coronavirus disease 2019. Whereas due to the COVID-19 pandemic, on March 15th, Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms declared there to be an emergency in existence within the City of Atlanta pursuant to Section 2-181A of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances. And whereas on March 15th, 2020, in order to ensure the safety of city employees and members of the public, all City of Atlanta facilities, including City Hall and Municipal Court, were closed to the public beginning March 16, 2020 until further notice. And whereas on Tuesday, March 17, 2020, the City Council of Atlanta held its first remote meeting and accepted comments from the public via email. And whereas on Tuesday, April 14, 2020, the City Council established a telephone number by which the public could leave a comment of their concerns by calling and leaving a message not to exceed 2 minutes, and the public comment line would close 1 hour prior to the start of the meeting. And whereas the standing committees of the City Council have each established similar telephone numbers by which the public could leave a comment of their concerns by calling and leaving a message not to exceed 3 minutes, and the public comment line would close 1 hour prior to the start of the meeting. And whereas currently there has been no legislative establishment of the timing during which public comment can be received and accepted for consideration for each meeting. And whereas during regular meetings of the Atlanta City Council conducted in person at City Hall, persons may sign up to leave public comment up to 105 minutes before each meeting. And whereas the City Council is committed to public participation and consideration of the thoughtful input and expressions of concern from the community, and so the Council wishes to legislatively establish the time during which public comment can be received and accepted for consideration at each meeting. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, that the guidelines for receiving and accepting public comment for all remote meetings of the Atlanta City Council and remote meetings of the standing committees of the City Council be as follows. Remarks from the public for all remote meetings of the Atlanta City Council and all remote meetings of the standing committees of the City Council shall be accepted between the hours of 3 p.m. and 5 p.m. on the business day before the scheduled meeting. Be it further resolved that while the Atlanta City Council continues to conduct meetings remotely, the Committee on Council and the Zoning Committee will continue to meet in committee of the whole during the regularly scheduled meetings of the City Council. And be it further resolved in accordance with Section 2-136 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances, each standing committee chairperson remains able to limit receipt of such remarks to legislation pending before such committee, may bar comments pertaining to legislation for which public hearings have been held, may rule out of order personal, abusive, or indecorous language. Be it further resolved that this resolution shall take effect immediately upon adoption, and be it finally resolved that all resolutions or parts of resolutions in conflict herewithin and hereby waived to the extent of the conflict. And this resolution really is meant to make sure that our city staff have the time to adequately prepare the public comments and receive them so that they have adequate time to do their job. We've been running into issues as we saw in this last meeting when we didn't have time to adequately prepare for the volume, and so this would give the staff time. It also mirrors the time that the public has to share their public comments when we're meeting in the physical location at City Hall chambers. So that is the resolution before us.
Is there a motion?
Yes, the motion is to approve.
Is there a second?
Sure.
Second by Shep. And Mr. Matsakite, before I go to the speakers, I did have one question in your reading. You said that the committees would receive comment the business day before the committee meeting. I believe, do we not have a committee that meets on a Monday, which is a business day? And so what day would that be?
We do, so that they would receive that comment then on the prior business day, which would presumably be the Friday if there were no holiday.
Got you. Okay, so if anyone wants to speak, please indicate with your speaker button. The first speaker is Mr. Antonio Brown.
Thank you, Madam President. I do not support this legislation for a number of reasons. I believe this legislation limits public comment, and it puts in place measures that disenfranchise residents, especially working families, families with children, individuals that may not have the opportunity to call in and leave public comment within the criteria currently being set within this legislation. I also believe that it violates residents' constitutional right of freedom of speech. I think what makes City Council so great and what makes it so inclusive is that it gives community members the ability to say what they have to say about what's transpiring in the city and be able to do it in a way in which allows them to weigh into decisions being made on their behalf. So I personally do not support this piece of legislation, and I make a motion to file this legislation.
Is there a second? Is there a second? Hearing none, the motion to file fails for lack of a second. Is there anyone else that would like to speak to this legislation that's not on the system? Anyone on the system would like to speak? Mr. Westmoreland.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Mr. Matsakite. I appreciate the need to streamline this process as we move through the world that we're currently living in right now. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about the amount of time that was chosen, and that as we think about the workday and whether 3 to 5 p.m. or whether it should be 3 to 7. I understand that kind of complicates things as we try and listen, get a readout on comments before moving into the next meeting, or maybe it's from 4 to 7 p.m. But just kind of wondering how we settled on this length of time and then this specific amount of time, and what your thoughts were on any potential revisions.
Yeah. The way that this was the way that we landed where we are is that this really was looking at the staff and making sure that the staff has time to do what they need to do. So, for example, if we think about a council meeting that is on a Monday, we wanted to make sure that we had time after the agenda was published on Friday, which happens, sometime early afternoon. And so we didn't want to have the time before that. We wanted to be sure that people had a chance to review the agenda and then have time to comment and to leave their public comments. We also wanted to be sure that the staff had time, once those comments were in, to go through them and to process them in a way that, wouldn't require them to be, here all weekend or late at night, et cetera. And so that's how we arrived, at the time that's before us. So, multiple, and this, I don't think this really limits public comment at all. This is one way that people can leave public comment. As you probably have, like all of us, we've been getting lots of public comment via email. So there are many ways that people can share their views. This is the way, in about the same time period, that people could share their views if we were physically meeting, and they would have to come down in their to the council chambers and be there personally. This is much, much easier and allows people just to use the phone. So it's a much more liberal policy and easier than it would be if we were meeting physically.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thanks very much.
Ms. Hyde?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Matzkite. And I will say, having worked with our staff through this, through the budget process and the long meetings there, I have really felt for them, and my concern is much more for City Council staff than for City Council members on the behind-the-scenes process of taking all this public comment in and getting it ready to be listened to. So I am supportive of making the process a little bit more manageable. As a working mom, that 3 to 5 time frame, that's a hard window for mothers, I think. You're in the middle of figuring out kids coming home from school and activities and all of that. So that's the only thing that sort of jumps out at me. That would be a window of the day that I know in my personal life would be not necessarily the easiest time to, have on my calendar and be able to pull myself together for some thoughts. So I don't know if extending it or pushing it, back a little bit later instead, but that's not an ideal time, I think, for particularly for moms.
Do you have another suggestion if we would, for moms, if we were to leave it open, what hours do you?
Yeah, I mean, I just think, get it a little bit past that sort of afternoon shuffle time. So whether it's, whether we're extending it and going to 6 or 7 or just shifting it a little bit later. I mean, I know, somebody's always going to have some conflict of getting to and from work, picking children up, fixing dinner or something like that. But I just think that would work, but 4 to 7 maybe. I don't know.
Happy to change it to be 4 to 7, assuming I don't hear anything from our staff that would cause a problem.
Trying to just sort of span, yeah.
Okay, so let's do this, Mr. Matsakite. You can work on your amendment or just wait and see, because there are several other members who want to speak. I want to go through the speakers list first. So, Mr. Hyde, are you done?
Yes.
All right, so the next speaker is Ms. Smith.
Thank you, Madam President. If we do this I think Councilmember Matsakite is working on the amendment, but if we do this, I've got to tell you, Felicia, I felt kind of sorry for you this morning when you were at 4 o'clock in the morning when we were all going back and forth trying to decide what are we going to do with the next 3 hours of public comment, and then we were trying to decide between 7 a.m. and 10 a.m. and we were kind of all over the place, and I was not upset with the staff at all because they have got so much to juggle right now. But if this will fix what occurred this morning with all the confusion and you having to apologize to the public because some of the public comments had not been played and the staff is juggling all this, that's what I'd like to ask Mr. Matsakite and or you, which will this fix that so that it will be a more clear, precise process, and then the staff will have time to get all of their comments, get their ducks in a row so that the comment section of our committees will run smoothly. Can anyone answer that for me?
Madam President, do you want to take that, or do you want somebody from council staff to address that?
Felicia, are you there?
I'm sorry, I was muted. I had myself muted. I said if we want to hear from the council staff, which are the ones who actually have to do the logistics, we would have to go into the committee of the whole.
Motion to go into the committee of the whole to hear from council staff. This is Councilman Dickens.
Who is that? Is that Mr. Dickens?
Yes.
Overstreet, second. Okay, there's a motion by Dickens, a second by Overstreet to go into the committee of the whole so we can hear from our council staff. And hopefully Mr. Massenberg can join us as well as Mr. Pace because they're the ones that have to do the logistics. So let's open the vote. If there's no discussion on going into committee of the whole.
Please hold.
Okay, go ahead.
The vote is now open.
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Mr. Shook?
Yes.
Mr. West? Okay, I think that's it. Votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating votes. Yeas, 1 nay.
14 yeas, 1 nay. We are in committee of the whole. And Mr. Matsakite, I'm going to let you run this part. Who would you like to hear from, Mr. Matsakite?
Mr. Pace, please.
Pace, Council Staff Director. Good afternoon, council members, council president, Theo Pace, staff director, Atlanta City Council. In working on this legislation, staff looked at a host of jurisdictions in metropolitan Atlanta as well as across the country. And we are currently the only municipality that we could find that has no time limit for the submission of remarks from the public. DeKalb County Commission receives public comment for 1 hour via email prior to the meeting. Other jurisdictions are currently meeting and allow public comment prior to the meeting, but as of right now, we really do not have any type of beginning and end to when comment can be received. So as of today's meeting, we actually started receiving public comments a week ago, prior to the today's meeting even being publicly noticed. And so it does cause a significant strain on the staff, as we only have about 2 people that are managing, 16 and 17 hours worth of public comment. And by streamlining it and providing a set time for public comment across all committees and the full council meeting, we thought that this was the best solution to allowing people where there's a designated time for the submission of remarks from the public. In addition, physically, when we're at City Hall, public comment for committees normally begins about 5 to 10 minutes prior to the meeting beginning. In this instance, we're still allowing additional time, more time for the public to submit comments. The 3 hours and 26 minutes that we listened to today were all received between 11 and 12 p.m. on yesterday. So even within an hour, we still received well over 3 hours of public comment.
So, Mr. Pace, would you please hold in the event that council members have questions?
I have a question.
Who is that?
Councilmember Brown.
Okay, Mr. Brown, I'm going to go to the sign-up list. I'll get to you in just a moment. Mr. Bond, you're next.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Mr. Pace, for that presentation. Let me ask you, Mr. Pace, do you all have the ability to tell where the calls are coming from?
We are able to see the area codes where they're coming from, but not necessarily. You could have a person calling from an out-of-state area code that technically lives in Atlanta. So we can see the area code where the phone numbers where the calls are coming from, but not necessarily the exact location, if that helps.
And they get how many minutes to speak? 3? Is it 3?
3 minutes for the committee meetings and 2 minutes for the full council meetings. And in just listening to the comments, we've during the budget, for example, we received a significant number of calls from outside the state of Georgia.
Is that based on just on the area code, or?
Well, actually, listening to the caller,
Okay.
We had people submit that they were calling from out of state.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. I'm not going to support the resolution because I have never supported limits on public speaking and the public's access to express themselves to the city council. However, I do understand the need to manage the process. I'll just make a suggestion. If we're talking about the limiting the times or trying to prescribe the time for when an individual may want to call in, to speak to committees, obviously in person, you have to be there at a particular time slot to sign in to speak to whatever committee you want to address. I would suggest that if there's going to be a registration or window of time for the committees, that they follow those same windows as when the committees might happen to meet. For example, if public safety meets on Monday at 1 o'clock, then the time to sign in needs to be the previous business day, which is Friday. So the time to call in would fit with the committee time. It would start at 1 o'clock. Because if your true intention, just like when we were meeting in person, is to be heard, people make their way at that appropriate time when the committee meets to be heard. It's not just mothers that take care of kids. I raised my kids. There's 3 of them. And when I needed to do things in the middle of trying to manage that, I just had to do it. I just had to make it happen. And so if people could call in at 1 on Friday for public safety, or 9 on Monday or 9:30 for city utilities, and 12 o'clock on Monday for CDHS, and so forth, that follows more the pattern of what we do when we are in person. So, just a suggestion.
That is a good suggestion, Councilmember Bond. We try to mirror other local jurisdictions. Sandy Springs, for instance, allows online comments via email submitted by close of business on the day of the meeting. So, in looking at other jurisdictions locally, we try to mirror that in putting the times towards the end of the day. But that is a good recommendation that you provided.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so now we'll go to Ms. Shepard, Ms. Ide, and Mr. Brown. Ms. Shepard?
I'm sorry. I'm going to pull myself out. I'm going to listen a little bit more before I speak. Thank you.
Ms. Ide?
Yeah, so I had a question for Mr. Pace because I do share some concerns that I don't want to, unduly limit people's ability to participate. It's how does the phone number work, and what is because I just don't want people to get a busy signal forever and ever. So can more than one person be leaving a message at a time, and sort of what volume of calls would you be able to handle, in an hour window or a 3 or 4 hour window?
Right. So we have a designated number for each committee meeting as well as the full council meeting. And just as an example, yesterday in 1 hour, we received well over 3 hours of public comment. So multiple people are able to call at the same time and leave a comment. We haven't determined the exact number, but within an hour yesterday, we received about 3.5 hours of comments that were all listened to a few moments ago.
Okay, and have you all gotten many complaints or any complaints about the system and the ability to get through or to use the voicemail system?
No, ma'am. Only normally the cutoff time. We currently in the calls 1 hour prior to the meeting. So if you have someone that may call right at 12 o'clock or 12:01, their comments aren't included. And so we have gotten some feedback about that, but that has been pretty much it.
Okay. I do think this is a balance when we're doing this in person. It's limited to the time of day that the meeting is, and we actually have been providing a much greater ability, which I would like to see us continue in some way, shape, or form when we go back in person. But I also think it's gotten to a place that we're just asking our staff to work way more hours in the week on doing this, and I think that there's a way to limit the window when you can leave comment that keeps it focused on the agenda before us and still gives people a very meaningful opportunity to participate. So anyway, thank you, Mr. Pace, for giving us some more details.
Ms. Smith, and then Mr. Brown.
Well, I'm trying to think through this because, the only problem that I do have I'm very torn on this because, okay, if our council meeting is on Monday, which they are, and so we're going to take comment up until from Friday, so the whole weekend, the citizens aren't going to be able to call in and make comments, or even Monday, but I know Mr. Pace just said that there are two people that run this. And as we know, all of us have been up almost 24 hours, over 24 hours now at this point with a little nap that we took last night. The staff, they didn't go to bed. So, because they've been trying to fix and get all of these public comments ready to play. So, again, I'm back to if this will fix the mix-up that we had this morning, if we can streamline this to where it is easier on our staff and they're not working 24/7 kind of, because they are going to have to work on Sundays. So, Mr. Pace, is there some way that we could fix the Monday meetings to where it's not the next business day, but all the other ones where it is the business day prior to. So we could say that you could leave comments up until Sunday at 1 o'clock. Then would the staff have time Monday morning to come in and get all of that straight by 1 o'clock on Monday, so that they're not having to work on Sundays? Because, I mean, we're asking an awful lot of our staff, because they're, as you know, none of us are really good right now during COVID. We're working from home, and so we're not setting our boundaries and well with our weekends and getting our time off. And so our staff is doing the exact same thing. Mr. Pace, y'all are working probably 7 days a week, just like we are, correct?
That's correct, Councilmember.
And
in discussing, in determining the comments for the meetings that meet on Monday, the full council and public safety, there were concerns about having public comment on the weekend, so that some people may not have known that the public comment for public safety is on a Sunday. So we try to streamline that and keep it all the designated times on a business day.
Okay,
and from there to try to keep them all uniform as well.
Okay, yeah, because then you would just have to, because you've got to write this down for the public and put it out there, so it would get even more confusing if we said public safety, council, or Sunday, and then every other one is on Tuesday, Wednesday, whatever day it is. Okay.
And I would add that there are, for this meeting that we had today, there were well over 16 hours of public comment. And to really try to organize all of that an hour before the meeting, you do run into instances of what happened early this morning. And the staff that are monitoring all of these calls and trying to organize them started at 1 o'clock. We took a break at 8 o'clock and went through 4 o'clock in the morning, and we're back up at 7:30, 8 o'clock this morning to prepare for the remainder of today's meeting.
Oh,
so
yeah.
it has put some strain on our resources.
Yeah, when I've got because I thought we were going to come back at 7, I woke up and you had already sent a text prior to 7 a.m. saying we're not going to do this until 10. So I figured you hadn't even gone to bed. And I don't know, I'm very torn on this. All right, I'll keep listening.
And what I would add is that, before we drafted any piece of legislation, we looked at other municipalities locally. We looked across the state as well as across the country. And, my personal opinion, I don't believe that this limits public comment. It provides a duration for it. As other jurisdictions do across the country in this remote environment.
Okay, and like you said earlier, one of them just accepts emails, and they accept it like an hour prior, but we don't have a limit on the emails. I mean, I could say a name or two, but we've been getting some emails from one of our regulars during this meeting, so we take emails all the time, so we don't have a time limit on emails. Okay, all right. Well, I also want to say, like Ms. Ide, and I think all of us, Mr. Brown, and several of us have said that y'all are doing such a great job, and if we can make your job easier, and then I don't want Ms. Moore to have to go through what she went through this morning, and us being so confused this morning. So, and I appreciate your being so candid this morning, Ms. Moore. So, okay, I'm going to listen some more. Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker will be Mr. Brown, but the Law Department did want to weigh in on the constitutional issues. Ms. Robinson?
Yes. Good afternoon again. So there was a mention at the beginning of this discussion of there being a possible First Amendment issue with this particular piece of legislation, and I did want to make clear that law has reviewed it and has determined that there are no constitutional issues with this legislation moving forward. There are no First Amendment violations or anything here.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Brown, and then Ms. Shepard.
Thank you, Madam President. So my question for Theo and Councilmember Mathakite, I want to know, why is this an immediate paper instead of us allowing community to weigh in as we would normally do in making decisions that are going to impact their ability to make public comment? Why are we making decisions for the community? Like, why are we impeding on their ability? And I'm not saying that this paper is not necessary in the context of providing structure, because I recognize, Theo, you and I have had countless conversations about public comment. So I understand the burden that is placed on the staff, and I also recognize the incredible job your staff has done. But, my first question is, why isn't community given the opportunity to weigh in on this decision being made, and why is council voting on this immediately and furthering the disenfranchisement of community in making decisions for them? And then the second part of this is, we can't base our decision on rare circumstances or moments that we are experiencing right now within the city of Atlanta in determining how we move forward, because then we're being reactive instead of being proactive. And again, I say all of this to say I don't not agree with the fact that we need some structure around public comment, but we also need the community to weigh in. So before I continue, I would love for Theo and Councilmember Masakai to speak specifically to those points.
Okay, Mr. Page.
Could I address that?
Hold on. Yes, Mr. Masakai and then Mr. Page.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. Councilmember Brown, we wanted to have it for immediate consideration today so we could let the public know in advance what the new process would be, so that we could give them information, and so it would apply to our next meeting. So that was the thought process there. Thank you.
Can I respond, Councilmember President Moore?
Yes, let Mr. Brown respond, then Mr. Pace, you can go next.
Sure. So, Councilmember Masakai, do you not think that that's a bit backwards in the context that, if we're making an immediate decision for something that's going to impact the public without allowing them the opportunity to weigh in on it, so we're basically telling them, hey, moving forward, this is what you're limited to in being able to make public comment about issues in this city that are impacting you without you giving us your opinion on how you feel about that. Is that not backwards to the purpose of why we even have public comment in the first place?
I didn't view it that way at all. So, thank you.
What I would add, Councilmember Brown, is going back to March when we initially sat down with the council president to determine how our remote meetings will be handled, one of the chief things that we keep at the front of mind is transparency. All of our meetings are broadcast on multiple platforms, Channel 26, Facebook, Twitter Live, to allow public access to them. The way that we set up our comments for our committees, we provided one designated number for each committee. Our IT manager basically has to go in multiple times to these numbers each week, so that the voicemail inbox doesn't become full. So it's not just an hour before the meeting. This is a daily process that we're having to do related to remarks from the public. And so in discussing the matter, one of the first things that I requested the staff to do was really look at what other cities are doing. We've had multiple cities call us as far as how we're handling our meetings and being transparent and allowing the public access to all of our meetings. But what we found is that we have a deadline that public comment is accepted up until 1 hour before the meeting, but it's open-ended. So people could be calling now for public comment for committees a week from now. And all this is to put a duration of time that people could leave comments. And one of the things that we did was really look at, if we limit it to a certain period of time, could you still allow multiple people to call in at the same time and leave comments? And we found that that was the case.
Mr. Pace, again, I'm going to speak. So no one is questioning the technical function around what your staff has to do in reviewing and processing public comment. No one is in disagreement about the work that your staff is putting in. We've all acknowledged that. We all understand the process of it, and we know the burden that has been placed on you. My concern is, again, it has nothing to do with that. It has everything to do with the fact that we are making a decision for the public without the public being able to weigh in on that decision. And to me, that discredits the whole purpose. In addition to that, this sounds like more of a resource issue than it does necessarily a bigger issue around the number of public comments coming in. You know, I don't think every meeting we're going to have, let me just finish. I don't think every meeting we're going to have 1,000 public comments. And we haven't had 1,000 public comments, you know, whether that is in our committees or in our full council meeting. So if it is a resource issue where you need another body to help facilitate public comment so that we can ensure the public voice is heard, then that's one thing. And again, I don't negate the fact that I recognize there is a resource issue, and I also recognize, given these unprecedented times, they have contributed to that resource issue. And I also acknowledge that we do need some structure around public comment. But, you know, what has been presented in this immediate paper, I don't believe, resolves those concerns. And I would have rathered us take this paper and referred it to committee so that the public, we could hear from the public in regards to their opinion on, you know, what they feel is best. Let's hear from working mothers and fathers. Let's hear from students in college and in school working tirelessly, you know, multiple jobs that still care about their city and want to be able to weigh into the decisions being made in their city and not limited because their schedule is overwhelming or they just don't have the ability to make a public comment within the time frame in which you've stated. Because we all recognize emails are not read out loud. We don't read emails out loud. And I brought up this point to President Moore when we initially started taking emails as a basis for public comment. It would be different if those emails were read out loud. Then you could compare it to the fact of making a public comment in which individuals are capable of actually voicing their opinion.
I appreciate your I appreciate your comments, you know, Councilmember Brown. What I would say is this proposal still allows for more remarks from the public than what is allowed in our code of ordinances. Currently, our code allows for public comment for full council meetings to be submitted 105 minutes prior to the meeting. And this still allows for more time for that because we are in a remote environment.
So, Mr. Pace, if the ordinance states that we could allow public comment up to, what is it, what did you say, 100 and what?
105 minutes.
So why can't that be the same basis in regards to the public comment now? If these individuals were coming up to a committee and council meeting making these comments, I mean, we wouldn't be able to impede their ability from doing that. So why are we attempting to impede their ability to do it now?
I would say that impedes. I think what this does is that it actually allows people more time to submit their remarks, which was the entire directive that I received from the council president and the committee on council chair, was
so,
to allow for...
Hold on one second, Mr. Payne. I think you're misunderstanding what he was saying. The 105 minutes is like an hour and 20 minutes. And they're giving, what are you all giving, 3 hours or 4 hours?
3 hours.
Yeah, so it's twice the time, more than twice the time, Mr. Brown. I think you're misunderstanding what they were saying.
Yeah, because for me, from what I have heard, based on what the amendment was that Councilmember Mazikite have read, that's not what I heard. So can we go through this one more time just so I'm clear? Because if I'm not mistaken, that was the whole basis of us speaking about public comment being made during the weekend prior to a Monday's council meeting.
The only difference, Mr. Brown, that I hear, and that's why I asked you a question earlier on, the only difference I hear from what we're doing currently remotely than we've done before is, for instance, the period of time, there is no limit on the time frame in which you can call in. So if we go on recess, which we will be going on recess at some period of time, there'll be 2-week time frame, and people can leave public comments for 2 weeks. What they're doing is giving a defined time frame for people to call in and to give their comments. It doesn't limit the amount of time they can speak. They still have the same amount of time, etc. And what Mr. Pace is saying is that we're even allowing more time in the time frame than we have a time frame in the code. Our code time frame is 100-something minutes, which is like a minute, hour, 20 minutes. This will allow for up to 3 hours time frame. So if you're calling for a meeting, you call within this time frame and leave your message, and you don't have any limit in terms of the time frame. It's the same time frame that you're always calling. So the only thing I'm seeing, and if I'm wrong, you all correct me, the difference is here is that you're giving a specific time frame for people to call in for a particular meeting.
Madam President, can I ask just a question, just a point of clarity? And I don't want to prolong this. I personally believe this paper should be referred to committee so the public could weigh in on a decision we're making on their behalf. But just for a point of clarity, if our full council meeting was on Monday, right, yesterday, if I agree with you, Mr. Pace, that there needs to be some structure so we don't create a further burden. And I also agree with the fact that maybe we need to look at the resource issue on your staff and ensuring you have enough people, adequate amount of people to support you during this public comment situation. But my question is, if we have a full council meeting on Monday, based on this amendment, what is the period in time in which someone can call in and make a public comment in regards to the full council meeting on a Monday?
It would be 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. the Friday before the meeting.
Yeah, and that's my problem. That is exactly what I was just speaking about, Madam President. That is different because before you could leave public comment up to an hour before the meeting. And I know this because there is stuff floating all around social media and everywhere else in regards to individuals voicing their opinions about certain issues in the city where they've outlined the guidelines for leaving public comment. So that is exactly what I was just saying, in which the reason why I have an issue with this paper in the first place. Because, I personally don't think if you have a meeting at 1 p.m., I could see if you make the decision of, hey, let's limit public comment 4 hours before the start of the meeting, I would say, okay, I'm comfortable with that. That gives your staff, if for any comments that come in over the weekend or on Monday of the full council meeting, it would give your team 4 hours to sort through those comments and put them in order or whatever. I don't even know the capacity of work besides, and I don't want to limit the capacity of work, but I'm sure you have to listen to the call, determine if it's, relevant in some degree or another, and then upload it onto a system. I don't know how many minutes it takes to do that per call, if a call is limited to 2 minutes. But I think that's more lines of the conversation we need to have on making sure that what we want to see happen is structured correctly. Because I think if you limit it for Friday, well, what about someone who is working on Friday and works all day on Friday and can't leave public comment and only has the weekend to be able to call in and address issues with the city and this is their only ability to do it, you've now limited their ability to submit public comment because they have to do it by Friday between 3 and 7 p.m. or whatever it is that you said. That's the problem I have with it.
Okay, Mr. Brown, Ms. Shepard's been waiting. If anyone else wants to speak, we are now in committee of the whole, but I do think you all as a body need to decide if you're going to continue debating it, amend it, or send it back to committee. Ms. Shepard, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you. Well, I've heard a couple of things that I had questions with in reference to is the fact that if we were at City Hall at this point, our typical structure would be that folks could come in and sign up for public comment an hour and 20 minutes, I believe. Is that correct? Is that what I heard?
It's an hour and 5, Councilmember Shepard.
I'm sorry, hour and 5 minutes. So if we were at City Hall, that's what it would be. Again, there will be no way at this point for folks to call in remotely. I also heard from Ms. Eyes, I think that it could be a possibility that we could add that. If we're going to talk about 3 hours while we're in this particular area right now with the COVID-19, do we want to contemplate adding some more hours for remote comments and still have the hour and 5 minutes on the other side so that we can actually morph into something that's a little bit more just in terms of public comment? I also looked at what y'all was talking about in terms of the council meeting on Monday and the public safety meeting that's right now on Monday, that we could contemplate doing. Let me ask before I ask that question, Mr. Pace. Let me ask you, physically, are your folks actually on site or are they doing this remotely themselves?
Mr. Massenberg is at City Hall now. He has the capability of doing it remotely, but the past couple of meetings he has gone up to City Hall just to ensure that there are no disruptions in the phone bridge. He actually has multiple phones that he's pretty much have connected to each other to allow public comment bridge to be broadcast through social media. So he pretty much has to spread out. So he's actually at City Hall now as we speak.
Okay, and then this morning there was another problem also because when we lost connection, and I don't know what happened in terms of why we lost connection about 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, but then we was trying to bring it back up. But the problem was that Channel 26, the staff of Channel 26, also was not available at 7 o'clock in the morning. So it's not just Mr. Massenberg and his staff, Latoya, but it's also Channel 26. Is that correct? Is that a whole other group of people?
That's a whole other staff under the purview of the mayor's office, as well as our Office of Communications, who's responsible for streaming the meeting on Facebook and Twitter.
So, like us, they also have to keep it streaming also. So it's not just our group, but it's also Channel 26 staff also. So, and I would say to you all, you know, I would ask anybody to look across the country to see if any council or any Congress are listening to public comment for 18 hours. I think yesterday was our max at 18 hours. We were actually up. I would tell you, I'm just going to be honest. I will not tell a lie. I lost it at 3, and I went off to sleep, and I realized that when I woke up, it was over. And then I got back on at 6:30 to start listening to what was going on. So, but I listened as long as I could. But that's a challenge for me, for all of us, I think, as council members to do that. And I would like to know any other city who is doing that. So I think it's a compromise of 3 hours for input. I would like to see how many cities across the country are doing 3 hours for public comment, because that equates to how many hours would you say that is that we're going to be listening? I mean, 3 hours, and so that's, I forget how many calls that is. The bottom line is we've doubled our what we're actually listening to. I think we're good in terms of what we're doing, but we're also at creating something where if we allow ourselves to just keep it open, it could go on and on. And so I'm supporting this legislation. I mean, this resolution is a resolution, or I'm supporting. Bottom line is I'm supporting this resolution. I think it's ample. I do think we need to possibly look at changing the time frames on it, maybe 4 to 7. I was looking at on the Friday, a council meeting or public safety, and I'm going to ask you, Mr. Pace, if we did it, if we allowed council meetings like before when we had people sign in at 1 o'clock, what if we opened up the council meetings on Monday for people to call in either from 8 until 11 a.m. or from 9 a.m. until 12 p.m.? Would that put a huge task on your staff to do
Well, that was one of the proposals that we came up with, but the problem was that we did not want to confuse the public with different times to call in for different committees.
Now what I'm saying with that is council meetings specifically. And then the same thing in terms of public safety. Like if I have my public safety meeting on a Monday at 2, we could say both of them could be at the same time because one of them so it's not the same Monday, so that's not a conflict. Or we can say public safety is from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m., which would then allow 2 hours for your staff to prepare to be ready for the public safety committee at 2 o'clock. So I just think that we can work that out in terms of those weekends. Or the other thing is, what's wrong with just having a public comment on a Saturday, which will give people more than ample enough time to make their comment on Saturday for the 3 hours. Your staff to actually then come back in on Monday and be prepared. So I don't see that as a conflict. I just see that as something in terms of optics that we need to work out. I think, again, I think we should be proud of ourselves as a city that we're allowing all this to happen. But if we continue down the road we're going now in terms of public comment, we will be sitting up every council meeting, every committee meeting, and not able to do our work because we're listening to public comment forever. And I even remember when we had regular council meetings, Ms. Morris would say, if you're saying the same thing, please allow somebody to say something different. Because a lot of the comments are actually literally the same comment. Either yay or nay, they become, after a point, you pretty much heard a lot of different things. Pretty much you get it. You know what it is. So for me, I think we should work on this, tweak it a little bit. I would recommend on Monday's council meetings that, we allow them to call in on a Monday or either Saturday and make their public comment. Same thing for public safety. Put some dates on that Tuesday and Wednesday that we have our committee meetings, the same thing. And if we continue to publish it out, people know, because when people were coming to our committee meetings before, people knew when to come. Folks come on a consistent basis. Now, if we continue to open it up where we have virtual, they will get used to that pattern and be able to do that. So I just don't see a problem with this. I think that we'd be more than ample in terms of what we're doing, and I would support it with some tweaks. That's all I have to say.
All right. Now, we're still in committee of the whole, so I want any member that wants to ask Mr. Pace a question to please sign up so we can make a motion to do something. So the next speaker is Ms. Boone.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I value public comment, and we must realize that we are in a pandemic. There is a lot of hurt, anger, and pain out here. Most folks, all they can do is give public comment. We're not taking any in-person meetings, and I agree that we do need to do this right. We need to think about how we're going to handle this public comment. So I would definitely support this going to committee at this time. So I'd like a motion to send this to committee.
Is there a second?
Second, Brown.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion by Boone, a second by Brown to refer this to committee. Any discussion on the motion to refer? Seeing none, let's open the vote on the motion to refer to committee on council. Is that correct, Ms. Boone? Ms. Boone?
Yes.
Yes, and understand, everyone, that when it does come back to committee on council, it will be in the committee of the whole in front of the full council at the next meeting if this motion passes. All right, let's open the vote. Mr. Bond, did you want to speak? Hold on. Mr. Bond, did you want to speak on the motion to refer, or are you ready to vote?
Yes, I have a question. Don't we have to come out of committee of the whole first?
No, sir. We can vote, and then we can accept the adopt what we did in the Committee of the Whole engrossed like we do regularly.
Oh, all right.
Okay. All right?
Madam
President. Hold on.
Madam President.
Yes, Ms. Winslow.
This is Councilmember Winslow. So I'm a little confused because I heard Councilmember Ide made a couple of suggestions. Then
So where we are, nobody made an amendment, Ms. Winslow. So right now we're in the middle of a vote to refer to Committee on Council. So let's vote that up or down, and if it does not pass, then people can make amendments if they need to. But right now the motion is to refer and the vote's open.
Okay.
Let's take the vote. Ms. Winslow, how do you vote on the motion to refer?
No.
Okay, Mr. Shook?
Nay.
Mr. Westmoreland?
Aye.
Okay, Mr. Westmoreland, aye. Ms. Winslow and Mr. Shook, nay. All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating votes now. Seven yeas, 8 nays. Motion fails.
7 yeas, 8 nays. The motion to refer fails. So we're going to go to Ms. Overstreet, and then we'll go to Mr. Bond.
Yes, so I thought we did have a friendly amendment because I did receive the email from Councilmember Mazikite changing the time. So was that not?
He was drafting the amendment. We never got to it because he didn't offer it, and I haven't gotten a second yet. But he was working on it while we were having discussion. So we're back.
Are we back to it now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Councilmember Mazikite, how say you?
I'm sorry, Councilmember Overstreet, say it again.
What would you like to do with your amendment? Is it an actual amendment, or you?
Yes, I would like to amend per the comments that I heard so that it would be from 4 until 7 p.m. the business day prior.
Is there a second?
Winslow, second.
Okay, there's a motion by Mazikite, a second by Winslow to amend it, and read the amendment one more time, Mr. Mazikite.
The amendment would be for the time period to be, rather than 3 to 5, to be 4 to 7 p.m.
Okay. So speakers, if you please either stay or relinquish yourself if you're not speaking to the motion to amend. That is what is before us, the motion to amend. Okay, Mr. Bond, on the motion to amend.
Oh, I've already spoken.
Okay.
Yeah,
on the most narrowly, are you speaking to the motion to amend, Mr. Brown, on the amendment?
I am.
Okay, let's hear it.
Thank you, Madam President. In regards to this motion to amend the time from 4 to 7 p.m., again, we don't address some of the points in which other council members have voiced on this call today about the fact that even changing the time to 4 to 7 p.m., you're still limiting working families that may not have the ability to call in on a Friday before a Monday full council meeting. And I just don't think it's fair to these families that want to have a decision and being able to be a part of the civic process to be able to give their comment. And again, we're making a decision for the public without the public's ability to weigh in on the decisions we're making, which is why I thought making the motion to refer to committee would be the most fair option to give communities the ability to tell us what works for them. We can't speak for 500,000 residents in this city on the barriers that they have within their working lives in being able to leave public comment. So, Councilmember Mazikite, I would concur with Councilmember Shepard about the day of the meeting, maybe, 4 hours prior to a meeting, requiring comment to be left. I'm willing to even consider a friendly amendment of that sort. But to completely leave out the weekend before a full council meeting, when sometimes that's the only time people have to be able to interact in any capacity, I just think it's not fair, and it's not fair to the people of the city.
Okay,
Could I
Mr.
respond
Brown.
to that, Madam President?
Before you do, Mr. Matsakite, because I want to make sure I keep you all on the road. The motion that's before us does not stop anyone from further amending this paper. So right now we're just dealing with the time frame, and some of the issues you raised, Mr. Brown, could certainly be raised in a subsequent amendment. Mr. Matsakite.
Yeah, I do just want to remind everyone that this is only one form of way to submit input, that people have the ability to leave emails for us. They have the ability to call and provide comment outside of these hours directly to council members. So I don't believe that this really limits the ability for folks to provide public comment. It really mirrors the time that they would have for public comment if we were physically in the chambers. And really this is focused on trying to have a manageable process for our staff. And that's what we've tried to do. And you can hear from Mr. Pace that really is the impetus for this, is to try to not have our staff up 24/7 managing something that is unmanageable. And, I'm open to amendments to this as long as it would not impede on our staff. And one of the things that we talked about was giving our staff time before meetings, and that's why we settled on the day before the meeting. And so that's what we've put some thought into this, and that's where we've landed. I would like to ask Mr. Pace about the consideration of doing it the day before the meeting, not necessarily the business day before the meeting. Would that require our staff to go in on a Sunday and to be there if it were 4 to 7 p.m. on a Sunday?
It would not require our staff to go in the building on a Sunday. One calendar day is, I think that's okay with myself and my staff. We could do public comment for our meetings and meet on Monday on Sunday. Again, we do not want to disenfranchise anyone. I think our public comment is more than local jurisdictions. Fulton County and DeKalb County allow for 30 minutes, and that's it. But we're fine with the calendar days instead of a business day.
Madam President, could I, Madam President, I'd like to change my amendment to strike the word business day and just have it the day before, 4 p.m. to 7 p.m., the day before the scheduled meeting.
The person who seconded the motion, are fine with that?
Yes, that's fine, Madam President.
Okay, so would you read the entire... Hold on, Mr. Brown. Would you read the entire amendment, Mr. Matsakite?
Yes. So the amendment would read, remarks from the public for all remote meetings of the Atlanta City Council and all remote meetings of the standing committees of the City Council shall be accepted between the hours of 4 p.m. and 7 p.m. on the day before the scheduled meeting.
Okay, and that was seconded by Winslow. Now, Mr. Brown, we're going to speak to the motion on the floor. It's your turn.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Councilmember Matsakite, for considering just a different variation of your amendment. And I guess this is a question for you, Theo, since it's really, looking at your staff ability. I would be comfortable if, families could have up till, midnight on Sunday to leave public comment. and I believe that that would give, I mean, our full council meetings start at 1 p.m., you know, and, you know, our committee on council meetings generally, you know, we're doing committee in the whole anyway. So it's during our full council meeting. So I think if we were able to do public comment up to midnight prior, it would give everyone an ample amount of time to be able to leave public comment. And I guess my question for you, Mr. Pace, is would that be something that would be okay with your team to be able to work through those comments? Because if you're talking about from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m., and I know you all are doing other things too, because I know you're dealing with legislation issues and all that. I'm just wondering if that would work, Mr. Pace.
Well, Councilmember Brown, the impetus for this was to allow the staff additional time to be able to download all of these calls. And by having it up until midnight, our IT staff is still responsible for logging council members in, addressing other IT issues within the city council offices. And it just puts a strain because they are responsible for other things. This is our IT manager and staff that I'm speaking of, that they're responsible for managing our IT infrastructure. And this does take away from them being able to assist other council members and other staff within the department.
So Mr. Pace, again, you know, I've reiterated this on several different occasions as we've talked through this, but, you know, again, it sounds like you have a resource issue when it comes to the amount of staff that you have available that are dedicated. And I don't believe that a staff resource issue should impede on the public's ability to leave public comment and give them every ample opportunity to do so without disenfranchising them from the process. So that's the only reason I'm asking, because I don't even feel comfortable, honestly, voting on this without the public being able to weigh on it. Literally, since we've been on this call discussing this, we've received hundreds of messages already in the short period of time from the public, and I have record of these messages about why they see this as an issue. So I think that we have a fiduciary responsibility to hear the public, and I'm trying to reach a place of compromise because, again, I'm thinking about working families. I'm thinking about, you know, individuals that don't have the luxury of being able to dedicate time to a certain time frame to allow them to call in and make public comment. So that's why I'm suggesting at least the midnight. I mean, you're talking about 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Regardless, you have a legislative staff that can focus on the legislation, and then you have another set of individuals that are focusing on public comment. So even if there is other work happening, I don't understand how midnight wouldn't work from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. I'm still not understanding that.
Well, okay.
I guess what I would...
Hold on, Mr. Massacate. I just want to say to Mr. Brown, unless Mr. Massacate changes his amendment, I would hope that you all would not continue a debate about a different time frame at this point. What's before us is the time frame that was moved and seconded, and we can always, after this vote, have further amended or come up with additional amendments. So we're going off into side discussion. So let's deal with this amendment on the floor unless Mr. Massacate is willing to change his motion.
Madam President, I'd like to vote on the amendment as it was read in from 4 to 7 p.m. the day before.
Okay, so Mr. Brown, you can always come back after this vote and make further amendments. And so I'm going to go to Mr. Bond.
Thank you, Madam
Bond.
President. Yes, Madam President. Hear me? Okay.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Just a question for Mr. Pace. On a day before where you have multiple committee meetings and you have this time frame from 4 to 7, how do you differentiate which committee someone from the public will be calling in for?
We have different numbers for each committee.
Okay. so it's possible to have, you know, people calling in at the same times for two different meetings.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. If I see no other people signed up, anyone not on the system want to speak, seeing or not hearing one, let's open the vote on the Massacre Amendment.
Please hold. The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
Well, I was the second, so I'm in favor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Schiff,
That's
how do you
okay.
Mr. Schiff.
Aye.
Okay. Mr. Schiff says aye. Mr. Brown.
Nay.
Mr. Brown, nay. Mr. Schiff, aye. All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating votes. The vote is now closed. 13 yeas, 1 nay, 1 abstention.
Who abstained? Who abstained?
Councilman Bond.
You cannot abstain in a full council meeting, Mr. Bond.
But we're in committee as a whole. We're in committee.
Okay, I got you. The parliamentarians agreeing with you. I'm sorry, I forgot where we are. So, all right. So 13 yeas, 1 nay. The amendment is adopted. Any further amendments? Mr. Brown.
Madam President, I would like to make an amendment to change the time period within this legislation between that public comment can be made up till midnight of the day of the meeting.
Okay, your motion is to say it one more time.
So basically, remarks from the public.
No, I just need you to give the specific language, and then you can.
Midnight, the day of the meeting.
So that public comment can be taken up to midnight the day of the meeting. Is there a second? Is there a second? It fails for a lack of a second. Are there any other amendments? Okay, let's vote on the motion to adopt as amended. Let's open the vote. There's no more discussion.
Please hold. Please continue to hold. Please continue to hold. The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Mr. Shook, how do you vote?
Aye.
All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating votes now. 10 yeas, 5 nays.
10 yeas, 5 nays. It is adopted as amended. And Mr. Massakai, because I'm looking at Facebook and everybody seems to be confused, could you please, for the purposes before we come out of the committee of the whole, state where we are and what this resolution and amendment does?
Yes, this resolution and amendment would provide for the public to leave comments on the recorded line from 4 p.m. until 7 p.m. the day before the City Council meeting and the standing committee meetings of the Council.
Okay, thank you. I'll entertain a motion to leave committee of the whole, to exit committee of the whole.
So moved, Matsakite.
Smith, second.
Motion by Matsakite, second by Smith to exit committee of the whole. Any discussion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote.
Please hold. The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote? In favor. Mr. Shook, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Brown, how do you vote? All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating votes. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. We are out of the committee of the whole. I'll entertain a motion to adopt the action taken in the committee of the whole.
So moved, Matsakite.
Is there a second?
Second, Smith.
There's a motion by Matsakite, a second by Smith to adopt the action taken within the committee of the whole, and that action was the adoption of the resolution. Any discussion?
Hello, please enter your 6-digit conference code. Line muted.
Hello. Hello. Smith here.
When?
Okay, I'm back. I'm unmuted. We will let our social media people catch up with us. We were all thrown off. We'll do a quick roll call, give everybody time to get on the line. So give it 1 second. And Mr. Clerk, let me know when you get back on the line.
I'm on the line now, Madam President.
Okay. So give it a couple more seconds. Let me check and see if anybody's still hanging out there. Okay, so let's do a quick roll call, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Clerk?
Yes, President Moore.
Present.
Council members Bond.
Here.
Westmoreland.
Here.
Dickens.
Here.
Smith.
Here.
Baroque.
Here.
Brown. Winslow.
Present.
Archibald.
Here.
Hyde.
Here.
Shook.
Aye.
Matsakite.
Here.
Hillis.
Here.
Boone.
Present.
Overstreet.
Present.
Shepard.
Present.
14 members present, Madam President.
Okay, Mr. Brown, did you join us yet? Unmute him. He said he's on the line. I just texted him.
I'm on, Madam President.
Okay, wonderful. We didn't want to move without you. So we were about to open. I forgot where we were. So where were we, Mr. Clark?
On the motion to adopting gross.
Yes, to adopt the action taken in the committee as a whole. And then I was asking if there was any discussion. And I don't see anyone who has indicated to speak in discussion. So let's open the vote. So what we're doing is adopting what was adopted in the committee as a whole.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Shook?
Aye.
Okay. All votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating votes now. Yeas, 4 nays.
11 yeas, 4 nays. It is adopted. Okay. We go on to our next item for immediate consideration. I have 2 by Ms. Smith.
Thank you, Madam President. We will take the small business, the IGA. If you will remember, we passed the original legislation for Invest Atlanta to do the small business grants back in May, and we need to add a compliance requirement for the Department of Treasury. A resolution by Councilmember Carla Smith authorizing the mayor to execute Amendment Number 1 to the intergovernmental agreement between the City of Atlanta and the Atlanta Development Authority doing business as Invest Atlanta. to add certain required federal law provisions for expenditure of federal funds and for other purposes. Whereas the City of Atlanta, the Atlanta Development Authority, DBA Invest Atlanta, entered into an intergovernmental agreement pursuant to 19-0-1203, and whereas the city now wishes to enter into an amendment to the IGA to Invest Atlanta to administer a small business grant program with funds from the Coronavirus Aid Relief and Economic Security Act, known as the CARES Act, which is an act of the United States federal government to help alleviate the effects of the coronavirus economic emergency. And whereas, in order for Invest Atlanta to administer the funds on behalf of the city, certain required federal regulations for use of federal funds need to be added to the IGA. And whereas the mayor recommends that executing the amendment is in the best interest of the city. Now, therefore, the City Council of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, hereby resolves that the city attorney or her designee is directed to prepare Amendment Number 1 to the IGA between the city and Invest Atlanta for purposes of adding provisions that address compliance with regulations related to the use of CARES Act funds for execution by the mayor or her designee. Be it further resolved that the mayor or her designee is hereby authorized to execute the amendment. Be it finally resolved that the amendment will not become binding on the city until it is approved as to form by the city attorney or her designee, executed by the mayor or her designee, to be delivered to Invest Atlanta. The ELMS number is 22090, and I make a motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Smith. Is there a second?
Second, Matsakite.
Motion by Smith, second by Matsakite. We're open for discussion. I see Ms. Overstreet.
This discussion, my hand was up from the last vote for the committee on in the of the whole in growth.
Okay.
So, I had a question for the parliamentarian. So, is there a way that I can speak to him, or should I wait until after this?
Hold on, I'll confer with him. Give me 2 seconds. Okay, he said you're fine, that you were up there, and that you do have the opportunity to speak after the vote to explain your vote. So you have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. So, understanding that we only had one real vote during committee on the whole, I wanted my vote to reflect my thoughts on my vote. So I wanted to make sure my vote was a no instead of a yes. Can I do that?
You will need to make a motion to reconsider.
Okay. Motion to reconsider, please. The vote of adopting committee on the whole items and growth.
Okay, but wait a minute. Let me check with the parliamentarian, because we have already put forward the paper that Ms. Smith was doing. If you could wait until you finish with that, and then I can recognize you immediately, and you can still do your reconsideration.
That'll be great if the parliamentarian says that's fine. I'm okay with that.
I'm sure he will. He's not yelling at me on the other phone, so we're good. So let's
that's fine.
Let's deal with this, the motion that's on the floor, and then we will immediately come back to Ms. Overstreet.
Thank you.
So is there anyone to speak to Ms. Smith? Paper for immediate consideration, Invest Atlanta IGA. If not, let's open the vote on that.
Please hold. The vote is now open.
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Mr. Shook, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Bond, how do you vote? Okay, all votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating votes. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. It's adopted. Now I will recognize Ms. Overstreet. You did vote in the affirmative on the previous paper, and so you are duly able to make a motion to reconsider.
Yes, motion to reconsider to my vote on the committee on the whole, adoption and growth.
Second by aye.
Okay,
Thank you.
Motion by Overstreet, second by aye. Any discussion?
Yes, I really want everyone to know that while I understand that we are extremely taxed with our public comment and the way we're accepting them seems 24/7, I do agree that right now, since we are remote, our constituents are really feeling like that this really is their only way of contacting us. We usually have office hours, and I know we're all holding Zooms and lots of meetings, but it's something missing without the face-to-face. And I don't want to even give the appearance that I want to limit public comment in any way. So I really did mean to vote no for the fact that that particular motion did pass. I wanted to make sure that my no vote was consistent with my actual vote of the public comment. I appreciate the work that Theo's team is doing and Damon's team is doing. It is exemplary, and I know this is taxing. It really is. I get that, and I feel you, and I hear you, and I feel it too. But I just can't give the appearance of not accepting public comment in any way, any form.
All right, so what we're going to do, just so that you all know what procedurally we're going to make, you're voting on a motion to reconsider. That will bring the motion back before us, and then you would have to vote again on the motion. So let's vote on the motion to reconsider.
Please hold. The vote is now open.
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Mr. Shook, how do you vote?
Aye.
Okay, all votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating votes now. $15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The reconsideration has passed. The paper is now before us. So we will need another motion.
Motion to approve, Matsukite.
Okay, is there a second?
Overstreet, second.
Okay, so there's a motion by Matsukite and a second by Overstreet, and this would be to adopt the item engrossed from the committee.
I can't second, can I?
You can
Winslow seconds. Winslow seconds if Overstreet withdraws.
Okay, so we'll take Matsukite and Winslow in seconding the adoption of the item engrossed from the committee of the whole. Ms. Archibald, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I didn't speak during the previous debate, but I'm going to vote the same way I did before, but I think it's a sort of a false narrative to say that those of us who are voting in a way that sets a specific time frame for public input is in any way a disrespect, disregard, devaluing of public input. You can have a concern for managing how public input comes in. We do that all the time pre-COVID. And so this is another way to do it. I think it's going to be important to make sure that we widely publicize this change, that we make sure that the neighborhood associations, the NPUs, the city's website, that we all through our newsletters and any other way that we can, maybe a scroll across Channel 26 would be warranted. We need to let the public know that we do want to hear from them, and this is the way that you engage with us through this format. I appreciated the comment that the engagement can be through email, and there are different modalities through which people can communicate. And so I do not accept that my vote in support of a new and different way to allow for public input to come into the council during COVID-19 is any way an indication that I do not accept and do not want and do not value public input. I find that highly offensive. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Yeah, I just want to speak to the misrepresentation in which council members who voted in support of this legislation are representing on this call right now. You know, you can't make a statement saying that in no way, shape, or form that you are disenfranchising residents when you limit their ability of when they can make public comment, especially if they were coming into a public meeting in person. They would have the ability to make public comment 105 minutes before that meeting would be held. So again, here we are making statements as though we are in support of something, yet our actions are not a reflection of the things that we say. We are furthering the disenfranchisement of residents. And someone keeps perpetuating this false narrative that they're getting more time than they would before. No, they're not. Because if you have a council meeting on Monday and now they can't leave comment on the weekend, they can only leave comment on Friday before the Monday meeting between 4 and 7 p.m., then you are limiting working families, senior citizens, and other people who may not have the capacity to call in during that time frame to make public comment. So we are disenfranchising the community, and we are not representing a narrative as though we are in support of folks being able to express how they feel through public comment. So let's speak truth to power, and let's speak to the reality of what we're doing. No one ever said that there shouldn't be any structure put in place. But what we said was we should not limit the community the ability to weigh into public comment. We haven't even given them the opportunity to speak to this issue, yet you want to go and publicize this to MPUs and everyone else, but you don't give community the ability to weigh into the decision that was made. That's not right. You, again, are contributing to the disenfranchisement of residents. I call it like I see it, and that's the fact. Thank you, Madam President.
The next speaker is Mr. Dickens.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you to all the colleagues that have already spoken. As you can see, this is a critical issue, important one to discuss, public input. I've listened and I've, shared some thoughts with colleagues. I've even during this meeting communicated with residents via social media, via text. Individuals are right now, some for it and some against it, are saying, hey, why would you guys do this? And in real time, not in last week time, not in yesterday time, not in the day before time, but in real time, communication is happening. Our phones at our offices are forwarded to our cell phones. Communication is happening with our staff. Emails are being read. There's communication between residents and citizens and elected officials right now on email. So if we are communicating that the only way to talk to your elected official is through the phone the day before, and that is a limitation, then what does it say about all the various phone calls that we can get directly, emails we can get directly, social media we can get directly, and we say, but there's no public, that we are disenfranchising. To use that type of language, again, it forces a divide at a time when we see how words are being used to push people to one side or the other side versus working together. And people that claim that they're trying to do so, that they claim they're trying to bring people together, continue to use words and phrases that lead people to go from one end to the other, to try to put folks at odds, so to speak. When we now have, yesterday, from 11 o'clock to 12 o'clock, just 1 hour led to 3 hours of public comment, which is fantastic. When you're now saying, let's go get 3 hours of public comment time, that could lead to 10 hours. That could lead to how many ever hours? There's not limiting the amount of conversation that can be had. It's trying to find a mechanism so that it can be received and processed by staff who won't work, who can't. It's only it's less than a handful of people. It's 2 people that are reviewing these things and presenting it before us. This is about either we need to offer up an amendment to hire more people or to get more satisfactory equipment of some type, which we could do that. I mean, now mind you, I voted to send this to committee. And then maybe when we were in committee, we might have found some avenues, whether that's resources of staff improvements or addition or some technology improvement. But right now, what we are facing is technology has its limitations. Christ's sake, we were on this phone today and it cut off on us. As a technologist, myself personally, what I do for a living these days, I can tell you there are limitations. And so we have to be smart about how we figure out how to allow the public to give their precious input. Just as when we were in public, when they were able to come up and speak to us, which was great, and I hope we could get back to that at some point when it's safe. They had 105 minutes. Now this is 3 hours, and 3 hours could be 24 hours worth of public comment in that 3 hours. It's just a way to be able to have a construct to manage the precious public comment. And to try to now say that somebody is for or against public comment, when it just continues to make a divide that you're either for me or against me, when we're all trying to be together and work through a crisis, a pandemic, a bunch of challenges. And so either we need to communicate in the language together, as togetherness, or we need to just, or we're going to continue to tear at the seams unnecessarily. And so either propose something that will allow for weekends. If that's the concern we have, then hey, let's see if there's a technological solution that we can say that says, all right, we do the 4 to 7 the day before, and then on weekends there's another opportunity for this one form of public comment. Remember, you can still email, you can still call, you can still Facebook, Instagram, you can still tweet, which we're doing right now, which I'm grateful for, which I respond to, which I hope everybody is grateful for and responds to. But to say that all those methods are insufficient and that they are a disenfranchisement when you got all those other methods and you also have the phone that's going to allow for a countless number of hours that's between this time that we can manage it, then let's propose something else. Let's not just easily hit the easy button of we can't and this ain't and this won't. No, what is it then? What can we do? We're smart enough to figure out what it is. So I just reject that notion. I sincerely and strongly reject that notion against anyone who says that in that way, particularly as someone who's been around here fighting for public comment. As a committee chairman, he got public comment in the beginning and the end of my committee. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Before I go to Mr. Hillis, is there anyone who is not on the system that would like to speak? And that would be Mr. Shook or Ms. Winslow. Okay.
I don't know who. Well, I mean, if Mr. Shook was ahead of me, that he can speak first.
Well, he did not indicate that he wants to, so I'm going to go to Mr. Hillis, and then I'm coming to you, Ms. Winslow.
Thank you, Madam President.
Okay, Mr. Hillis.
Thank you, Madam President. Most of what I wanted to say was strongly said by Councilmember Dickens, so I just want to reiterate that and give a strong amen to his words, and just again reiterating that, in normal time, people have to get up out of bed, put on clothes, drive from wherever they are in the city to City Hall, make it there an hour before the council meeting, sign up, and then wait around to speak. In these COVID-19 times, it's already incredibly more convenient to make public comment. And, I believe this is ample time, and, this is not disenfranchising anyone from calling in and making public comment. So I just wanted to reiterate what Councilmember Dickens said. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. So I'm going to Ms. Winslow, and then Ms. Boone, and then Ms. Archibong, only because Ms. Archibong has spoken once, and I'm supposed to go around to other people who haven't spoken first. So, Ms. Winslow, it's your turn.
And I agree with Councilmember Dickens. We've been talking about this issue about public comment well over a decade, and I respect everybody that voted, whichever way they voted. If they voted for, you want to hear from the public, in item, just in item, just indefinitely, that's fine. We're, as a government, city council, we are the most liberal public speaking government entity in the daggone state. I went up one time to speak at the state on something. I don't even remember what it was. They gave me 3 minutes. I went to the NPU, and all council people know this. They give you so much time, and then when you get to a certain amount of time, they say, council member, this is your last comment, and anybody else that has a question for the council member, could you please take it to the back of the room? I don't get offended at that. I don't get offended because people have time limits because they have things to do. They have business to take care of. So we have always been extremely accommodating. We have been the most accommodating from Fulton County, from the state. We are the most accommodating, I'm telling you. I used to work at Fulton County. I used to work at the state. We have been the most accommodating out of everybody. So to say that somehow we're disenfranchising people, we're not allowing them to talk, people have our cell phone numbers, they have our email numbers, they have our office numbers. Heck, they know where we live. So people can get in touch with us, so nobody's disenfranchising anybody. They're not. We're not doing that. And so I don't want the public to think because of what we're doing that people cannot contact us. They can contact us on a variety of different levels, as Councilmember Matsakite said earlier. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Ms. Archibong.
Yes, all right, thank you. I wanted to get clarification from Councilmember Matsakite around what exactly the public comment time frame is. So may he speak to that?
Mr. Matsakite?
Yes, Madam President. So what we passed was 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. the day before the meetings. So that would be a Sunday evening for the Monday council meeting and any committees that were held on Monday. We had originally had business day in there, but we struck that. So it is the calendar day before the meeting. So again, for a meeting that is a Monday council meeting, it would be a Sunday 4 p.m. to 7 p.m.
Okay, thank you. And then I wanted, I understand that the capacity of our system would allow for multiple calls within that period of time. So it's not like people call and get a busy signal. Multiple people can do their 3-minute calling all at the same time. So this is a lot of opportunity for public comment. And so from that vantage point, that I feel really comfortable that we're just simply setting up a framework, but please call. And some people have been able to call more than once within that time period. So I don't want the public to have the impression that this is a way to minimize. It's a way to just set some framework. And then my final point is it's unfortunate when an opinion is stated as a fact. Many, many years ago when I was newer to the council, a council member said, "You can tell me how I vote, but you can't tell me what motivates me or how I think." That's presumptive. And so I don't want us to get in that space. And so I do agree with the very eloquent and very measured way that Council Member Dickens laid out the case. And I want to thank him for that. Our tone, our ability to work on behalf of the people is important, and it is important that we engage in that with respect for differences of opinion and not taking out the knives and trying to, castigate or in any way demonize the fact that someone, in fact, has a difference of opinion. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Ms. Boone.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Earlier today, there was a motion to send it back to committee, and this is where this legislation should have gone. This is very important, and some folks don't have email. All they have is the phone. This legislation should have gone back to committee because there may have been some technology that we could have purchased. There may have been some further research in other jurisdictions. So we have to live with our votes and let the voters know what we have done. That ends my comment, Madam President.
Thank you. Ms. Shepard has not spoken, so Ms. Shepard, you're next.
Call the question.
Okay, is there a second?
Overstreet, second.
Who seconded? Ms. Overstreet?
Overstreet.
Okay, there's a motion by Shepard, a second by Overstreet to call the question. There's no debate. Let's open the vote on calling the question.
Please hold. The vote is open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Mr. Shook, how do you vote?
Aye.
All right, all votes are cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating votes. Thirteen yeas, 2 nays.
13 yeas, 2 nays. The motion to call the question has passed. Let's open the vote on the motion to adopt.
Please hold. On the motion to adopt.
Motion to adopt. Specific. Can you remind us what we're adopting?
We have called the question. We can't have further debate. This is the motion to adopt the action in the committee of the whole.
Thank you.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote?
Mr. Shook, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Brown, okay. All votes are cast? No, mine's
The vote is
not.
now-
Winslow, yes. Ms. Winslow, you second. Your vote is cast.
Oh, thank you.
If you are in favor. If you aren't in favor, you need to let us know.
No, I'm in favor.
Okay.
The vote is now closed. 9 yeas, 6 nays.
9 yeas, 6 nays. It is adopted. Mr. Brown?
Yes, Madam President.
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, I just want to convey, to my colleagues that I respect all of their decisions to express how they feel. But I do believe that, we can't continue to perpetuate this idea that we're not doing something that we're doing. And, I go back to what disenfranchisement is defined as. It's the state of being deprived of a right or privilege, especially the right to vote. And we are depriving residents of their ability to weigh into public comment by limiting the time frame in which they can do that. So, and for a city like Atlanta, where community participation within the civic process, the disenfranchisement rate in the city being so high, our MPUs represent less than 1% of the population. We should be doing everything in our power to encourage public comment. And if our council staff doesn't have the resources or the staff capacity to properly facilitate public comment, then we should change that. But please, don't sit and make statements as though we're not doing something that we are doing. Thank you, Madam President.
All right, so we now move to the next item, Ms. Smith. We've done the Invest Atlanta IGA. You have another item for immediate consideration?
Yes. My next item for immediate consideration, if you will remember, we passed a paper back in May. It's another COVID paper. It was for the $1.5 million to provide individual shelter options with supportive services for people experiencing homelessness. And we need to extend that contract. So here I go. This is a resolution for immediate consideration by Councilmember Carla Smith authorizing the mayor or her designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta to enter into amendment number listed, a temporary housing for high-risk, unsheltered people experiencing homelessness due to the COVID-19 pandemic with FG Management, LLC, for the purpose of extending the term of the agreement on a month-to-month basis beginning August 31st, 2020 through December 31st, 2020, and to add additional funding in an amount not to exceed $3 million and 0 cents. All contracted services will be charged to and paid from accounts listed herein and for other purposes. Whereas the city entered into a contractual agreement with FG Management, LLC, temporary housing for high-risk, unsheltered people, and whereas, like much of the world, the United States, the state of Georgia, and the city of Atlanta are currently responding to an outbreak of respiratory disease caused by a novel corona named SARS-CoV-2 and the disease it causes named coronavirus 2019, or better known as COVID-19. And whereas on March 11th, the World Health Organization declared the COVID-19 outbreak a pandemic. Whereas on March 13th, the President of the United States announced a national public emergency in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, which included 2 emergency declarations, one under the National Emergencies Act and one under the Stafford Disaster Relief and Emergency Assistance Act. And whereas on March 14th, 2020, Governor Brian Kemp signed a public health state of emergency to address the COVID-19 pandemic through assisting health and emergency management officials across Georgia by deploying all available resources for the mitigation and treatment of COVID-19. And whereas the Center for Disease Control has issued guidance on the emerging and rapidly evolving situation of the COVID-19 pandemic, including how to protect oneself from this illness. And whereas social distancing is recommended by the CDC to prevent the continued spreading of this illness in the community. And whereas due to the COVID-19 pandemic, on March 15th, 2020, Mayor Keisha Lance Bottom declared there to be an emergency in existence within the City of Atlanta pursuant to Section 2-181 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances. And whereas on March 23rd, 2020, Mayor Bottoms declared there to be the existence of an emergency within the City of Atlanta, which has been reissued no later than every 72 hours thereafter through the date of the approval of the ordinance in accordance with Section 2-181 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances. Whereas on April 2nd, 2020, Governor Kemp signed an executive order to ensure a safe and healthy Georgia, to address the COVID-19 pandemic by implementing temporary actions necessary and appropriate to protect the health, safety, and welfare of Georgia's residents and visitors, including a directive requiring all persons in the state of Georgia to shelter in place within their homes or places of residence, effecting beginning at 6 p.m. on Friday, April the 3rd, 2020, and expiring at 11:59 on Monday, April the 13th, 2020. And whereas on April the 8th, 2020, Governor Kemp signed an executive order extending the duration of the executive order from April the 2nd, such that it shall not expire until April the 30th at 11:59 p.m. And whereas pursuant to this executive order, Governor Kemp also extended the public health state of emergency for the state of Georgia through May 13th, 2020. And whereas, in accordance with executive order of April 2nd, persons experiencing homelessness have been urged to obtain shelter and to contact government and other entities for assistance. And whereas the COVID-19 pandemic represents an especially significant health risk for people experiencing homelessness because of congregate living environments, limiting access to preventative measures, and the higher likelihood for underlying chronic health conditions. And whereas due to the COVID-19 pandemic, there is a growing need for safe individual shelter options for people experiencing homelessness. And whereas of the approximately 3,200 persons experiencing homelessness in the city of Atlanta, approximately 700 to 800 persons are unsheltered, and approximately 300 of those who are unsheltered are over the age of 55. And whereas, additionally, because of the pandemic, there are additional capacity constraints within the existing homeless shelter system due to fear of exposure and CDC guidelines on shelter configuration. And whereas the mayor's office submitted an emergency procurement request to the chief procurement officer seeking to procure temporary housing for high-risk, unsheltered people experiencing homelessness in response to the COVID-19 pandemic and the growing need for safe individual shelter for those experiencing homelessness. And whereas the chief procurement officer, pursuant to Section 2-1192 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances, authorized an emergency prepared designation for the contract listed temporary housing for high-risk, unsheltered people experiencing homelessness due to the COVID-19 pandemic with the FG Management LLC, and whereas pursuant to Ordinance 20-0-1332, adopted by the City Council on May the 18th, 2020, and approved by the mayor on May 20th, 2020, the city authorized an allocation of funding for the purpose of contributing emergency assistance to funding efforts of the nonprofit and philanthropic communities to provide individual shelter options with supportive services in an amount not to exceed $1,500,000.00. And whereas the city entered into emergency procurement agreement, contract listed, temporary housing for high-risk, unsheltered people experiencing homelessness due to the COVID-19 pandemic for an initial term of 80 days and in an amount not to exceed $1,500,000.00. Whereas the national public health emergency in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, which included 2 emergency declarations, one under the National Emergencies Act and one under the Stafford Disaster Relief and Emergency Assistance Act, remains in place, requiring individuals to maintain the CDC's social distancing guidelines. Whereas on June 24th, 2020, the interim chief procurement officer authorized a 53-day extension through August 31st, 2020. Whereas the mayor's office desires to enter into amendment number 1 for the contract listed temporary housing for high-risk, unsheltered people experiencing homelessness due to the COVID-19 pandemic with FG Management, LLC, to extend the term of the agreement on a month-to-month basis beginning August 31st, 2020 through December 31st, 2020, and to add funding in the amount not to exceed $3 million and 0 cents. And whereas the contractor continues to perform satisfactorily, and whereas the mayor's office and the interim chief procurement officer recommend entering into amendment number 1 for emergency procurement agreement listed temporary housing for high-risk, unsheltered people experiencing homelessness due to the COVID-19 pandemic with FG Management, LLC, to extend the term of the agreement on a month-to-month basis beginning August 31st, 2020 through December 31st, 2020, and to add additional funding in the amount not to exceed $3 million and 0 cents. And whereas the interim chief procurement officer certifies that any organization and personal relationships disclosed by the offerer have been processed in accordance with Section 2-1214 of the Procurement Code, and that award of the contract is appropriate. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, that the mayor or her designee on behalf of the city is authorized to enter into amendment number 1 for emergency procurement agreement listed temporary housing for the high-risk, unsheltered people experiencing homelessness due to the COVID-19 pandemic with FG Management, LLC, to extend the term of the agreement on a month-to-month basis beginning August 31st through December 31st, 2020, and to add additional funding in the amount not to exceed $3 million and 0 cents, and be it further resolved that all costs are to be charged to and paid from the account numbers listed. Be it further resolved that the interim chief procurement officer, in consultation with the city attorney or her designee, is directed to prepare an agreement for execution by the mayor or her designee. Be it finally resolved that the amendment will not become binding upon the city, and the city will incur no obligation or liability under it until it has been approved as formed by the city attorney or her designee, executed by the mayor or her designee, attested to by the municipal clerk, and delivered to FG Management, LLC. And I make a motion to, it is Elms number 22091, and I make a motion to approve, Madam President.
Okay, there's a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second, Hillis.
Motion by Smith, second by Hillis. Is there any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's open the vote.
The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote?
Ms. Winslow, how do you vote?
In favor.
Mr. Shook, how do you vote?
Aye.
All votes cast.
The vote is now closed. Populating votes now. Yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. It's adopted. That is all of the items for immediate consideration. Now we go to items to be referred. Ms. Shepard. And then I'm going to go down the list.
All right. Thank you, Madam President. I have to leave a little early if I want to get mine down. An ordinance by Councilmember George Shepard to waive the provision of Chapter 10, Article 2, Section 10-209, and of the Code of Ordinance of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, so as to modify the hours of operation on Monday, September the 7th, 2020, Labor Day, only for all licensed establishments authorized to sell alcoholic beverages for on-premise consumption and for other purposes.
Public Safety, Legal Administration. And Mr.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all I have.
I'm going to go down this list as I have it. Is that okay with everybody? I'm just going to start from the bottom and go up, because last time I started from the top and went down. So, Ms. Winslow?
Yes.
Your papers for referral? Yes.
No, I don't have any. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Westmoreland?
Thank you, Madam President. I believe Ms. Ide has the paper that is listed for me, and that she's got one for herself as well.
Okay, Ms. Smith?
My paper to refer is an ordinance by Councilmember Carla Smith to rezone 515 Moreland Avenue Southeast, 531 Moreland Avenue Southeast, and 537 Moreland Avenue Southeast from NC2 to NC2C for a change of conditions and for other purposes, and it is Elms number 22089.
Thank you. ZRB and zoning.
Thank
Ms.
you,
Overstreet.
Madam President.
You're welcome. Ms. Overstreet?
Awesome. Thank you. An ordinance by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, an ordinance amending the FY21 CARES Act 2020 Fund Budget Department of the Executive Offices by adding to anticipations and appropriations in the amount of $8 million and 0 cents for COVID-19 testing and tracing, and authorizing the mayor on behalf of the City of Atlanta to enter into a memorandum of understanding with the Fulton County Board of Health to administer certain public health services and for other purposes. Elms number 22095.
CDEHS.
Okay. An ordinance by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, an ordinance authorizing the mayor or her designee on behalf of the Atlanta Workforce Development Agency, also known as WorkSource Atlanta, to accept the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act Dislocated Worker National Emergency Grant in the amount of $550,000 and 0 cents from the Technical College System of Georgia Office of Workforce Development to provide workforce services to dislocated workers who become separated from their jobs due to COVID-19 pandemic. M number 22103.
CDHS.
An ordinance by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, an ordinance authorizing payment in the amount of blank for the installation of blank traffic calming devices on Black Forest Trail Southwest, with all contract work to be charged to and paid from accounts listed below and for other purposes. That's Elms number
22110.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. Transportation Committee. Thank you. The next one is Ms. I.
Thank you. An ordinance by Councilmember Jennifer Ide, an ordinance authorizing a donation in an amount not to exceed $3,400.00 from the Council District 6 carry-forward account to the Virginia Highlands Civic Association, Inc., to assist with the historic designation of Briarcliff Terrace and for other purposes, and that is Elms 22104.
FEC, Finance Executive Committee.
The next one is an ordinance by Councilmembers Jennifer and Ide and Matt Westmoreland, an ordinance authorizing a donation in an amount not to exceed $3,400.00 from the Post 2 at-large carry-forward account to the Virginia Highlands Civic Association, Inc., to assist with the historic designation of Briarcliff Terrace and for other purposes, and that Elms is 22105.
Finance Executive Committee.
That's it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hillis.
Thank you, Madam President. I have two items. The first is Elms ID 22109, an ordinance by Councilmember Dustin Hillis authorizing the transfer of $5,000 from the City Council District 9 carry forward account to the Council District 9 distribution account to continue serving Atlanta community for the public good and for other purposes.
Finance Executive Committee.
Second and final item is Elms ID 22086, an ordinance by Councilmembers Dustin Hillis, Antonio Brown, and Andre Dickens authorizing the mayor or her designee to reduce the posted speed limit on Marietta Boulevard Northwest between West Marietta Street and the city limits from 45 miles per hour to 35 miles per hour and for other purposes.
Transportation Committee.
That is it. Thank you, Madam President.
Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Madam President. I have 4 pieces of legislation for introduction. An ordinance by Councilmember Antonio Brown requiring that the Atlanta Police Department provide information and cooperate with the Fulton County District Attorney's Office as necessary to facilitate, improve the efficiency, and enhance the transparency of investigations involving officer-involved shootings, incidents of serious bodily injury, and accusations of sexual misconduct and for other purposes. And that is Elms ID number 22101.
Public Safety Legal Administration Committee.
A resolution by Councilmember Antonio Brown, a resolution requesting the Atlanta Police Department explore alternative non-lethal methods of crowd control and consider utilizing a chemical compound, stink bomb, wrapping apparatus, laser dazzler, and other methods available and for other purposes. Elms ID number 22114.
Public Safety Legal Administration Committee.
An ordinance by Councilmember Antonio Brown, an ordinance authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to amend the FY 2021 General Fund budget to transfer $73,348,723.00 from various departments in the general fund to a trust fund account to grant time for the Atlanta City Council to receive the report on recommendations for systemic changes, reinventing the culture of operations in our city and being a model for cities across the nation, authorized pursuant to Resolution 20-R-4068, authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to create the appropriate trust fund account necessary for such actions to waive Section 2-943, annual appropriations divided into 12 parts, expended monthly and for other purposes.
Elms number?
My apologies.
Elms 2207?
Yes, ma'am.
Finance Executive Committee.
A resolution by Councilmember Antonio Brown, a resolution supporting a study to be conducted by the People's Uprising Task Force, examining opportunities to expand the City of Atlanta's workforce through the development of a comprehensive workforce development program to identify and create middle-wage jobs for residents in underserved, low-income communities and for other purposes.
Is that Elms 22087?
Yes, ma'am.
CDHS Committee?
That's all my pieces of legislation, Madam President.
All right, Ms. Boone?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. An ordinance by Councilmember Andrea Boone, an ordinance authorizing the mayor or her designee to make the intersection of Dairy Avenue Southwest and West Ontario Avenue Southwest an always stop control intersection, to authorize the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install stop signs at the intersection and for other purposes. Elms number 2106.
Let me find 2106.
22106.
Okay, got it. Transportation. Transportation.
106.
Got it. Transportation.
Next piece, an ordinance by Councilmember Andrea Boone, an ordinance amending the FY21 Intergovernmental Grant Fund budget, Department of the Executive Offices, by adding to anticipations and appropriations in the amount of $59,000.00 for emergency response through September 30th, 2020, from Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, and waiving the requirements of Chapter 2, Article 9, Division 1, Section 21910 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, entitled Grant Applications, and ratifying the mayor's actions in applying for, accepting, and entering into agreements in connection with the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, and hiring additional staff to provide crime victim assistance services and for other purposes.
Which ELMS number?
We will be sending that ELMS number shortly.
Okay, so if this one is not on my list, those will then go to, they're saying it's 22097. I'm going to send that to Public Safety, Legal Administration, and Finance Executive Committee.
Thank you, Madam President. The next piece, an ordinance by Councilmember Andrea Boone, a resolution authorizing the mayor on behalf of the Atlanta Workforce Development Agency, WorkSource Atlanta, to amend and renew cooperative agreement FC 1190582, co-op agreement for workforce service delivery, providing adult dislocated worker services with Arbor ESC LLC, Rest Care Workforce Services in the amount not to exceed $2,050,000.00, and all services to be charged to and paid from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes.
Which ELMS is that?
We will be sending that ELMS number unless someone has it.
Okay, and this one was, give me the first few words again. My mind just drifted. This is workforce development?
Yes, workforce to amend and renew cooperative agreement.
Okay, I have some with numbers. I just don't have the subject matter, but that is CDHS. And if the staff can identify which one it is. And you have one other one?
Yes, one other one, please. Yes.
Go ahead.
A resolution by Councilmember Andrea Boone, a resolution authorizing the mayor on behalf of the Atlanta Workforce Development Agency, WorkSource Atlanta, to amend FC 9895, one-stop career center operator within the door LLC, to expand the scope of work and include navigating staff accountant and accounting specialist positions.
CDHS.
We need an M number from if possible.
Do you have one or you don't?
We are looking for that. It's the staff for the system. Thank you.
And this is for an additional position for WorkSource?
Correct. Accounting specialist.
CDHS committee. Anything else?
That is it, Madam President. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next is Mr. Bond.
Thank you, Madam President. The first item is ELMS number 22111. An ordinance by Council members Michael Dugan Bond and Andrea L. Boone. An ordinance to amend Chapter 10, Article 2, Division 2, Subdivision 1 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances as to create a process to apply for and to receive temporary alcoholic beverage licenses during the COVID-19 city emergency and for purposes.
Public Safety, Legal Administration.
Okay.
Is that the ELMS number 22112?
No, it's 22111.
22111. Thank you, sir. Next item.
Next is ELMS number 22102. An ordinance by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, an ordinance authorizing the Atlanta Police Department, the Department of Finance, and the Mayor's Office of Constituent Services to conduct a study on expanding the Atlanta Police Department to include a crisis intervention division or other specialized unit as a social service component of the police department and for other purposes.
That will be our Finance Executive Committee. The Social Service piece would be CDHS.
Okay. And the last is ELMS number 22088. An ordinance by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, an ordinance to amend the charter of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, 1996 Georgia laws, page 4469, adopted under and by virtue of the authority of the Municipal Home Rule Act of 1965, section 36-35-1, as amended by amending Part 1, Chapter and Related Laws, Subpart A, Charter to amend a new Appendix 4 entitled Atlanta Citizens Review Board, so as to add the Atlanta Citizens Review Board as a charter, as a mandated board, and for other purposes.
Public Safety Legal Administration Committee.
Thank you, Madam President. That concludes my papers.
Okay, Ms. Archibald and then Ms. Shepherd.
All right, Ms. Shepherd has already read hers. The ELMS number is 22108, an ordinance by Councilmember Nadeline M. Archibald authorizing the mayor or her designee to make the intersection of New York Avenue Northeast and Connecticut Avenue Northeast an all-way control stop intersection, to authorize the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install stop signs at the intersections and for other purposes.
Transportation Committee.
Thank you. That concludes my paper.
Ms. Shepherd.
Okay, I'm back. I'm so sorry. I missed this one. An ordinance by Councilmember George Shepherd to ratify Mayor Keisha Lance Bottom's executive order calling on the Atlanta Housing Authority, Atlanta Beltline Inc., Fulton County City of Atlanta Land Bank Authority, Invested Land Partners for Homes, and the City of Atlanta Department of Grants and Community Development to institute a temporary moratorium on residential evictions and filings. To declare that the moratorium shall remain in effect through August 31st, 2020, and for other related purposes.
CDHS.
That's it, Madam Chair.
Mr. Dickens.
Yes, I just have one. An ordinance authorizing the City of Atlanta, an ordinance by council members Andre Dickens and Marcy Collier Overstreet, an ordinance authorizing the City of Atlanta to waive the competitive procurement source selection provisions contained in Section 2-1187 of Article X, Procurement and Real Estate Code of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances, as well as any other conflicting code provisions, and authorizing the mayor or her designee to amend the concessions agreement and not the car rental agreement at Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport, to extend the agreements for a period not to exceed 36 months in response to the continued efforts of the COVID-19 pandemic crisis and for other purposes.
Transportation and Finance Executive Committee. Is that it? Now, Ms. Winslow, I do have you on the list for 3 items. Are you sure you have no items?
I do not, Madam President.
All right. Any other items to be referred that we're missing? If not, we're now at general remarks. Anyone have general remarks? Seeing no one with general remarks, indicate. Oh, Mr. Bond, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to alert the Atlanta community that we will be having a drive-through food distribution this Thursday, July 9th at 2 p.m. to serve those who have served us. That is targeted at the employees of our hospitality and restaurant industry. We will be at the Regency drive-through food distribution at Atlanta's out-of-work hospitality industry workers in need of assistance during COVID-19 pandemic at the Atlanta Marriott Marquis at the back entrance. So if you have or know of someone who is a part of that industry that has been out of work or displaced in their position, they can please call my office at 404-330-6770. We're doing this in the court with assistance, of course, from Hosea Helps, Celebrities Give Back, the Center for, the Marriott Marquis Hotel, and some other sponsors. And so we encourage everyone to, if you know someone who's been displaced in that industry as COVID-19 has hit that industry particularly hard here in the city of Atlanta. Most people don't realize that the hospitality and tourism industry is to Atlanta what Wall Street is to New York. It is the industry that all businesses and things in Atlanta revolves around. And the folks who work in it are hardworking people, and it's not like there's another industry they can easily translate to because all the industries are closed. The major hotels, the conventions that we've had scheduled, even the city's second largest convention, Dragon Con, is canceled. So these folks are in need, and if you know someone that could benefit, please have them refer to our office. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Boone.
Yes, I would like to send health and well wishes to the Honorable Keisha Lance Bottoms, who received a positive test, and her husband Derek and one of their children. Just wanted to wish them well and send them prayers for health and wellness. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm sure all members join in on that. Any other general remarks? And council members, I believe you have received the email that there seems to be a press conference that we should be able to tune in at 5:30 today, that Atlanta Police Homicide investigators have obtained a video related to the July 4th shooting death of Ms. Socorro Turner. So when we get off the stream, you may want to try to look at that on live. Is there anything else for the good of the order? If not, Mr. Clerk will take the adjourning roll call.
Today's meeting was held in accordance with OCGA 50-14-1. The adjourning roll call. President Moore.
Present.
Council members Bond.
Here.
Westmoreland.
Here.
Dickens.
Here.
Smith.
Here.
Baroki.
Here.
Brown.
Here.
Winslow.
Present.
Archibald.
Here.
Ice. Shook.
Here.
Aye.
Matsakite.
Here.
Hillis.
Here.
Bone.
Present.
Overstreet.
Present.
Shepard. Thank you, Madam President.
Yes, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved. Smith.
A second, please.
Second, Westmoreland.
Without objection, we are adjourned. Thank you, and everyone stay safe. The meeting has